quiet.
The first reviews and reactions for it, the review embargo lifted for it, or the reaction embargo and lifted for it. And I hunted, Rob. I hunted to try to find a negative one. Not one. Not one negative one.
Salon Selectives presents hair so beautiful you feel like you just stepped out of a salon.
Salon shine, Salon Selectives, Salon glow, Salon Selectives.
Introducing Salon Selectives, new from Helene Curtis. 4 salon shampoos, 4 salon conditioners. You select the combination that will give you salon beautiful hair.
Salon style.
Feel salon beautiful every day.
Salon Selectives.
The Young and the Restless. This portion sponsored by Oil of Olay.
Did you have some kind of mechanism, in a sense, so that you could make sure that you were true to Tolkien?
Well, we didn't want to put any of our own, certainly in terms of the thematic material, we didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it. And we thought he cared about things. The countryside and the rise of evil, and he cared passionately about certain issues. And we thought what we should do to honor him is to make sure that what he cared about ends up in the movie. That's what we tried to do.
Nerdrotic.com.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We are here.
That new Nerdrotic studio looking better every day.
Yeah. Oof, man.
Yeah. Total revamp.
That is the definition of success right there. You get a check mark on Twitter, and that's where you end up right there.
That's right. From his Beverly Hills mansion. It's Gary.
It's how we roll in Texas, man. 3-star hotel, Hampton Inn. Shout out, not sponsored. That's okay. We'll give them a shout out. Their internet works. The fabulous fiber internet that I have at home does not work currently right now and will not work for the rest of the day. But the show must go on. So I'm going to be yelling in a hotel room, pissing off both people to the side of me. And I don't give a fuck because we have so much to talk about. Welcome to Friday Night Tights. My name is Gary Beegler. I come from my mom's vagina. And somehow I hate women. I don't know. I am grateful for women because that's the reason I'm here. And you're all here too. But we have some guests. We have some really bad shows to talk about. And unfortunately, I can't talk about the good show because I didn't have time to see it, which I'm really
definitely talk about
a little bit. I've watched the first 2 episodes of Cobra Kai. They were really good. A big emotional payoff. A big emotional payoff at the end of episode 2. Yeah.
Dude,
so it's good.
Dude, we're not going to spoil Cobra Kai at all. Don't worry about that.
Because that's actually good. We'll spoil everything else.
Yeah, it's a
we'll
good
spoil,
show.
we'll spoil the bad stuff. But
Spoil when it arrived.
I've seen the first 3 episodes of Cobra Kai. It's probably the best the
Priest
series
of
has
Sauron.
been. Yeah, it's probably the best the series has been up to this point. Damn, it's good.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I'll just see how the whole season plays out to say that. But
I'm just talking about the strong start, though. Is what I'm saying. Very strong.
I've
start.
seen the first 2. I thought episode 2 was better than episode 1.
Terry Silver's
but
a game changer.
Terry Silver's great. I love Tori. I think Tori's fantastic.
Tori's awesome. Yep.
She's such a tortured soul, you know. She's always getting fucked over, and
I could use less of the women in general in the show.
Bitch
no, Silver's great. Chosen's a badass, you know.
Yeah.
Danny LaRusso's wife can fucking get it any which way she wants.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with her walking around in a bathing suit in every episode. Like, that's fine.
That's just
the
her
kind of
character
female
now.
Representation I'm looking for in my entertainment. So.
Melanie just looks disgusted, and it's great.
No, it's just my face. It's all good.
Resting disgusted face.
You're thinking of
There
butter
you go.
again. That's what you're thinking of, aren't you?
Always.
Already regret being here, don't you?
No, it's a good time.
Oh, so yeah, Rings of Power came out last night. I did a live stream in the middle of the night. It was awful. It was boring. It was awful. We'll get into it.
Painfully
but
boring.
It was, yeah. I can't see any interest. Nobody's going to keep interest in this. That's the worst. I mean, it's filled with intersectionalism and allegory and symbolism. You know, Tolkien's favorite thing, allegory. It's filled with it. But its worst crime is boring, and the normies will bow out for that real quick. Doubt we're going to have 25 million people sampling this episode. That's some bullshit, by the way.
Sample.
Sample.
Yeah.
It's bullshit when you compare it to the other like numbers that we have. Now, you can't really trust anybody, whether it's Amazon or Warner Brothers or whatever. But when you look at what Warner Brothers is saying compared to what we have from third parties, comparing it to other things, they look a lot more legitimate than what we're talking about from Amazon. So.
Yeah. I think boring perfectly describes it, because it's just like, at least with something like She-Hulk, we got plenty of material to knock on and all this kind of stuff. But with with Rings of Powers, it's just so boring.
It really
that
is.
even just trying to find talking points that are noteworthy, it's so forgettable. It's just, yeah.
I backed
That's the
up
biggest problem.
watching Rings of Power with House of the Dragon. Vastly different. Vastly different. Yeah. House of the Dragon is like, all of the dialogue is meaningful, and you need to pay attention to everything they say. In Rings of Power, it's almost like they don't want to have dialogue. They have these long, drawn out shots of just nothing, and it's like establishing shot for like a minute straight, and you're like, all right, okay.
Or like the dialogue when they actually do talk, Quarterback.
Yeah, they sound like
it's
morons.
like Galadriel's like, tell me where we are going, and Elendil's like, no, I can't tell you. You'll find out. And then
my son and my daughter have eyeballs. So do you.
And then Hallbrand's like, but wait, where are we going? And then Elendil again is like, I'm not telling you.
It's just repetitive.
The fuck is the
We
point
can't
of
tell
that?
you until we actually get here on that set we spent a bunch of money on for somebody to get out of a boat. Well done.
Hey,
well done.
Credit where credit's due. Okay, credit where credit's due. Though, on the horse ride, clearly they hired a Legion of Memer for Galadriel's face. Trying to compete with the Gary meme face. Why would they do that?
1 second here, so I can subject you all to this.
She doesn't smile not a single time the whole show.
I'm sorry they did this to you.
Can someone make a better together meme?
That
Better
must be
together.
One hell of a horse ride. That's all I'm saying.
Every time she bounces, it's hitting the spot. That's what I'm saying.
I heard someone say that her nickname, Galadriel's nickname, is actually Mrs. Hands. So maybe.
Oh no! No wonder she was so excited.
Somebody get Ledger's Joker. Let's put a smile on that face. Looks like he got a hold of her. Like, it's so bad.
We need not Jared Leto, fucking Heath Ledger. We need Heath Ledger's Joker to be like, and you are beautiful.
Flick too hard, damn it!
Oh, not to that. God, no.
And just following on from what Garrett was saying, the writing is so bad. It's like the writers, they don't understand how language works. There are so many non sequiturs. The lines are just utterly retarded on so much of their construction. This is an abomination of a show. And when you look at the technicals, because yeah, it is boring, but when you want to break down, okay, let's see how bad it is. Holy crap. I got 7 bloody pages of just notes on how unbelievably retarded that episode was. That one bloody episode.
Yeah. And
everything's done it.
Sorry, they want to call everybody racist, and that's just the least of the show's problems at this point.
That's just deflection. They're only calling people racist because they know they are getting
exactly
absolutely smashed with criticism from all angles, all different people, and so the only way that a corporation knows how to respond to criticism nowadays is just by calling everyone racist.
Yeah, that's why I feel like they got the script early and they were like, "This is really trash. Let's hire a diverse cast so we can deflect."
Hello, Disney. Disney, how do we do this?
What's the plan? You guys
Jeremy was right. He on his video today. It's just to intimidate you. It's just to silence you. They're going to conflate this with criticism, so you'll shut up. That might have worked 5 years ago. It ain't working now. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Go ahead, Disparu. Go ahead.
This was deliberately set up months ago. Deezer went around saying the most extreme things she could. She's been in the show, like 3 minutes in total out of 3 hours? And yet she was the one that was front and center for all the marketing. It was deliberately just to make people comment so then they can use that comment as evidence that they caused themselves.
Yeah, Disparu in that first Vanity Fair article, they took time when we forgot our first look at everything. They took time, a whole fucking paragraph in there to address that they expected to have racist backlash from fans. That's what we heard from Lindsay Weber. We felt that Tolkien's world should now reflect the world around us. So they have been preparing for this moment the entire time. And there's no doubt that there was conversation regarding race before this came out, because it's one of the only things we had to go off. We could see the changes they made, and we heard them talking and admitting about the changes that they had made to Tolkien. Now that the show's out, that's like less than 5% of the conversation because we have all this other garbage to sit through.
Can you guys please not expose my racism right here? Please don't show everybody how racist I am.
No. Honestly, she is one of the best characters. It's those two characters. They're the only likable characters.
I think best is a struggle. People.
Yeah, well, best of
now,
the trash.
I do like Halbrand,
said
though.
anything obnoxious. That's all.
I will give them that. I like Halbrand. I think
Galadriel likes him too.
You know why?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's hot.
Galadriel was giving her. He's like, I like Halbrand.
Well, let me clarify. I don't like Lisa because she's hot, because she ain't hot. Okay.
Oh, Jeremy.
Now, Jeremy exposed. We just got a big pair of boobs there, man. We know what you like.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong.
That was what Lisa does on the credits, man.
There are so many hot characters in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Peter Jackson trilogy, and so this time when we're watching and you see one hot character, you kind of just latch on, I guess. There's so far between.
He's meant to be. We'll do introductions in just a moment. He's meant to be Aragorn. That's what he is. He's supposed to be Aragorn, and
Anatar is very appealing to look at as well, right? So.
Yes,
they're tricking you.
Yes, and he's seduced.
He's turned
Grandma
on by
Brimore.
Forges. I wonder why.
I know. And the way that Galadriel looks at him, she's like, "Oh."
We can restore both of our bloodlines.
At the end, she was just she was looking him up and down like a piece of fucking meat. She was just like, Halbrand, what are you doing in here, you big fucking stud muffin? He was just like looking at him like, look at you, you tight ass little fucking lemon tinted out.
Bro,
oh my god, I hope they don't start shipping each other. Oh my god.
Bro, when he pulled her in to give her that knife, you could tell that she was like, put it
quivering.
I know. Now, Halbrand.
There was some weak knees there. There was some weak knees. Oh.
Hey,
that knife scene, I couldn't understand it because I'm like,
oh god.
I've been together for hundreds of years with a bunch of gay elves. This is really doing it for me.
I was like, where did the knife come from?
Look terrible. They're supposed to be the most attractive.
He lifted it off of.
He lifted it off.
No, I get that, but he was like,
Ellendale.
it wasn't on the footage. It like vanished, but he was palming it like behind his arm to the camera.
Yeah,
but
somewhere in his
everyone
sleeve
behind
or
him in the
something.
room
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
all
like-
like it's full view to them, but he's hiding it to the
Correct.
camera, which is us. We're the only people in the room that can't see it.
He's able to steal.
All the
We-
guards around, they don't give a shit.
Like,
They're not watching
I went
him.
through bit by bit because I'm like, where did this dagger even come from? And then I'm like,
Well,
oh,
you don't
okay.
want to know.
Yeah.
Hit it
And
up
to
as
put that in
potato skirt.
perspective, so Sauron is good enough. Sauron is good enough to like get that knife away from Elendil, hide it from everybody in the room, slip it to Galadriel, who then we have no idea where it goes after that. We can guess.
He's
But
called the prison
he's
wallet.
unable to
Why didn't
lift
you smile?
the simple like sigil off that one drunk dude in a bar that leads to a fight.
Yeah, but look, if we play that out, let's just say that plays out and works. He goes to the forge. The forge master is just like, I'm sorry, mate, you can't fucking do any forging unless you got one of these. Which means obviously you have to go through stuff to become a member of the smelters guild or whatever.
A day
And then
later.
he goes
Yeah.
and comes back 5 minutes later. With,
Oh, I forgot I did have one.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you must have really have earned that, Sunshine.
But
And
as
not
it's
just
in my
worth
other
mentioning,
potato
somebody.
It was in the other one.
He in fact says only guild masters can forge steel in Numenor. And when I hear that, I was like, then how do you become a guild master if you can't forge steel to learn how to be a guild master? This writing is bloody retarded. I couldn't believe it. Like, who wrote this friggin' stupid crap?
Somebody who's a member of the
22.
Actors Union, Shad. Okay.
Yes, yeah. Somebody wrote Star Trek Beyond.
Unless you're a member of the union. Okay. Hi, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
Hi, Gary from Nerdrotic. So I was in Orlando this past few days, and go to my hotel, get there right before Tuesday night's main event. I've got about an hour before the show starts. I order a pizza, then we have a great Tuesday night's main event, and then go to bed. Next day, Ryan is supposed to come over around 11 a.m. because we have a business meeting. Ryan gets there. Now, the night before I took the pizza, I ate about 3 or 4 pieces. I put it out in the front of the hotel of my door, just right there on the floor. So room service would get it. Room service did not pick it up.
Like
Ryan
trash.
gets there. Yeah, Ryan gets there, looks down and says,
No.
Is that your pizza? I'm like, yeah, from last night, bro. And he goes,
Please. Oh.
opens it up. Oh, give a fuck. Picks it up and starts eating it. Not only does he start eating it, he compliments it. He says it's good. And I'm like, what the
good
fuck
floor
is
pizza.
wrong with you, dude? Like, seriously, like I could deal with, the racist jokes. I could deal with the Batman review. I could deal with all your sexism and gaming bullshit, whatever you want to do. I am not going to stand for this. This is bullshit. Yeah. Then he's like, I had a 2-liter Coke from the night before that was sitting there. It was hot. I didn't put it in a fridge. He just pours that hot. He goes, hot Coke and floor pizza. I'm in heaven right now. I'm like,
Oh my god.
what's wrong?
It's the simple things in life.
You forgot the next part, Jeremy, is I went back and got another slice.
You did.
Went
Oh
for
my
seconds.
goodness.
That's like bringing me back to my early 20s, man.
Yeah, dude.
And then I closed the box because I was like, if I keep looking at it, I'm just gonna eat more. So all right, but let me put this in perspective because I did essentially the same thing today as that. I had pizza last night. I left it on the counter all night. I come down in the morning and I fucking ate it. About the same time had passed.
Yeah,
it's
but this
completely fucking different.
This was sitting
Or
at this.
sorry.
This is a borderline 3-star hotel. Okay, very like the floor is filthy. It sat there overnight. We have no
It was
idea.
on a
if there
cardboard
like,
box. It wasn't like the
doesn't
fucking
Is
thing
this
was
on
on
the inside of the
floor.
room or the outside of the room?
Outside.
Outside in the hallway.
Outside of the room in the hallway.
Ryan, you'd make an excellent dumpster diver. Just wanted to let you know.
And Jeremy's like, there could have been a bug crawling out. I'm like, what retarded bug just crawls on pizza but doesn't stay there to eat it or
All bugs are
whatever?
retarded, dude.
Fuck.
Just nibble and
That's
move
not
on.
even real.
Nibble and move on.
I'm
Thanks
with
for
Ryan.
sharing that
Ryan,
wonderful
respect,
story.
waste not, whatnot, good pizza,
Exactly.
and don't let it go to waste.
It's not much different than
Don't waste food. Don't
fridge
waste
pizza,
food. That-
so-
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Hello,
But,
Az from Heel versus
Hi.
Babyface.
Hi, just see, I feel so sorry for Ellendale, for fuck's sake. This guy's just at the end of last
Ellendale.
episode come across
Ellendale.
2 people.
Ellendale pickle.
Elendil.
Ellendale pickle.
However you
Indian.
fucking
Is it a
Ellendale.
Ellendale pickle?
want to pronounce this fucking
Is it kosher?
shit.
Well, that's an actual person. That's actually someone I care about, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just there floating along, riding his boat, and he comes across a raft with two passed out people, saves them, says, "Take the elf down below. Make sure she's been properly clothed and rested and fed when she wakes." And he's there on his ship, surveying the majesty of the land. And he's just like, "Soon I shall be home to Numenor, and I will see once again my son and fake daughter. But here we go." And then suddenly you just get this voice behind you going, "Excuse me, where am I? Can I speak to the manager? Where are we going? Excuse me, where are we? I'm talking to you. Excuse me." I would throw the fucking cunt back in the sea. Get off my fucking boat! Fuck!
He is always right. It should have kept her.
Well, let's test that theory.
Have you seen that worm lately? Can we call that worm back just for a second?
The sea would have killed her multiple times, and he is contradicting the will of the sea by saving her. Is not the sea always right?
It is.
Exactly. He's always right.
Yeah, you can take that in so many perspectives. Like you come across it and it's like, okay, these people obviously are about to fucking die because they can't survive the sea. Sea's always right. I'll just go pass. Or if you want to pick them up, you're like, well, they put them in front of me. The sea's always right. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute.
It's a retarded philosophy. It's like you can make it mean whatever you want.
Yep. Well, yeah, because in the fucking Simple Jack in episode 1 was like, the stone always looks down, but the bow, it looks
No! Stone always looks down. And
yes, but now it's just like the bow is looking down to find Galadriel, but we're going sideways, and I'm fucking what's going on?
Oh, he always looks forward.
You're so fucking dumb.
That is a masterpiece right there. It's
beautiful.
Well done.
That is good. That is good.
Oh my God.
Galadriel, I love you.
So you're doing okay, as after watching She-Hulk and Rings of Power? You're mentally?
Yeah, I watched Tolkien's Lord of the Rings get raped, and I watched She-Hulk rape a dude. So lots of rape happening this week.
Okay. God save the Queen, buddy. Ryan.
Sorry, I mean surprise butt sex, whichever you prefer. I don't know.
I'm doing good. I've had a lot of pizza the past couple of days, which is always a good thing. There's been so much to actually why. I feel like everything's coming out now.
It's crazy.
Between House of Dragon, which I'm actually enjoying, Cobra Kai, which I've enjoyed the first 2 episodes, and then 2 completely on the fucking other spectrum with retarded Rings of Power and She-Hulk. Rings of Power is so. If you told somebody you spent $1 billion on this that had no idea that just dropped in, they wouldn't believe you. They could not believe that someone spent $1 billion on that. And She-Hulk looks like the CGI cost about $5. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get into all this shit. So let's go. I'm ready to roll.
Dude, I just finished watching it before the show on a freaking laptop, and it looks like shit. Like the hair looks terrible, and you can tell that the hair is meant to hide a lot of the facial stuff. It looks like a floating fucking head for a little while there. Once you focus in on the floating head around her, you're like, oh shit, that's really bad.
And arguably, some of the CGI shots in this episode were better than anything we've seen in the first couple. Like there are actually some shots of her, like when she straddles that dude, and it looks up at her. It's like that might be the best the CGI has looked for her.
Right.
No, I mean this is
Spent
like
a lot of time on that.
This does not feel even like take dialogue, take the characters that like just the world itself. It doesn't feel like Lord of the Rings because it honestly, and I hate to say this because everybody knows I love the prequels. It has a prequel feel to it with the CG aspect of it. None of it feels real at this point in time. With all the money you have spent on this, it still doesn't even feel real. It feels computer generated. It doesn't feel authentic at all.
I understand what you're saying, but and I can't believe I don't want to disrespect the prequels. I think this is breaking new ground in bad. I think this is
no. I just meant I just meant from the look and the feel of the world building, because that is a flaw in the prequels in terms of like how versus Star Wars versus whoa.
Listen, I think that we are just looking at a Star Wars like a Star Wars analogy here, because to me the Hobbit films are now going to be seen as like the prequels. Like a lot of people, they looked weird because they were filmed in 48 FPS and people didn't like a lot of shit that happened. They got a lot of hate, very divisive back in the day. Now people are like, God, I want to sit down and watch the fucking extended cut of Desolation of Smaug right now, right? Instead of watching fucking Rings of Power.
Yes, a 1,000 times I would do that, and it looks better in 4K and in 24p. By the way, much better.
Hey, do you like how the migrating nomadic tribe leave people behind?
Oh, that's what we'll get to it.
They're psychopaths. They're utter insane cult psychopaths.
You have carts. Put him on a cart. You can't spare one other person to
if
pull
you're
that cart.
a nomadic migrating tribe, you never leave people behind. You fucking make sure everyone sticks together as much as possible.
They have a cult seance where they're like,
behind.
Otherwise, your whole tribe's gone. It's gone in a couple of generations.
I actually listen. I actually will defend them on this. I actually think what they're trying to do is explain where all the black hobbits went. So I'm totally down.
That doesn't make any sense. They'd be way ahead of the curve.
They're too fucking dumb
trying to get through these intros. Quarterback, hello.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's bad shows, except for House of the Dragon. That was pretty good. I did the wrong thing. I backed it up with House of the Dragon, so it like blew out all of my my memory of that horrible show. So I just have House of the Dragon comments.
That's okay.
That was a good fucking show. I hate that I have to admit that, because I did not want to go into the show liking it. The season 8 hurt me so bad, but it's a damn good show. I
love that I have to admit it, because I'm happy to be able to be excited to watch something on a Sunday night again.
Well,
good show, finally, yeah.
Finally,
we'll see. We'll wait till fucking into the show.
It's like a 7 out of 10, and we'll get to it. But it's like a 7 out of 10, but it's 7 out of 10 where you've been surrounded by zeros for a long time.
Yes. Feels like a 10.
Leveling it up.
It's good to be here.
We have some fabulous guests here. One of them's a surprise, and I'm glad he's here. But we're going to start with Disparu. Hello, Disparu. Welcome back, sir.
It's always good to be back, and I do think that Amazon Prime Video Player definitely needs at least a 2x or 3x speed on this kind of show, because if you take the text and you just cut out the spaces where they're not talking in the middle of all their words, it's about the episodes of She-Hulk kind of length. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, I do appreciate the work they do to make my reviews easier. It makes it very easy to make sure you can avoid any kind of copyright stuff, because there's just many gaps to cut in anyway. But I think my favorite thing about this episode was definitely the Stone redemption arc, because everyone thought it was evil before. It always looked downwards and sank, but now the sea is always right, and it never commits treason. So the stone goes towards truth and loyalty. The boat looks upwards. It runs away from truth and loyalty. And so I think the message behind Rings of Power is that all ships are evil.
So they're going in and repurposing dialogue, and I've got people messaging like stuff I didn't catch, like the stone cannot commit treason, treacherous as the sea from Fellowship or from Fellowship. So they're repurposing scenes, dialogue, everything they can, because they have no dialogue, and it's awful.
The dialogue they do make up is horrendously moronic.
Yes.
I can't express how bad that, specifically the dialogue, the narration. Anytime someone speaks, it's incredibly bad. There are so many non sequiturs where I was just like, what? Galadriel, you're not answering your question. It's insane. Like the Queen says, we paid for this isle with the blood of our kin. And then Galadriel's answer is that if blood be the price of passage, I will gladly pay it. And it's like, hang on, that's not the context in what the Queen was speaking.
I'm gonna slaughter all of you.
And then what do you
like,
say, Galadriel? You'll kill everyone or kill yourself for a boat ride? Insane, crazy.
She even insults their boats. It's like, oh, well, I'm sure you can spare a few planks. And that's the quality of your crap.
I also don't understand, why are they giving her 3 days?
We got to stop right there, because Numenorian ships will be far superior than Elven ships. Even Kieran's would be far superior, because they were far superior. But hello, Shad Brooks from Shadiversity. How are you?
Oh mate, I needed the big guy here. This is a big two-hander one, ready to wage a friggin' crusade at how this is an abomination of a TV show. It is that bad. It is incredible, and I'm just here to just ride, have fun along the way. Got the sword ready. Let's go.
He's got the two-hander. That's actually, spoiler alert for later in the season, that's why Galadriel dumps Hallbrand and goes to Arondir. She's looking for a two-hander, if you know what
Oh,
no. If you look at the shape of her, the handle on her dagger, clearly wasn't doing it for her.
Nope.
No.
I'll take Hallbrand. That means he's available.
True.
Oh,
It also means he has a small penis.
Melanie,
Still
can you
work.
change him?
I can fix him. I can.
Hey, very special guest, Melanie Mack is here. Welcome back, lady.
Thank you.
How's it
I'm
going?
excited to be back. I guess for me, just like everybody else has stated, I've been powering through these dreadful shows and have desperately needed a palate cleanse. And so lately, I feel like one of the conundrums for me is because with content creation, which I've been doing for like 13 years now, before I just always had plenty of stuff that I like to focus on. And there's great games coming out. Oh, awesome. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this show or this movie. There's always something to be excited about. Well, now, since the wokeism has just taken over absolutely everything, especially like gaming industry as well, it's seeped into that. I found myself in a situation of like, hey, there's not as much stuff for me to latch onto and enjoy right now. I can't even avoid the stuff I don't like. So at this point, that's why I started my new channel a few months ago, the Melonie Mac Go Boom channel, is because it's just like, I need a place where I can just vent about all this crap. And my palate cleanse now is going back to the old PlayStation 1, picking up a tube TV tomorrow from the local marketplace. And I'm just ready to enjoy some stuff amidst all this terribleness. So
well, playing some Castlevania 64. That was awesome. That's a pull.
You know, some people like Castlevania fans, I know that's not like the best one in the series, but I thought it was great. I had a blast watching my brother play it.
That one is good.
It was
it's
fun.
Symphony of Night's the best in the series, but 64 is great. So
That's the one I'm trying to get. It's one of the more pricier ones to obtain, but scouring deals, that's one of the funnest parts of being a retro collector anyway, is looking around for those deals.
Yep. The future is the past right now. We have a lot of time to go back through old books, comics, games, movies, shows that we didn't check out before, and it's that part's been good because there's still plenty of good out there.
Oh yeah, and I just picked up from eBay. I got Danger Girl, the PS1 game. I totally forgot Danger Girl had a game, so I'm excited to play that.
Old school gaming is the best.
That's like the sign of like really like engaging shit. When you have me like after like House of the Dragon, and I'm like, all right, I need to actually read Fire and Blood now because I fucking like this. So then I fucking power all the way through Fire and Blood. So now I'm like, all right, I know everything. I fucking understand everything. Like that's what this type of media should engage you. It should make you want to go back and learn about it. Not because it's just so much better, but because now you're intrigued by this thing.
Oh, I'm going to ask you right now, Ryan. You know the end. You don't have to say what the end is. Do you think HBO will do that ending?
I mean, I think they're just gonna go all out. I really do.
Okay.
Now, I am worried about this show in 1 or 2 episodes. If I like it after episode 5 or 6, whenever they do the cast change, I think I'll like it probably till the end.
Emma D'Arcy is not.
That'll
like,
be interesting.
Away. Yeah,
that's the thing. So they are changing, and I think that Rhaenyra has been played. I think that the chick Millie Alcock, I think is her name, stands out in my head for some reason. I actually think she's done a good job with Rhaenyra.
She has.
And they're going to change that when they do the time jump, and it's going to be changed into some non-binary chick. Or not non-binary chick. If you're non-binary, you can be a fucking chick, right? But so some non-binary person.
Sorry.
It's
going
to be difficult to.
Non-binary's made up anyway. So
I know.
That doesn't.
So, some non-binary person.
Roles from women.
I don't know if it's gonna be the same. I don't know if it's gonna get the same vibe. I hope it does. But if I can make it past that and still like the show, I think I'll like it to the end.
Well, except they don't look anything like each other, like at all. Their facial structure. Now,
Rhaenyra, she got hit with a fucking horse or something in between.
Well, she's supposed to be a little frumpy later on. That they mentioned that in the book. So
imagine being cast, be like, hey, you're supposed to like very attractive.
Here's your
like
character
you'll, like you'll grow up to be hot now, but when you're old, you look like shit. So we're casting you.
To Melanie's point, Melonie was talking about how she can't even find things to enjoy consistently anymore, and I hear people say like, I don't really get involved in the culture war, and I go like, how can you not? How can it not affect any? Like, it's affecting everything. It's not because we want to act like it is. It is affecting every aspect of entertainment. It's affecting movies, television, comics, video games, everything. It's everywhere you turn. And that's why, like, when I hear people say they don't want to get involved with it, it's not that we want to be involved in it. It's involved itself in everything that we love. It's everywhere. And so yeah, I totally felt your point on that, because it's crazy.
And I think a lot of us tried playing nice for a while too, where it's like, okay, we'll let this one thing slide, we'll let that slide. That was me with Tomb Raider, where it's just like, let me give them a chance to let them make Lara Croft into the Tomb Raider she's supposed to be, like they say they're gonna do. Here we are 10 years later, still woke Tomb Raider.
Right. They've completely taken your character.
That's what appeasement gets us. I said this last night. Where are all the people before the Rings of Power came out, and in the 6-month lead up since February when all this shit started? And to my videos before, people were going, how do you know it's going to be bad? Why don't you wait for it to come out and judge it by its merit? So now that we've done that, now that we've seen the product,
racist.
On
Racist.
What are we?
We're racist now. We're racist. Yeah.
The purpose of a trailer, I hate when people say that too, because that is the purpose of the trailer, is to give you something to talk about. It's supposed to hype you up. So if people wanted to say good things like, oh, this looks amazing, can't wait to watch it, why aren't they commenting on them saying, wait until you see it before you judge it? It's just it just shows that it's only
a trailer,
an opinion they don't like.
I keep saying it. I'll say it again. It's not our job to pay them and give them the benefit. It's their job to talk us into this theaters. And that's what these things are here for. So no, we shouldn't in any capacity, whether it be Cobra Kai or whether it be Star Wars sequels, have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have to produce something, teasers with trailers, etc., that make us go, hey, do you know what? I want to go see this. And they're not. And now, of course, we're in fucking clown world where we're being called racist for legitimate criticisms because these people have thrown... What do you mean by these people?
Hey, it's woke people, mostly blue-haired white women, so you're fine.
Our job is not to give the benefit of the doubt to anybody. Our job is to be authentic and genuine. Now, whether that's that we think it's going to be fucking dog shit before it comes out, and then it comes out, and we're like, wow, this is not what I expected. I actually like this thing. Being honest about it. That is our only fucking thing. That is why we're here. That's why people watch us, and not the garbage fucking shills who will do whatever they have to do, say whatever they have to say to maintain that access. That's all we can do. That's our only responsibility, is to be authentic, whether it's before it comes out or after.
Yep. And that's why I watch you guys and a lot of other people on this. That's almost exclusively what I watch outside of the garbage and maybe occasional good TV show. I'm watching YouTube, and I go straight to you guys if I want to find out what I believe will be the truth. It's not going to be 100. It's going to be somebody's opinion, but I know they're being honest with me.
And marketing is meant to be a sort of a condensed version of the final product. It's there specifically to show you what the final product will be. If you can't judge it off that, there's no reason for it to exist in the first place. And
that argument...
You should always, like, when an actor comes forwards and starts telling you what the show is, you should believe them, because they should know better than anyone else. It's not like, well, they're not the showrunners. No, but the actors should know. And if someone tells you they are something, believe them, because like, unless you have reason to believe they're lying, which if they're telling you how terrible something is, they shouldn't be doing it, then you have no reason to disbelieve them. And what happened, the reason it all got this far in the first place is because people came in and they played off other people's good nature. They came in and said, I'm doing this for the benefit of other people. I'm doing this because it's good, and you should just let me have a chance. And people went, well, okay, I'm a good person as well. And it just got worse and worse, and you found out the moment they get one thing, they'll get the next and the next, and it will never stop. because they are literally relying on your goodwill and your good manners to push this thing. And so that's why the moment people actually even come out and speak out against it, their attack is always that you're a horrible person, because they know that you don't want to be a horrible person, and they know that's what will pressure people into shutting up in the first place.
And you know that
relying on other people's good nature to essentially harm them and get their own power. And
you know that because you pay attention. You pay attention to what's happened to Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who. Like the same stuff has happened the last 4 to 5 years, and we're paying attention to it. That's how we know. So whenever you have people come out here with this lame argument, why don't you just wait till it comes out? How could you not like it?
Ridiculous.
It's a ridiculous argument because I'm watching the signs. Every single time these trash content comes out, the same pattern happens every time. I'm just calling it out before that.
Yep.
That's all we're doing is going, well,
these are
red
disingenuous
flags.
people anyway.
Yeah.
I was on Twitter yesterday, and I put out the provocative Marvel tweet. Watch the Hulk today. She raped the dude, and there's lots.
Like, well, he wanted that. He wanted it.
Psycho's got this ton of ankle biters, and they like the vast majority of them were like low accounts, as in when they were created. Only
pronouns
between somebody, between like 0 and 250 followers, pronouns in bio.
What about the profile picture? What about the
flags,
profile picture?
It's all the kind
Just
of
a
I
screenshot,
support current day things, and he's just like,
right.
Man, I'm talking to literally bots right now. I am not talking to real. I'm just talking to bots that have just been pushed in a direction to. By the way, She-Hulk raped a dude.
She did. He actually did. She misled him into like this. He didn't sign up for that. He didn't know who she actually was.
Think about the power dynamic there.
Exactly.
She literally has superpowers.
It's multiple layers, because when like they're on the sofa together and she knocks the drink into his chest, whether it's accidental or not, that's fine. But she knocks the drink into his chest, so he takes his shirt off. When he goes to get some soda and salt to get rid of the stain, she throws away the shirt, and he's like, "Where's my shirt?" She's like, "I don't know."
Entrapment.
Then she goes away to fight the battle against the goblins, whatever, and then she's covered in like goblin gook and teeth and stuff. And then when she portals back in, she literally like lands like a cage around him, and he's like, "Oh," and he's like, "What?" Like he's not enjoying this. He's like, "What's that in your head?" She's like, "No." Like goblin tooth and that. She's like hanging over him, and then he's just like all kind of like, and then she just picks him up, no consent, picks him up, walks into the bedroom with him, and he doesn't look too comfortable, because even when he gets picked up, he goes, "Ugh."
You're right.
Yeah.
And what's absurd about it is Twitter.
Nah, he wanted to get fucked.
On Twitter, they're trying to paint him
booty.
as the bad guy in that situation because he wouldn't stay for breakfast after. They're like, oh, he sweet talked her and said all he needed to say just to get her in the bedroom. Dude, he didn't even try to get her in the bedroom. That was all her. And the whole time, when it showed her dating guys earlier and they were more self-centered, then it was like, oh, bad. But then she can be more self-centered, and that's okay. And she can look at him like a piece of meat the entire time, which is what she did. She didn't see him as a human being. She didn't care about who he was as a person. She just was looking at him like he was a piece of meat, and she essentially used him. So
Melonie,
it's
can
the
you
double
remember?
standard.
Can you remember what he said to her, which made her go, "Let's go"?
Wasn't
French
that when
fries.
I'm done talking about myself? Let me hear more about you. Is that that line?
Bang,
She's like, me.
Then she doesn't say anything about herself.
No, she just says, "Let's go, let's go."
Right, and then she goes, "Let's get this to go. Let's go back to my place." That was the whole argument. Trying to put the blame on him just does not make sense at all. It was all her driving all of that.
But those people are accurately getting what the writers want you to think, right? The writers are trying to portray this guy as the asshole for leaving in the morning. But the writers are also telling you that this is their ideal man that these lonely fucking cat women think that they can get, right? It is not just a doctor, right? It is a child cancer doctor. That's what a pediatric oncologist is, right?
Ryan, the most unrealistic thing in all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I'm talking about Thanos' snap and people teleporting and traveling in time, was that dude reading a feminist book on the fucking couch.
the room
without
There's no reason
laughing.
to.
Without laughing.
He just wanted to know about her, right? It's this really attractive dude who has a great fucking job, who's a fucking beta bitch. I'm tired of talking about me. Let me talk to you about you, right? And all this shit.
Right.
And who reads feminist books and then he carries him to bed. Now, like, I think that the best analogy for this is actually kind of fucking maybe triggering to some people. It's like a trans person not disclosing they're trans. To you.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's
That
what I
makes
think
sense.
the accurate allegory for this is.
Yes.
Because
Agreed.
I think that dude wanted to fucking plow, right? But what he wanted to plow if he knew that she was going to change after that, that's the question, right? So that's why this is pretty fucking deep. And I don't think these people have any understanding of what they're actually putting out there.
He wanted to plow She-Hulk,
She-Hulk.
but she transformed back into
Right. No.
Yes.
Right.
During?
No.
Never showed it. So the allegory was her changing back was basically a guy whipping out his dick.
It would basically be them discovering, that this person's trans. Yeah.
It's like, oh.
I mean, I personally don't have a problem
the
with the
Adam's
scene
apple
like
usually
in
gives it away.
isolation, but it's
Mhm.
it's the hypocrisy of the nut jobs out there. When you point out, you're like, well, if this was completely flipped in a different direction, same circumstances, but you would be freaking out. So 99% of everything I complain about is the hypocrisy of it, because ultimately there's not a whole lot that offends me or bothers me just to exist or whatever, but it's the hypocrisy and how the weaponization of all of this stuff happens. So when you point that out, and then the freaks on Twitter, the identity politics people, when you show them, like, if this situation was completely reversed and genders and roles or races were different, you would be freaking out because that's what you're programmed to do. That's my problem with it. It's the hypocrisy.
No guy's gonna care
if
he
you
gets
just
soda
role
spilled.
reverse that whole situation.
No guy's gonna give a shit about like any of that stuff happening. If a girl jumps on, like, yes,
right,
yeah. That guy wanted to fuck. I'm not
What
even
I'm
making
saying,
bones
like,
about that.
Was it their plan to make it look like, oh, this is what happens to women all the time? The power dynamic is in the other way. So she gets
I'm
like
playing
control.
Me Too.
I don't even
I'm playing
think
the
that's
Me
what they
Too
were trying
rules.
to
That's
No,
what I'm
100%.
doing.
I know. I know you are.
So I'm playing silly beggars, but I'm playing silly beggars on purpose because I'm getting all the fucking white knight idiots.
Yep.
Going, oh, he's consenting. He doesn't say he doesn't consent in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
But they're going all out and they're going all out to defend this. But if you flip reverse that to a woman and then the man being on top and the man dictating that we're going to the bedroom now, they would be freaking out and claiming all kinds of shit.
Well, I mean, and this is the same with that twerking scene too. Is like on its own, is it egregious? No, it's fine. But what made it so bad was the hypocrisy, because she already complains about workplace culture, this and that and the other. Well, for a woman to be twerking in a professional setting, like an office like that, that's comparable to like a man air humping something. In that kind of setting, you don't want to see that. And so why is it?
You want professionalism out of your lawyers.
Yes.
We
So
know,
it's
but
just,
she's
it's
also
hypocrisy.
saying, people are going to think that I didn't deserve this job. People are going to think I got this job just because I'm the She-Hulk. And then what's she doing in this episode?
Smash cuts of
She's sat at a fucking desk in her office, fucking doing a dating profile.
Yes.
Well,
that-
she's a
yes.
clown. She's a fucking
And she
clown.
literally got her job for the sole reason of being a She-Hulk.
Yes.
This is the definition of a diversity hire. But in terms of making a mockery of men's rights to consent to something, this isn't the first time She-Hulk, the TV show, did this. There was that other guy that it was essentially rape through deception, where there was an elf transforming herself into someone else to get this guy in the sack. And he would have said absolutely no friggin' way if he knew who this lady truly was, but they just laugh at him. It's like, you slept with someone
if the
and you
roles
didn't know
were
who they were.
reversed.
Sucks for you.
Yep.
Every fucking man in She-Hulk is just, they're either a fucking idiot, they're a coward, they're a jerk, they're retarded. In the case of Wong, like, what they've done to Wong, like, my gosh, dude, this guy who, like, 2 appearances ago, right, between what they've done to him between Multiverse of Madness and now, it's like, this is such a completely different person. But this is the MCU. That's what they're doing now.
Well, and
They're
the problem with-
systematically just assassinating all these characters one at a time.
Right. And the problem with them continuously bombarding us with this man's bad because this man does a bad thing, this man does a bad thing over and over and over again, is it takes away some impact that of having it sprinkled in every once in a while could have had. Like that scene where those guys tried to kidnap her and she turns into She-Hulk and kicks their butts. That could have been a
not
cool
before
scene.
screaming first.
Yeah, but that could have been a cool scene if they didn't just bombard us with everything just over and over and over and over.
But that's their ideology. That's how they believe the world is. Every male is a predator. Everything is a threat. That's why they write these things like this.
Yeah.
Predator, incompetent moron, and what was the third one? Duplicitous asshole. Yeah, so that's basically the three male archetypes.
But she says, "Oh, I'm so glad that I can turn into She-Hulk, so I no longer am scared when I'm walking home every night."
Right.
Yeah. So she went from being catcalled, and that was apparently a bad thing, to then she didn't have any views on Tinder, and that was a bad thing too.
Right.
You can't
what do
make
you
them
want?
happy. Like, what the fuck do you want?
You don't want to be scared walking home at night?
Profile is because she couldn't get a fucking date as herself.
Right.
But apparently she catfishes men. She goes, "Let's catfish men." And then
Guess what? You don't have to live somewhere where you're scared to walk home at night. Get out of your shithole city.
Exactly.
They're called blue state. Apparently, I'm a Brit, but they're called blue states. You need to get out
this
of it.
entire thing has been a self-insert from the start, because they said this is what every woman will relate to, and what they mean is what we relate to. We're writing from our own experience.
Exactly.
So when she gets diversity hired because of who she is, not what she can do, it made her feel horrible. She hated this. It ruined her entire day. And then she pointed at men and said,
But
"Well,
she
they
took
never
the
needed to go
job.
through this." Yeah, they never needed to go through this because they earned their position, and she wishes she had earned it. And actually making a profile where you turn into a different person, which is better than you, better looking than you, bigger than you. It's essentially, I really wish I could go back to my younger self.
But yeah, but
that's when I got all the
Somebody's trying to
attention.
get in. Hang on. Somebody's trying to get in. It might be Odin.
Feminist.
Real quick. Sorry, Disparu. My apologies. Did you have a point to finish there?
I think I got to the end.
Okay. I have some breaking news. Sorry, I have some breaking news.
Got some news for you.
Got some news for you now. So I was just informed of this before the show. Speaking to which, people getting hired for looking like a superhero, getting cast, directors being cast, writers being cast. They don't really get to make decisions a lot. Turns out She-Hulk was supposed to come out when Miss Marvel was supposed to come out. And they flip-flopped them. And they fucked over the directors of Batgirl again. And they didn't give them enough time. Who worked on Miss Marvel? They were the showrunners, but they basically directed the first and last episode. And they were supposed to kind of see it through. Behind the scenes, a lot of people left the project. And they had to beg somebody to come back to finish it because it was being rushed because it got flipped for She-Hulk, which was an absolute quote unquote disaster. And they had
I can tell.
We can tell. And the extra couple months didn't really help very much. But that comes from a very reliable source. And I'm sorry to interrupt there. It just made me think of it because it just came on my WhatsApp this morning and I was fucking laughing my ass off. And they're like, yeah, be sure to mention. And they say, be sure to mention that. So
I wonder what those shows.
So
I wonder why.
Could
it be the CGI?
You have She-Hulk, who knows that she's being hired purely because she's She-Hulk, right? So she knows that she's a diversity hire. And yet, this is meant to be a hero. Well, we'll grow into it. But this is somebody who's meant to have a moral compass. And instead of saying, do you know what? I'm not going to take your job because you're just hiring me purely because I'm the She-Hulk. If I'm going to get hired, I'm going to get hired on merit. I'm going to get hired because of what I've done, my career, my wins, and all this kind of stuff, and affirm their strength as a character. But they go, okay.
Yeah, that's the correct
Even
response.
though I
As,
know.
but the issue is that they don't care. They're fine with being diversity hires.
I know.
I think deep down they aren't. I think they know that they don't deserve to be where they are. And that's why they subliminally write this shit into the shows that they have, because they know that they are diversity hires and they don't really deserve to be there.
Right. And normally behind the scenes, you can tell when you're a diversity hire because in my experience, when I've been brought on for certain projects and stuff, there have been times where I was brought on as a diversity hire, and every time that happens, you can tell by how you're being treated. There are situations where they've put in like an earpiece in my ear, nobody else's. It's because they want me to be a certain thing that I already wasn't, but they brought me on because they needed a girl. And so it's like, okay, we want you to fit this role that we want, even though that's not your personality or character, but you're hired for this, so we need you to be what we wanted you to be, type thing. And it's never fun for anybody.
No, that must suck.
Yeah, it did.
Glad you're not doing that anymore. That sucks.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can just hire white people and they fucking suck, like with the Rings of Power.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's some shitty fucking white people running that fucking show. They should all be
Men,
fired.
women, all of them. Yeah. They
Man, well, what's up? We got Comics Division and Odin is here. What's up, guys?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Just being miserable.
Oh yeah,
Horrible.
miserable would be describe the experience I had with watching Rings of Power today. So yeah.
She-Hulk was just
She-Hulk at least makes me laugh, but like for all the wrong reasons though, because of how retarded it is. I mean, I'm having a lot more fun watching She-Hulk than I am watching Lord of the Rings.
Rings of Power had me laughing this week.
Yeah,
riding on the horse sequence with the slow-mo smiling was the funniest thing I've seen in a long time.
At least Mumford and Sons can smile.
The difference between these shows is that they have about the same amount of things that actually happen, but one takes like 23 minutes, the other takes an hour and 5 minutes.
God,
like,
yeah.
So like, you want to look at Numenor for 5 minutes straight? I guess so.
That was the one thing I really liked about this episode.
Yes,
to be honest,
it's better than them talking. Honestly,
Wait, what did you guys think of the Moob armor though? That was
not so good.
Cheap, so incredible.
The fake chainmail.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shad, what do you think of that Numenorian armor? I thought it looked like shit, and I'm a novice in that stuff.
Looked like absolute crap. I mean, see this fake chainmail print, I'm wearing? It's about the same quality as this, and this is meant to be fake. And the point of it is to be fake, and they're trying to do this high budget show. It is.
Shaq, could your sword cut through it?
Tits.
yeah.
Hey, Ryan, I heard. Okay, so they said I heard 50 episodes, but we're only getting 8 this season.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. That means you would have to do probably a couple of like 12s and a 10 or something.
Yeah.
Can we establish?
They have been saying 50.
It is 5 seasons.
Well, first of all, have we established that math is racist before we take this any further?
Yes.
Before we poke
Yes,
it?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Set the table there. Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Math is also sexist too.
I mean, to be fair, 5 seasons of 8 episodes would be 48 or whatever. So
maybe
or no, it'd be 40.
Hours.
Yeah, so maybe 50 hours is what they're talking about.
Maybe they're doing a couple of 2. Oh, could you imagine a 2-hour episode?
No, God, please. That would feel like
this week was a struggle. Fucking Mein Kampf, mate. Gee.
Theoretically, they could do like a mid-season finale and then try to like do 6 episodes, mid-season finale, 6 episodes to get that done. But
so 5 seasons, and it's going to take minimum 8 years to tell this story.
I actually do think it's been seen. I've actually seen it 50 hours in some articles, right?
That's what I've seen too.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't mean 50 episodes. Maybe they do mean 50 hours. But there's no way they have it fucking planned out like that. Like,
no way. No way.
Dude, this whole show could be 30 fucking minutes after 3 hours, for fuck's sake.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. I was comparing it to Game of Thrones season 8 because I really do think the show is going to unseat it as the biggest television disaster in history. I mean, you still had Game of Thrones like going from the high point to the low point, but this one's just going to be all the low point and
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that.
Gary made a great point. Gary was showing you in real time what Rings of Power is going to do. It's just going to die. So
I'm gone.
I know what it is. Me want to watch it. It is awful.
This is what I will say. Oh God, yeah.
He's one of them now.
Yeah.
Oh,
there he goes.
It's over.
The truth is out.
Game over, man.
One of the big differences between the failure of Game of Thrones season 8 is that people were watching. Like they got record numbers to tune into that because people were so committed, and once it became a dumpster fire, people still just saw it through to the end. This, nobody's watching. I shouldn't say that. Not a lot of people are watching this.
Not a lot.
You know, they came out and they were talking about the global numbers and all this shit. The Tomorrow War had a bigger premiere on Amazon than this did, at least in the United States. Can't talk about globally. I imagine maybe this had more globally. But it's not even the biggest thing on Amazon Prime in the United States based on these Samba TV numbers. It didn't beat Obi-Wan Kenobi. It didn't come close to Netflix. And it certainly didn't come close to House of the Dragon when you factor in the real-time viewers on HBO as well. Like, it's crazy how poor it did in comparison to all these other streamers.
Especially how gigantic Amazon is.
Yeah. People have been using the 50-hour target as like an excuse that, oh, well, this is just the first 3 hours of 50 hours. No one is going to be watching at the end if your first 3 hours is as boring as this. The
idea needs to
that
be
you can
a
start
banger
off
in the
weak.
beginning.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You
You gotta
have to
draw
keep
people
pulling
in.
people in. Yeah, and I think there's going back to the old idea of why people are hired from She-Hulk. I do think there's an interesting conversation about why people get hired in this industry and how can people with next to no experience be hired as one of the biggest budget TV shows of all time. Because whatever happens, it is not merit why these showrunners got in. Like not only have they proved it in the product that they've had, but without experience to prove yourself, it is an insane risk that no one would have taken unless there's some kind of other reason that convinced them in the first place.
Well,
So,
yeah, and like what Gary was saying about it, he thinks it might be a bigger disaster than Game of Thrones. I don't really like. It will be a bigger disaster overall, just because
financially.
Because from the
big
start we
time.
knew this, but the fall that Game of Thrones went through, I don't think we're ever going to see anything quite like that because it was at such a high place at its peak, and then that fall is like that's something I'm not sure we're ever going to see again because it's the same exact people involved with the process all the way through. So there was no real expectation for that fall off. Whereas this one, 1.9 million downvotes before it ever came out. A lot of people knew this was going.
Yeah,
even with
Would
Game of
people
Thrones
be
season 8. Sorry, go on, Shad. You go.
Yeah, would people be comparing this fall to the Jackson trilogy though? Just that, I think that's the comparative point that people are doing, and this is just a disaster.
Oh yeah,
I would say it's way worse. I mean, and I did not like the Hobbit movies because you know it looked cheap. You know, I know you guys were talking about frame rate earlier. I had no interest in seeing everything else, and I adored the original trilogy that he did. And this is far worse. It doesn't make me want to go back and rewatch the Hobbits movies. Maybe I will. I don't know. But this is way worse. At least I can find them entertaining to some degree as much as the CG killed me. This, I legit want to toss myself out a window watching it.
Well, there's parts in Hobbit that are actually the Hobbit story. Like the cast was great.
Right.
The story's there. They just added a bunch of shit and then had the weird frame rate stuff.
It makes the Hobbit look
none
like
of this.
Peak Kubrick. That's what this makes the Hobbit trilogy look like. That's how
None
bad
of
this is.
Is Tolkien. There's no story here that is actually from the Tolkien books. The Hobbit was a story from Tolkien.
That's the worst part about the show.
This is just
that
made
it's
up
not
shit.
Tolkien. Yeah,
I'm sure.
Go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sure this has been said before, but like if Amazon actually cared about appealing to the fans, then with that kind of budget, why couldn't they have reached out to Peter Jackson and have him do it?
They did. There's a whole story about that. So
yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Really?
Yeah. So basically, they reached out and asked him some things, like if he wanted to help, and he's like, "Well, honestly, I need to see the scripts." They didn't have scripts written, so he said, "Hey, send me those scripts when you get an opportunity. We'll see what we can do." And they fucking never contacted him again. They ghosted him. Amazon.
You know why?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think it's because they were so damn embarrassed at how bad those scripts are. If they had anyone with half a brain that looked at them, they'd be like, "Who wrote this amateurish crap?"
It would be worse if he actually turned them down too. I mean, imagine being turned down by Peter Jackson at the point.
I'm sure that's why they didn't send it to him. They were like, "No, let's
here's what I
that
think.
all together."
My theory on that is that they wanted to use his name as produced by Peter Jackson as part of the marketing, just like they do with Steven Spielberg, because he doesn't give a damn what he puts his name on. J.J. Abrams will put his name on anything, and Peter Jackson, I think he called their bluff because he essentially goes, all right, you want me involved? Let me see what you're doing. And they were like,
Yeah.
oh shit, because they wanted to put from the director of Return of the King, from the director of The Two Towers, from the director of so that's what they wanted. And Peter Jackson, in my opinion, called their bluff, and that's why they never followed up with him.
And not
because
even
they didn't want him to see him.
They never even talked to him. They
I
never
don't
had a
even think
meeting.
scripts are written.
Because you know
Another thing.
also
I do
what
not
they
think any scripts are
That's
even
true.
written.
That's a possibility.
Because you know what also they do? They don't even just do like director. Like he probably had no interest even like an executive producer, because they would have done that. They would have said from the producer of the Lord of the Rings. Like they would have done anything, no matter what his roles was.
Yes,
it's just strange to me that like there was an interview with Morphet Clark. She was asked if she met with Kate Blanchett, and she said no, I never did. I never spoke with her. You never even talked to her on the phone. Like if you have respect for these movies, you have respect for the last person that played this character, why would you not try and go, hey, let's just have lunch? I just want to talk to you about
Let's talk about the character. At least go watch the movies or something.
That's
But
the tricky
has she
part. But
been
that's the
in
tricky part
anything
though,
else?
because they can't actually connect this, right?
Right.
So, and that's why what Amazon said their reasoning for not being able to follow through with Peter Jackson was because they had problems with Warner Brothers and legal rights. So, like, this is not connected to what we saw from Peter Jackson.
Right.
They're doing things to make you feel nostalgic about it. But even if she did talk to Kate Blanchett, I don't know if like fucking Amazon would have wanted her to do it, because
maybe they told her specifically not to.
Ryan, there's a massive problem though.
Yeah.
She didn't know who she was playing.
That's true. She got to New Zealand.
She didn't know who she was playing until she turned up in New Zealand to start filming.
To be fair,
then she was told she was Galadriel.
To be fair, she still doesn't know who she's playing. To be fair.
Does anyone else find it jarring how short she is too?
Yeah, she's supposed to be 6'4", and
she's always
Melanie. You don't talk about comics like that indirectly. Okay? I'm kidding.
One of his people.
All right, Gary,
Well, she should have been a Harfoot. She should have been a Harfoot, you know?
Bezos didn't take you down.
She would have fit in with the
Amazon didn't take it down.
So okay, has anyone else seen her in any other like show or movie? Because she looks awful in this. I mean, she looks like she has like zero acting ability. Okay, we saw some range today. The fact that she smiled, which looked awful, by the way. But I mean, she's just a completely terrible actress. I don't understand why she's even in the show.
It's the direction, dude, because like every actor in there, they're giving a performance where you're like, I don't think this is from them. I think they're being told what to do, and whoever's vision is, yeah, exactly. Like,
This is a curse.
Look up all this and just
a director saw that and said, perfect, print it.
Yeah, it looks like she's having sex. That's her O face.
Like the majesty, of Kate Blanchett's.
That's a bad O face. That's a bad O face right there.
That is a bad O face. That's a.
I think she's a simple kid, you know, like a special kid. Put him on a horse, and they're like, "Oh, yay!"
Yeah, to me, it's looking like she's trying to pinch one out without no one hearing it. That's what it looks like to me. Like, you know,
or you stick your head out the car window and the wind just blows all your features back.
I don't understand this scene either, because she's like, did you say horses? And then she cut to this where she's happy for a split second.
Yeah.
Way too long. I don't want to see it. And then right back
yeah.
down to resting bitch face. Like,
there's something in her history that's like, I really like riding horses. I
like the feel of horses.
She's a horse girl.
They're gonna address it. They're gonna address it like in episode 11.
We don't need this scene. This is out.
Yeah,
these are unnecessary scenes.
And not only that, they dwelt on it for ages. They held that slow-mo for a long time.
They're like horse
Snyder. It was Zack Snyder level slow-mo. I mean,
it made no sense. Why did they even have the slow-mo?
Shad, when they got to the library, for one, they show them get to the library, then they zap right back. But when they get to the library, they just happen to have a piece of parchment from a human spy that's been sitting around there for how long? 100 years.
That is the most like in terms of storytelling and what that does to the overall plot of what they're trying to set up. That I it is so retarded. I can't believe it. So,
I was impressed by the librarian. They handed him a symbol and he just went, "Oh yeah, I know where that is."
Totally know where it is.
She goes, "Am I blind?"
Let me consult the Dewey Decimal System.
She searched every corner of Middle Earth, right? And you're telling me there is a scrap of paper that's from a spy that was tracked by the bad guys that's been sitting in this library that literally explains Sauron's plan, and no one freaking read it!
No,
what are you doing, you morons?
This seems important. Let me put it in the library and forget about it.
It's like a dagger.
On top of that,
it's like a dagger that you can put up against, fallen spaceships, and
it just lines right up. On
That's
top of
what
that,
I
she
just
went across the
Odin.
map. Right?
Which way is up, though, Odin?
Odin. No, that's what somebody said in my stream last night. That it's the knife MacGuffin from Rise of Skywalker. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah,
I don't understand how now she sees the symbol and she's like, "Oh, I must be blind. It is the location of the Southernlands." You for thousands of years, you combed the entire map. Presumably, you looked at that map a lot. Okay, and now you understand that the symbol. When everybody here watching the show was like, "Yeah, it's
QB.
It's
the
Sutherland.
In the
Halbrand beat up a bunch of dock workers.
In the first 15 fucking minutes of the first episode, she's like, water. And she spews up the thing. She's like, this is a directions of where the orcs are to go. Directions, as in on a fucking map.
And then in the show, they flash the fire emblem again.
Yeah,
like, as
just
if
so
the
you don't
audience
notice.
doesn't already know.
And then she tells you a third time. They repeat that information 3 times to make sure you get it. And she's standing right next to a map, which just happens to be a zoomed-in part of the exact location she needs to talk about.
They have 50 hours to fill, people. Okay, they got to fill the 50 hours somehow.
Contrast that with House of the Dragon that has a king that's looking older in the 3rd episode. They crawl back his hairline. They put a few extra pounds on him. He's missing 2 fucking fingers, and nobody says anything. You're supposed to figure it out, and you can, and it gives you just that passage of time.
Well, your dialogue, you get it within the first 5 minutes through dialogue. You go, okay, that's his son. It's his 2nd birthday. It's been 3 years. All of that is explained through dialogue.
3 minutes.
Telling me
It's
3
explained.
minutes.
They introduced the Rohan in 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes where they introduced that entire story in 2 towers.
We're 3 hours in, and she's still like, "That's where it is on the map." Yeah, we figured that out when we looked at it.
To Disparu's point earlier, I'm sorry, Shad, go ahead and then I'll say it. Go ahead.
I was just saying it breaks so much of the timeline that they tried to set up, because guess what? That mark was on Galadriel's brother, who died how many hundreds of years ago? That literally means they've been sitting on a description that describes Sauron's whole plan of what he's doing for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
I think it's actually 2,000 years at this point.
No, I mean, in the show, it's minimum 260 years, because they said centuries. So the minute, so that's still a long time to hold a grudge. That's a long time to sit on information that was just there. And they say, well, it's the black speech of Mordor.
I like how the black speech, is it always written in a circle? Is it the only way to ever written?
But I know.
They're like, it's a circle.
I knew Dorian can figure that out. And would, especially one that can speak Elvish, multiple dialects of Elvish. What do you got there, Ryan?
Guys, at least we got Knife Ears Unchained. I mean, that was great, right?
Django.
Flip it around.
Let it go, Knife Ears.
Yeah, I like how he became an expert at chain fighting. That just became a thing. He's like, oh yeah, I've been training for this.
It took him 2 days.
Oh,
to
there was
figure
a
it out. That's why they
lot
didn't
of
do it
hidden
before.
messaging in those chains.
It
There was
wasn't
a
so
lot of hidden messaging there.
I think it was really on the nose.
It was very
And
on
those
the
really
nose.
white orcs as well.
Really
Yes.
white.
Oh,
Yes.
they were.
Yes. Yes.
They were really
so
white.
white they hate the sun. It's just
It's
so
burns.
bad.
They're turning into vampires now.
I know they're
burns.
vampires now.
Yeah, smoke comes up.
Goes off their skin.
Jeez.
You just don't like, it's just like, yeah.
This show is an abortion
Buffy.
Oh.
of logic. It's unbelievable. Like, who
really
wrote
love
this driveling crap? Like the show is broken. There's no logical sense to it at all. And Galadriel is the worst at her job ever. She's been at this for hundreds of years. She literally says she scoured every corner of Middle Earth. Guess what, guys? That means she scoured, well, actually, I guess Numenor isn't on Middle Earth, but still, you didn't bother checking that over the hundreds of years as well. And then
She had the symbol and
she had
the
the
map.
symbol, and she just
on a
couldn't
brother.
look at it.
Oh, wait a second. I haven't thought about flipping this thing around yet.
Exactly.
Oh, shit, it matches.
You had to jump off a
I
ship
didn't
and get
think about
found and
turning
then
it
go to Numenor to figure that
90
out.
degrees.
I bumped my head and I
certain
figured it
death.
out.
Hey, she is the scourge of the orcs, the commander of the Northern
Galadriel.
Yes.
The Galadriel. And I love the scene where fake sister was accepted into Numenor University.
STEM research department.
Like that is a person that they have created for the show. That's not a real person, right? Elendil has 2 sons. One of them's a Isildur. I forget the other one's name. They clearly did too. They fucking just like briefly aside to him, but nothing really important. Yeah, they're like, hey, my brother, but
they brought up Elros too, but that's all he's going to be is an Easter egg. Elrond's brother, who was the first king of Numenor. He's like, yeah. And then they had that painting in the background.
The painting is the best.
That was funny.
Doogie Elrond is
the
the best.
Pidgeotto hairstyle and
so
a
accurate.
painting. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, he hasn't changed his hair in a long time, has he?
No, he hasn't. Well, it's always been my shirt.
Just going, hey, Dad, I want to take a gap year in Numenor. You know, I'm 9 days away from like my totes exams and stuff, but like, I just feel like doing some Xbox and stuff and chilling out, maybe earning some money at the hot dog place. Like, what the fuck was that shit-ass story at the end? It was just pure fucking soap opera. Let's do something to cause drama. I'm going to shout at you to stop, so I could turn around and say, you've got something to say. But then
everybody around goes,
yeah, it's just like, what is this
What
fucking shite?
And don't you love how the family show like it's like violent as hell out of nowhere? There's like compound fractures and people having their entrails ripped out by werewolves, which I don't.
Check mark gets him again.
On that note, Gary, it's so bizarre because it seems like they're not afraid to show violence, yet they have this moment where I was fully expecting a decapitation. It's when the elf gets, and then he has this tiny nick on the neck, barely any blood comes out, and he dies.
I thought that on it, dude. Just put a fucking band-aid on it for fucking
immediately. He's like,
fucking obvious. I mean, I love that they try and build tension and it fails.
He drinks it like, would you like to cut me here?
I fully expected like his head to slide off, like you get in it's like very predictable, and then it's like no,
it's just like
a small
blood squirt.
How stupid are they all anyway? Because they all like chop down the tree. No, that tree has earned its place on Middle Earth. We shall not chop it down. And
I know that tree. It's a friend of mine.
Okay, well, congratulations for sticking up for yourselves. You've earned some water. Okay, we're going to come over here with some big swords. Don't worry about that bit. And we're going to give you some water. Okay, this is not a trap. I promise you guys. Okay, fucking simple Jack's back. Oh, thank you. Can I have the water, please?
Right before they're told to chop down the tree, they were saying, we need to get someone on top of this trench to see what's out there. And then when they're forced to chop the tree, guess where they go? On top of the bridge to see everything. And they're like, no, we can't chop down the tree, even though that's the very thing we'll say we want to do. Just pull it, bring it.
He's like, put his hand on the tree. He's put his hand on the tree. He's like comforting the tree that he's just about to chop. And then it pans out. And it's just like a bunch of chopped trees around them.
That was my favorite part when they're walking through. They're walking through and they're like, they're underground. This is how they avoided our detection. How did they avoid your detection? It's like a mile wide. The entire thing. There's trees burning. There's yellowy puffs of smoke.
Well, a lot of people pointed this out. Why aren't they working at night? And why don't they show them working at night to give us context that they're working around the clock? They only work during the orcs only work during the day. Is there a guild? Is there a union that says they're allowed to do that?
Oh, this was the bit that had the line, they use the tunnels to avoid the sunlight. And it's like, thanks, I couldn't work that one out. People go underground and the sun stops hitting them. That entire thing was like 3 statements back to back that we already knew. Oh, well, these tunnels went to this place. Yeah, cheers. I've watched episode 2. Then they could go further and past it. It's like, yeah, we saw them digging to somewhere else as well. And they use them to avoid the sunlight. That entire section gave us no new information and was just repeated. This is like, you can understand it in TV from the 90s where people didn't have the internet and VODs, but when you're on a streaming service, assume people actually watch your stuff.
And not only that, it seems like they assume the audience.
I wouldn't assume that here.
Or no, there's layers
would
of
not.
stupid to this, right? Because one, the orcs have clearly already dug all these tunnels to the towns to sneak out of it. So the orcs are actually really good at digging, and they've already dug heaps. So why do they need all these slaves to dig more all of a sudden? And then they assume, and then they assume this is how they avoided detection. Yet we see the trench they're making, and as Garrett pointed out, it's a scar on the land, and this trench isn't even underground.
There's literal smoke going in the air. There's a signal going in the air.
And guys, this is in a location where the elves have had a military occupation for hundreds of years, and the elves haven't bloody friggin' seen this massive.
This
trench
is how
that
they
just
avoided our
sneaks into nowhere.
detection.
How are you gonna get their Django Unchained moment? I mean, come on.
You hit the nail on the head. This is actually
After
why,
the
right?
showers comes the sun.
This is why they did it, and it shows their incompetence. They have these ideas of scenes. Wouldn't it be really great to have, Discount Legolas jump through the sky and chop down the thing and expose the sunlight to the orcs? Oh, that would be so good. How do we justify it? A trench. We'll do a trench, make them dig in the daylight, and we'll put a thing on the top. And they just make the most stupid things that just contradict common sense to justify these moments, and it just robs it. It's like, oh, we can see why you did that, but if you're writing and you actually have talent, you can naturally weave away to justify those moments in something that is logical, consistent, and what you really want, you don't want the audience to notice it, all right? So it seems natural and it's part of the story. But there are multiple examples, and I mean multiple examples in this episode, where you can clearly see, oh, they only did this to justify this. For instance, the guy stealing Galadriel's dagger. Bit out of character for the guy, that it seems like, and he didn't explain it that well. I'm just confiscating this weapon because of any other reasons, blah, blah, blah. But it looks like he just flogged it, even though this is like a guest of honor. And it's like, why would he do that? It seems out of character. Oh, it's so Halbrand can steal it back for her and get all the sexy eyes from Galadriel, right? They want to achieve these things, and they lack the talent to get there naturally, and so they force it in and contradict common sense to get there, and it shows that how incredibly bad these writers are.
I got a question then for you, Shad. I got a question based off what you've said. Why did they put Wile E. Coyote into the show?
That CGI was awful. And but guess what? Another example. If you release a hound, right, you would kind of just let it off the chain and go. But the hound comes out with a chain attached. And that's stupid. Why would you do that? Oh, it's because they can't think of any creative way to incapacitate this warg. And so that he needs a chain on it. So Discount Legolas can wrap him up in the chain. All right.
Well, and that's what they do with the overall story structure. And that's why we complain about it.
Oh my God.
And the way he awkwardly jumped into those tree roots too was just
that's
why
it's in midair.
It was janky. The whole thing was janky as fuck, man.
That's why the lore masters and Professor Tolkien's out there will talk. Well, Queen Regent Muriel was
same energy.
So
I think
when they do something like take Muriel, who was never a queen of Numenor, and purposely put her towards the end instead of Pharazôn, and match her up with Galadriel, that's them having that idea first, is we need to have two women together. We need to have two women in control, ruling. And that was their first thought before they wrote a fucking word in their script.
That one, what's that test called? They
it.
call it where it's like
test.
two women have to be able to talk to each other without
Bechdel
that.
test.
Yeah, that's just.
And the thing is, you could actually use like what's established as a way to come across with this like feminism, whatever they want to do. Because you can show Muriel, who should rightfully have been queen, right? But kind of gets usurped. Pharazôn forces her to marry her. He becomes king. You could show that character and like make them relatable and be like, she was robbed of what she was owed and all this shit's going wrong now because of that. You could use that if you actually wanted to tell your fucking story. But they don't care.
They're like, put a sword in their hand.
It would have to allow power. it would have to allow her to fail, and that would be weakness, and you can't show that, so she has to succeed while also being the victim. It's like Arendelle in that fight. He is literally the only person in that fight that does anything. Everyone else just hacks their chains, runs off, and dies. That's their only purpose being. It's the troll fight all over again. It's just repeated because they wanted to show him as the best. He was the best one. That's why he's the only one that survived. Everyone else is nothing but a meat shield. And I have no idea why there's only elves in that scene to begin with, because they've been going to towns, human towns, and capturing people. Are they not digging? Are they just like, no, we just have this elf
I was wondering about that myself.
How did they catch the elves? What?
Weren't they all leaving? Fighting, apparently.
Why they didn't kill him too? That didn't make any sense. It's like, oh yeah, we killed all the others, and let's leave this guy alive.
Superhuman elves all together.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you spread them out with humans?
Like, oi, you guys are talking again.
Back on the menu, boys.
And they just all happen to be his friends as well, that he's known for like 72 years.
Yeah,
no one knows how they got here. They didn't explain it, didn't even try.
Yeah, I think that all the like the other people you see in the fucking muck and shit, I think a lot of those you're supposed to think that those are the townspeople that have been collected up through this entire thing. That's why the townspeople are gone, because they're continuing to dig this shit. But yeah, the only people that actually partook in the fight that were like all around were like the 6 elves. So.
And they're like dead. Except for Arendelle, he's the one he's so good. Look at him.
Hey, listen, diversity.
Look at him go.
Yeah, diversity quota kept him alive. So congratulations to him.
Plot armor.
There was no reason the orcs would keep him alive after he attempted to escape, killed some orcs and everything like that.
Yeah,
it's a big problem. It's all plot armor. It's such crap.
We need a cliffhanger for this episode.
Stop.
Well, maybe kill him next episode.
If you take all of the problems that have been discussed,
actually, I'm going to check out what happens next episode.
And there's plenty more that are going to happen. We're 3 episodes into an 8-episode season, and it's just boring as fuck.
Almost halfway
it's just
done.
Boring as so. Even if you take like the fans of it, if you look at like just you're trying to capture the general audience, that's kind of what you're trying to do, but. You've already lost the hardcore fans. You've already lost the, casual fans even. But the general audience would just be bored watching this. There's nothing to keep them engaged. This is a bad show by every stretch of the imagination. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. It just means that Gary even left on that note. That's how bad.
I'm so out.
And on that bombshell.
It is so bad, like in every aspect of it. And it's truly, you get what you deserve, Amazon. You did this. You paid $1 billion. Why did they pay $1 billion? Why? Because they wanted the Lord of the Rings brand and fandom. But then they disrespected them over and over again. And now they can't even make the general audience happy.
Jeremy, to build on what you're saying, I consider myself to be part of the general audience because I don't consider myself to be a huge Tolkien fan. I'm not invested in the lore. I don't own any of the books. So I'm viewing this as a complete normie to Lord of the Rings. And I am just bored out of my fucking skull.
Yep.
And that's it. I mean,
but appeals to no one.
Yeah, legit.
I got good news about next week's episode.
What's that, Az?
It's really boring.
Yes.
Spoiler.
It seems like they just down into 2 hours.
Boring.
Yeah.
I think about the remember what is I have a small splinter in my foot.
I have a small splinter in my foot, but I can still walk. Sorry, we're hardwoods. Look at
the flowers. So you remember the dry erase board that Lucasfilm had, where it had like diversity,
dinosaurs.
Like this show. Every time this show goes to a different place, there's 2 focuses that they do. They do the big overarching kind of scene so you can see the scope of the place we're in. And then they do a zoom in. And the zoom in, it's focused on what? Diversity. It's meant to show you, look, there's not just white people here. Look, there's not just men here. Like you just see it. Like it's everywhere. And the Harfoots are objectively just stupid. It's so bad. It's such a cheap ripoff. It feels like
we will wait for you. Isn't that their line?
It's
we
like
will wait for you.
Yeah,
no, you won't.
No.
Literally will not.
Garrett, it's like we will wait for them. And I was like, oh, good. You will show some compassion in our thoughts and in our hearts. And I'm like, oh, so you leave us dead physically. Oh, you just remember them. I'm sure that's great consolation for the people you just left for dead.
Like a guy tribes would not do that because everybody basically, as long as they're pulling their own weight, are very important to the tribe. And for them just to go abandon people like that is fucking retarded because you're losing skill and ability with those people.
In that caravan, there was loads of people that weren't pulling anything. There was plenty of people that could have helped. They just chose not to.
Okay, so
that's bullshit.
Week,
they would help out. They would help.
In the next episode, when the orcs, Adar just lets guess who's coming to second breakfast go. Oh, really?
Yes.
Just because he's like respects him because he's black or what?
He lets him go back to the village to tell the people to give them their lands and swear they're filthy to Sauron, and then he just goes on an orc killing rampage to save Theo, and stuff.
So obviously, Adar, they're trying to throw another red herring in there. Be like, oh, is this Sauron? Is this Sauron? Is there any chance that I don't know if it's just going to be like nobody? What if they're setting up like the Witch King or something?
But it wouldn't be an elf.
Yeah, I thought.
Is it confirmed to be an elf?
He's an elf that's controlling.
It's just an elf. Yeah,
Adar is rings of power, so maybe they change it.
Did they show that?
That's true. That is whatever they want.
Just know that next week.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say, yeah, because it's obviously not Sauron, but
they're probably gonna save the 9. Well, they have to until after the forging of the rings, right? So
right.
They're gonna be the men. It's not all kings of men. It's some
we get a queen,
necromancer, sorcerer types.
Oh, we're getting at least 2 queens.
Because I know, I know that the Witch King is like ambiguous in terms of like who it actually is, right? Like they've never like laid out who fucking it was, but also that he was like Sauron's like second in command. You know what I mean? So maybe they were trying to set that shit up.
Turn the Witch King into a woman, because then the whole "I am no man" line turns that entire fight into a cat fight.
Yeah.
We will get our first female Nazgul, okay, and then women can finally be seen in something that can't be seen.
Finally,
Gary, what if Muriel gets a ring during not this season because that's not going to happen, but what if they give Muriel a ring?
That's racist.
I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, she, in the book, she doesn't make it, but in this, she might. Who knows? Because we're like the lore is just Easter eggs now. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't believe they're going to give the 9 rings of men to men. I can't believe that.
I can see them making all men evil and corrupt. I mean, I could.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
It's very in line with intersectionalism.
Are we even going to get to see the fallen Numenor in this season?
No. We're not seeing the forging of the rings of power. We're not going to see the fallen Numenor. Nothing.
So they're definitely going to hang around for a while. Then okay.
We get the 3 elven rings at the end of this season.
Mentioned, right?
Mentioned,
yeah.
So that's supposed to tie us over until next season. And we're not getting any rings of power. That makes a lot of sense.
It's going to be mentioned.
Yeah.
No.
But they mention it at the very end of the episode, like all mystery box bullshit.
That makes everything better. Not really.
I can't wait for the next season.
Galadriel's the one who suggests.
Excited for more product.
Galadriel suggests.
How many rings do we get next season, y'all?
Yeah,
one and a half.
I reckon the dwarven rings next season.
I can see them ending the season with like a little glimpse and a little taste of some sort of nostalgia, something for the actual fans to try to get them to watch the next thing. They do this with Tomb Raider all the time. It's like we'll see Lara Croft with dual pistols at the end of the movie or a game or whatever it is. And we're like, oh, next time we actually get to see Lara Croft be Lara Croft like she always was. And then sure enough, you never see the dual pistol.
Honestly, they did it with Spider-Man as well. They did the same thing at the end of Spider-Man. They had him in the traditional Spider-Man costume. That's like the same play.
We get a Balrog.
Yeah.
And you're like, ooh, I remember.
Cameo.
Yep.
Balrog.
Which, by the way, they've already shown off the Balrog cameo in the trailer.
They did. Yeah.
And that's episode 8. The last episode of the fucking season.
And it'll be there for 5
so
seconds.
And that's why they
So
showed you,
desperate.
so you could keep going. Wait, isn't there a Balrog? I saw it in the trailer. Wait,
I'm gonna
isn't
keep
there
watching
next
for that
episode?
Balrog.
Next episode. Next episode. Gotcha. It's
I'm
in
gonna
the
keep watching
very
for
last
that
episode.
Balrog. There it is.
Well,
For
that's
5
the issue with
seconds.
them
You blink, you
baiting
miss it.
everything. When they bait everything, it's so obvious. Like the whole Sauron thing. They literally went, oh, well, well, he's got lots of names. Sauron has lots of names. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Then you had Deezer talking, which was going to be the Balrog. Well, you know, I sing and it tells me where I should dig or where I shouldn't dig. Nudge, nudge. Like they don't trust the audience to work anything
At
out.
all.
Everything is pointed out
Oh my
explicitly.
goodness.
They might
That's
as
why
well
they
break
flash
the fourth
guys,
wall and look
guys.
at the camera.
Deezer is going to warn them not to dig in the area that'll uncover
Yes.
the Balrog. They
Yeah.
100% yes.
No, they mentioned it in the scenes. In the scenes, they're all in the older mine. We've had some luck in the older mine, so that was your hint.
The
and you're
husband will ignore
absolutely
her.
right. She's saying, and she's gonna go, don't go down there. And the men are going to
don't you
it
go
anyway.
down there. And
They
they're
didn't
like,
listen
you
to
gonna
the
go down
woman.
there anyways.
The Balrog is the end of episode 7.
Oh, okay.
But not.
To say is always right, Jenny.
I
I thought Galadriel was Forrest Gump because she's going around meeting every fucking notable person in history.
I think she's Simple Jack.
little combination there.
I didn't think
make me happy.
I didn't think they could make Galadriel more unlikable
Pussy.
than in
Oh.
episode 2.
Oh.
Right?
Oh boy, I was
Oh, they
wrong.
ratcheted
Right?
it up.
Shad,
Okay.
you're in for a treat
Try not
next
to
week.
antagonize them.
How can they make it worse, as she's the biggest cow? Oh,
She's the worst part
You're
of
in
the
for a
whole
treat
show.
next week of how
She
bad she's gonna
is.
get.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
and
she's
like
awful.
my little brother's a big Galadriel fan. Like she's his favorite character in the Peter Jackson trilogy, and he refuses to watch this because he doesn't want to see her ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when people help her,
It's
she's
not
still
her,
just
it's
an
her
arse
in
to
name
them.
only.
You know who wants to see her ruined?
Like,
Halbrand.
she goes into
And I don't give a shit if she. I don't give a shit if she has a character arc. This is not Galadriel. Galadriel did not do any of these things in
Yep.
any of the lore. I don't
Exactly.
care. This is gonna have a character arc. Take
I'm
her from this to
Well,
that.
sick of that
I don't
excuse.
think so.
Character
For
for
one,
that as well.
I am
I
so
don't think so.
tired of that excuse for everything. They make that excuse for terrible writing and for terrible, unlikable characters. They do the same thing with Lara Croft. It's just like, oh, well, this is character building. She's becoming herself. You know, this is her origin story. They
so she's
always use that as an
insufferable.
They
excuse.
make her,
Yeah.
they make her an insufferable bitch for no reason.
For
Yeah.
no
This is
reason.
pushed as good behavior. That's the thing. It's not
Yes,
a character arc.
exactly.
They
Yes.
think this is
It's
how
empowerment.
everyone should behave. That she's
This
the
is
best
an
person.
empowered woman. Just
Yes.
treat everyone
It's an
like
example.
they're beneath you.
She don't need no man.
Karen
Yeah,
Sim-
she just need a horse.
It's
like
not
Holly-
like it's not necessarily saying like this is how we think people should act, but what they're saying is that it's justified for her to act that way because
Yep.
everyone else is wrong. Like that's what they're trying to show, that she's justified in her fucking righteous anger because
there's
all these
another
other people
show,
are fucking idiots.
that did
Yeah.
that
But
called
in
Among
Gilgalad,
Us.
such an idiot.
Star Trek Discovery had Michael Burnham, who committed mutiny, got her captain killed, went to prison, and then somebody took her out 2 days later because she was awesome.
Amazing.
Same people.
Galadriel, she walks into the queen and says, "We elves gave you these lands. You do what I say." It's like, what the hell?
What an idiot! What are you doing? You're basically in chains right now, lady. Like you have no power right now. There's
Yeah.
guards all around you.
Halbrand gave her good advice: do not antagonize them, and then they immediately undermined him by making
Yep.
a bow, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." So now
She
that
does
gives her
have
the right.
power.
It's like, if I
Oh, that
hadn't
was
listened
another
to him-
thing. We don't bow here. That bull fucking shit. That's
What's
not how monarchy
Wakanda?
work.
Are they fucking Wakandering fucking Numenor? we don't know that
One by
about thing
one.
here.
And I don't understand. Do they want her to be there or do they not want her to be here? There. She's like, I want to leave. And they're like, no, you need to stay, but I don't like you. But you have to
Plot
stay. And
needs-
she's like,
the
well, can I
plot
leave in
needs
3
to
days?
go
And they're like,
there. But
yeah.
they don't want her there.
Completely contradictory. Like the
Makes no
guy on the
sense.
boat, he says, "I have to bring you in as part of my duty," but then we find out he's committing treason, and it's like they were setting it up like he was doing his job by bringing her in, but then he's committing treason, and then we find out that there's some weird prophecy that the queen is like, "Oh no, the elf has arrived," and it's like, all right, so these are the options: either she's the bringer of doom, and you don't want her here to be treason because that's treason if you bring her here. Then why are you forcing her to stay? She says you can't leave now for 3 days. They're like, if she's the bringer of doom, you would yeet her out of there.
Yeah.
yeah, be like, get on the first ship out of here, bitch.
And they
You
won't
have
let
a-
her leave.
Your name has two meanings. One of them is Squish Bottom, and the second one is Friend of Els. Are you a friend of the Els?
Are you?
And he turns around and
I'm
goes,
like,
darling, I'm a friend of Dorothy. And he walks off.
It's from the lore, but it's bastardized. Real quick, side note, we'll get right back to Rings of Power. Remember your friend Dana Schwartz?
Yes.
We're blocked, so we can't see her Twitter.
Yes.
According to Matthew Hammond on the Streamlabs side for $45, thank you very much. As his girlfriend, Dana Schwartz, writer for She-Hulk, in a tweet, said she watched Blade Runner for the first time and said it was great, but Harrison Ford was the villain who chased down 4 escaped slaves. No wonder She-Hulk is so bad.
Yeah, that's like a 3-year-old tweet or some shit.
Is it? Okay. Well, dude,
still relevant.
Is it still on?
Well, She-Hulk is the one that made She-Hulk rape a man. Dana Schwartz, sorry, is the one who made She, because that was her episode this week.
Is she actually in the
That
credits?
was her episode. This was Schwartz's episode.
Yeah.
Really?
No way.
That's funny.
Credited as staff writer on this episode.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like that she was originally supposed to be a bigger part of it than she ended up being. Because I remember when she got that role, and that was like 3 fucking years ago.
I think they realized how deep a writer she is.
Yeah. What's that? Comics?
No, I said I think they just realized what a shitty writer she is.
That's fucking all of them. What do you mean?
Yeah.
They can't realize that. They are shitty writers.
I don't think they have that kind of self-awareness, you know?
I highly doubt it. When they have a show and they write in Twitter armor and write in a scene where She-Hulk says, "I got this job. I only got this job because I'm a She-Hulk, and the only reason you got the job for writing the show was because you're women." That's it.
She-Hulk literally introduced an alcoholic whore to the show this week as the main character.
And Twitter loves her for some reason. Twitter is obsessed with her.
She's just gonna turn up at the end with Thanos fucking going, and she's just like walking around drunk. It's going suck your kook.
Again, it's hilarious for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah,
She literally went
it
into a
makes
hell
Wong
dimension
look
and
like
came out
such
drunk.
an idiot.
Yes,
It feels like Disney Channel original writing, but for adults. It's just
So that guy that ran Nickelodeon.
Dan Schneider, is that
Dan
his
Schneider.
name? Yeah.
If there's any gratuitous foot shots of Galadriel for She-Hulk, you know they came from Dan Schneider. So
Yeah.
not Galadriel. Don't give him any fucking ideas.
Well, Dan Schneider, Joss Whedon, or Quentin Tarantino. But Dan Schneider is the creepiest of them all.
That's into little people.
My son's sending super chats. Streamlabs side, $50 says, "Hey Dad, got a new credit card after my bank discovered fraud. Someone tried to buy a horse-shaped dildo and got caught because let's be honest, why would I buy 2 of them?"
Wow, what goes on in your house, man?
I didn't know Galadriel got a hold of his credit card.
Why is your son not on Friday
I
Night
wanted to
Tights,
wish
Gary?
you all a great weekend. Hail Friday Night Tights. God save the Queen. Well, thanks, son. So proud of you. Thank you for the $50. It's my boy.
Wouldn't you just be disappointed that he didn't actually buy the?
Well, he did. No. Oh, never mind.
Hey, he took the initiative. He tried to use a fraudulent credit card and got another one. So that's what I'm proud of him for. That's ingenuity, man. So don't you love that this entire episode was called Adar? And they didn't show Adar. They didn't show, or Gaydar.
I was going to say, that was called Gaydar.
Next episode, Samwise Gamgee.
Yeah.
They couldn't call this episode Gaydar because
The one
Elrond
after that,
wasn't
please
in it.
God, watch our show.
There was no Killer Brimbor in this, so they couldn't call it Gaydar.
Oh, hey, yeah. There were too bad there was Harfoots in it. But there wasn't any
there's
Elrond.
psychos, psychopaths in it.
God, they're little jackasses. Yeah.
I want to see Lenny Henry do his old Asian impression like he used to do back in the day.
I put that in today's video, mate.
Did you? That'd be the one thing that I think would really seal the deal. That would turn the Harfoots around from me. I would enjoy it then. There you go.
Wow. That's Lenny Henry, star of Rings of Power.
Let's listen to him.
By the way, I think star is a bit of a strong word.
Just so you can hear that. Star of Rings of Power.
This is the guy who's complaining about racist not wanting black people in his fantasy.
And he's doing it in front of a bunch of kids.
And for the record,
Dude,
I don't think this is
yeah, but
a
Gary, if you
hypocrisy.
watch this whole sketch, this whole sketch is insane for today.
Is it hilarious?
Well, I mean, I laughed, but
that's all that matters.
It's the other guy next to him, because the other guy next to him is interpreting what he's saying.
Oh no!
And let's just say it's not very politically correct.
And it's a kid show.
I'm sorry,
This
X-Ray
is
Girl.
a kid show that we used to have called Tizwas.
Titswads? What?
Tizwas. This is a show called Tizwas that we
This
had.
was a time we could make jokes like this, but no more.
No more.
No more.
It's like I don't care. It's probably funny as shit if I watch the whole thing. But this is the guy that's lecturing everybody about fucking racism.
Right.
Again, like
Yeah.
Jeremy said
That's
earlier, it's
hilarious.
the hypocrisy that's so fucking bad about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like legit, none of us are offended by literally almost.
give a shit.
There's like hardly anything that any of us are truly. But when we live in a world where there is no consistency to anything you can say, and they judge you based on identity politics, what's your race and gender, or who you voted for, or who you sleep with, or whatever narrative you push, that's bullshit. Fuck that. That's what we're so frustrated with.
But that's
So-
deliberate. It's a case of we put a load of minefields throughout the language and the culture so that loads of people step on them. It's almost impossible not to unless you keep up with it and therefore almost indoctrinate yourself. And then we decide whether it detonates when you step on one. So if you support us, then we can just go, you get it passed. Or
you read my
now we've got an
mind.
infinite amount of excuses.
I got you.
Sorry,
we go.
Disparu.
Here we go.
No,
Absolutely read my mind. I was going to say I was just about to type. Pull that up. Whip it out.
I already whipped it out.
Usually
Whipped it
while I
out.
whip this out.
I can't read it. Somebody else can
We
have
stand
to
in
read it.
solidarity with our
Ching chong, ching chong.
Ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong.
I feel like they wrote all this out before they even dropped a trailer, before they dropped anything. They're like, let's get this in place for when it tanks.
We, the cast of Rings of Power, stand together in solidarity, absolute solidarity, against the relentless racism, threats, harassment, and abuse some of our castmates of color are being subjected to on a daily
Are there any receipts for that, by the way?
No, not at all.
No.
We refuse to ignore it or to tolerate it.
Also, that also means you're free to harass Galadriel as much as you want.
I'll go back to that picture again. We can make fun of
The
it.
one who's probably getting the most hatred right now.
Oh yeah.
This is
J.R.R.
the best part of
Tolkien
it.
created a world which, by definition, is multicultural. A world in which free peoples from different races and cultures join together in fellowship to defeat the forces of evil. Rings of Power reflects that. Our world has never been all white. Fantasy has never been all white.
Jesus Christ.
Middle Earth is now all white. Is not all white. BIPOC belong in Middle Earth, and they are here to stay. Well, they were there before. You didn't read the books.
These people have no idea how multiculturalism even works to begin with.
They don't.
Well, they
and
don't even
except
know
for
what
the
race
elves
means
that
in
were
this
clearly described as all white.
But the
fair
issue is,
skin. Fair
race
skin.
in
which-
Tolkien doesn't mean how we use race. It would be the equivalent of talking about bears fighting dogs,
Right.
fighting elephants.
Yeah.
They're
Breeds.
entirely different
Yeah.
species of creatures.
Exactly.
the
It's
word
not
breed.
about.
Yeah.
Right.
They specifically mean skin color. They don't mean actual race because, hey,
That's all
elf,
they mean.
dwarf, different races, multiracial, but for them it's skin color.
But the thing is, they could have told a story with that. They could have told a story with people from Harad. They could have had your people of color that did exist in Tolkien's writing. But they didn't, because that might not work out narratively as well for them, knowing the people of Harad. But also, they wanted to take these things. They wanted to take the elves. They wanted to take the dwarves, and they wanted to insert diversity there.
Yeah.
That's really what this was all about. You could have told a story that was true to Tolkien and included everything you wanted.
Yep.
You didn't do it.
Well, and what's really telling is that it's like every single race of character, they put a diversity hire in with them. So it's just like, okay, if you had just Arendir or whatever as a black elf, okay, that's, but you can tell they're specifically planted in each one. Okay, well, we have a prominent elf now. We have the prominent a dwarf. Yeah, and so all of them, it's like they're trying to hit check boxes.
Yep.
Oh, that's exactly what they're doing.
That's all it fucking is.
Well, especially with the statement when they said not all white, when they were fighting their racism with racism. Elon pointed that out. Jeremy pointed that out. We all pointed it out. Yes.
I'm sorry,
They
Anglo-Saxons
are
were all
being
white.
racist and they're providing zero receipts.
No receipts at all. At least Moses Ingram had like 3 that she showed. Right?
And they were probably bots.
There was
Disney
one
had
that
the,
was
the
actually
goodwill
racist.
to make for her. Yes.
The problem is what they're considering racism, what the mainstream media has labeled racism, what these people have labeled racism is not, I hate that you cast this black actor. It's, hey, you know that this isn't how Tolkien described it, right? You're changing the lore. Definitively, you are changing it. They've admitted that they're changing the lore. They're bragging about changing the lore. They're talking about how we're running this now, and then you criticize that, and then they turn back and they call you racist.
It belongs to us now.
Nobody, shocker, none of us were complaining about all the fucking black people in Black Panther, because it's not about racism, right? If they were all white, we would have complained, because that's not how it was described.
But the entire tweet itself, it comes from an American's perspective. Even the word BIPOC comes from an American cultural creation.
Right.
Like indigenous in the Britain wouldn't mean the same people that you're talking about and referring to with that word. So if you're going to actually keep a British piece of work, like actually accurate to it, then you can't come along and look at it through an American lens and judge it by that and go, oh, well, we want to change everything to make it fit us. No, you should make it fit the land it was created for in the first place. But they can't even in a tweet keep it.
The indigenous is
also
white.
BIPOC is a
They
racist
are
term,
all
it's meant to
white.
exclude
What
race.
about cheddar?
Another thing that they're trying to use too to justify this is death of the author, which honestly is bullshit if you actually look into it. It's based off of an essay of a Frenchman. I've seen no literary scholar actually use it. It's always people from the left trying to justify something. So they use death of the author as a cudgel, essentially.
Yep. Well, and the funny thing about it is I saw one of my mutuals make a post on Instagram yesterday, I believe it was, to kind of try to call out and have a gotcha moment to everyone who doesn't like Rings of Power, like, oh, you're just racist. And you see all the comments are a bunch of white people with like Ukraine in their bio, and they're all like, yeah, got him. Yeah, you're right. And then the one comment from a black guy that's like, hey, no, they're allowed to not like this. It doesn't fit in with, it's not accurate with the lore. And it's like, it's just very telling with what's going on in the world right now.
What'd you just say?
I mean, the lore thing aside, the show is just fucking boring.
Yep.
Steph is right. Steph is 100% right.
As we'll get to that in a minute. We'll watch this. And then, Garrett, did you see what I typed in the private message?
Oh, geez. I don't want to see that.
The conversation. You know what I'm talking
It's not
about,
that
right?
kind of BIPOC.
Yeah. The
BIPOC is
conversation-
Kamala Harris's favorite living rapper, just so everybody knows. BIPOC. So.
As if you want to throw a quarter black, or are you just going to share it?
I'll just share it.
Okay. And we'll get to the conversation article on it because it's got the worst fucking headline. I did a video on one of their articles 6 months ago. It's an academic rag. It's fucking terrible.
It's a horrible fucking site.
It's the worst headline. But we've gotten so many of them, but I think this one
There's been some really bad ones. There's been some really bad
Oh,
headlines.
dude, it's been unbelievable since this. And we didn't even mention that Star Wars signed off on that.
Oh
tweet.
yeah. It's because they probably wrote the tweet for them.
We'll show it later.
We manufacture racism too over at Disney.
We totally didn't help them with this at all. As throw up the picture, share it. Let's see it.
Okay. Should we do a little intro first, just to say, you know?
Oh yeah, set the stage. Set the stage.
So yeah, set the stage. So setting the stage, folks. You guys have been asking for Friday Night Type plushies. We have said, okay, we're gonna do them for you. So we've been in contact with the firm, and we have provided all the details to them now. Of nine members of Friday Night Tights. Gary, myself, Jeremy. Batch number 1. Batch number 2, Ryan, Odin, Comics. Batch number 3, QB, Chrissy, and X-Ray Girl. Now, we just had the art confirmed just a couple of weeks ago. But they've actually got back to me today with the first prototype, which I've signed off on, of the As plushie.
Let's see it.
We need a drum roll.
So I'm going to share with you the As plushie.
It's a rim shot.
You wanted Hot Dog Man. You got Hot Dog Man.
That looks great.
Clear some space on the shelf. Prominently right there.
Reminds me of Fall Guys skin.
He's staring into my soul.
It is Fall Guys. Yeah.
I can't wait to see somebody post a small dog humping the shit out of that.
Oh,
I hope so.
I want someone to make him like an animated cartoon using that like design.
There's this bunghole. Why'd they show the bottom there? What
was that? It's a 3-dimensional.
This
So
is
you
where
can
we
see
stop
everything.
him.
detail? Wow.
Yeah, these are the bits of the sausage on the top and the bottom. So this is, and it's now being sent to me to get a physical okay on it.
Oh.
So yes,
So you're
it's
giving it a
happening.
physical.
I'm gonna give it a physical, yes.
Wow.
And knowing me, I'm probably gonna fucking put tomato ketchup on it and eat it. But yeah, we getting
wait. As you just said, tomato.
Tomato.
Another
Yeah.
ketchup is there.
Is there
No,
another
the
type of?
mustard's there. The ketchup needs to go on after.
But you
and
said
the onion.
tomato ketchup, like there's another flavor of ketchup or something like that.
Yeah. Do you guys have some weird shit?
We call it tomato ketchup in the UK. We don't just.
What are you, a writer for Rings of Power?
Yeah.
This is so redundant.
Yeah, it is redundant.
It's tomato ketchup.
Okay, let's see this article. Quarter black Garrett. That looks great. As
It looks fantastic.
For those.
They're coming, folks. They are coming.
It's good stuff.
Hell
They're
yeah.
coming. Do not come.
Wait.
Not come.
I'm gonna come.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be taking
fun.
me a while to get there, and when
There
it is. A little bit later, while they're doing this, a little bit later, I'm going to be showing the T-shirt for our October meetup. We're premiering the T-shirt for the October meetup, the Geeks and Gamers Nerdrotic Friday Night Tights meetup in Orlando. It's only going to be available for a few weeks, so we're going to give it to you for pre-order. That way, we can ship them out in time for the meetup. I'm going to show all of that here a little bit later from 221B. Looks
awesome. So Garrett.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
Yeah, we
Not
don't want to see that
guy
shit
again.
anymore. So,
Wait, did he come out?
Oh,
and support Rings of Power?
honestly, though, but hang on. But you know what? Someone could probably take that Ewan McGregor video and just dub in Disa instead of Reva, and it could probably be the same exact video.
Yeah. Oh God, you're right. It is the
Somebody
same
do that,
exact
please.
video. Can you find it, Garrett?
Yeah, just dub in Disa instead of Reva.
The Rings of Power is suffering a racist backlash for casting actors of color. But I'll start again. The Rings of Power is suffering a racist backlash for casting actors of color.
It's pronounced color, Gary.
But Tolkien's work has always attracted white supremacists.
Disrespectful. The way that's worded is disrespectful to Tolkien.
It really is. People who recently said, "Oh yeah, these people who are white supremacists, white nationalists, they love rosaries." And there was this whole attack about rosaries being a symbol of white supremacy. It's
wait,
insane.
this is the author.
They also
of
like
course.
going to the gym.
Oh come on! Of course.
Oh, no.
Hey,
what the hell is that? What the hell is that?
Yeah, where is it, Gary? Come on! What the hell is even that?
What the hell is that?
Give us, give it. Come on! Here we go.
What the hell is even that?
Daddy, chill.
Get some hair to cover that up.
I thought that was androgynous.
All right.
At first, I was like, wait, a child wrote this?
What? I just looked up Deakin University, and their first thing on Google is, we are a progressive, innovative
There you
with
go.
the highest student satisfaction in Victoria. It's not even a British university.
Is it Australian?
It's from Australia. I'm sorry.
In Victoria.
Our degrees are worthless.
Yeah,
Is there like a colony or something? But pretty much the same thing, right?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
This brain cancer is coming here as well.
Retarded.
Coming there, dude. It's
Your
been
Sky
there.
News is
Yeah,
I know.
your-
You see more and more signs of it.
You put people in camps, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
how did,
Seriously.
how did the country that made Mad fucking Max like bend over so much?
Right?
Since Amazon announced actors of color among the cast of its new series, The Rings of Power, at least they didn't put Lord of the Rings in front of it. In February, their criticisms of their inclusion have gained media attention. They did get mentioned on The View. This got mentioned on the fucking View.
So,
Whoopi Goldberg.
Wait a minute. Wait, so what are you essentially saying less people saw that than are watching this live right now than when it was mentioned on The View?
Good point.
Yeah.
The coverage typically positions criticisms of The Rings of Power as backlash, in quotes, from true diehard fans resisting so-called wokeness.
It's like quotes.
Yeah. It's like a tweet from me.
when you have and you can go to the Nada blog and check for yourself. When you have George R. R. Martin calling out wokeness, it's getting pretty bad.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
I got news for you.
I got news for you.
It's pretty damn woke.
This misrepresents the situation. There are also fans who welcome the increase of diversity over what is seen in Tolkien's novels. What's seen in the novels written with words. Okay.
Mention of various races.
Yes. Previous adaptations, racist abuse of actors of color, and a review bombing campaign against The Rings of Power suggests that there is more going on than just fan disagreement about Tolkien's world.
Maybe it's getting review bombed because people actually think the show is awful.
Maybe the majority of fans don't like it. Why don't
Wait,
you?
where was the campaign to
count
review
'em.
bomb the show?
Yeah,
Where did that
I would love
happen?
to see that campaign.
Yeah.
I missed that campaign. I missed it.
And also, like, I've reviewed every episode, right? I would give this like a 1 out of 10 overall, and that's probably being generous. It's like a 0. But if I tried to actually put that on any review site, people would take that as a review bomb. It's like, no, I've reviewed it, I've
lump
studied
it all
it,
together.
but no, how dare I actually have an objective view that it's one,
Yeah.
like a 1 out of 10. I must be trolling and it must be fake.
Yeah.
And while we disagree what the 4 or 5 possibly adequate things are in this show, I wouldn't go so far as to say good. I would think like the last episode, because there were some pretty visuals, rates slightly higher than the second episode, which is dog shit. But it's still dog shit. It's just a higher texture, a lower texture.
Yeah. Not every shot wanted me to gouge my eyes out. Yeah, that's a good barometer to go by.
As Tolkien researcher Craig Franson explains, far-right political actors are whipping up the controversy.
My God.
Hang on. What qualifies him as a Tolkien researcher? He's probably like looked at the title of 2 letters. Is like, I totally have researched Tolkien.
He read a Wikipedia article that makes him an expert now.
I know.
The same thing that qualified us as far right political actors is the same thing that qualified him as a Tolkien researcher. Absolutely fucking nothing.
That's
what.
Science,
That's what's funny about it
PhD.
is just not liking something. Just saying you don't like something, a new show or whatever, then they're like, oh, you're alt-right, just based off of not liking a fictional story.
Yeah. Yep.
Researching
Not
far
your
right
actual political
cultural
views,
politics.
just because you didn't like a TV show. That's retarded.
Yeah.
I'll show you who this guy is.
Yeah.
Please show me.
Well, yeah, because you hear how they're trying to frame it. They're framing him as the expert, and the people they're talking. Oh my God!
I'm sorry. He looks like a kid diddler.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
179 followers.
Here's some of the conferences he's done. Racisms, and Tolkien. Tolkien
Critical
Studies
theory.
4.
Thanks for
Whoa.
quoting me. Teen
Oh,
Vogue. I'm sure that's not
Teen Vogue.
grooming at all.
hey! You think he's gonna? Do you think he's gonna tag us and say thanks for quoting him? Think so? Think we'll get him?
You're welcome, Craig.
Keep reading that. Keep reading that. For quoting me in Teen Vogue's great article on the fascist.
What?
Oh my God,
That says fascist review bombing.
What?
I'd love him to define it.
Not just
Oh
racist.
My God. Wow.
You're protecting a giant $1 trillion corporation by
Yeah. You rebel, you.
and you went to school. Okay.
Hashtag misogyny.
He went to school at the Wikipedia University, which makes him an expert.
Oh my God.
Dude, you should put hashtag cock on there as well.
Yeah, too.
In the picture, it looks like Arundel's Pinocchio. That's a weird picture.
It does. And oh my God, Pinocchio! Like the no self-awareness with Pinocchio, Tom Hanks in a movie about old guy
Trying to make a real boy.
Trying to get a real boy.
Weird. Decided to make 45 videos today about it.
How many splinters do you think Geppetto got from Pinocchio's ass? Until he finally just handed it out?
Oh no!
Well, you know, Geppetto
Brings a whole different meaning to playing with my wood.
Pulling these out of my pasta all day.
I'm sure he polished that wood enough to make sure he doesn't get splinters. Just saying.
Yeah, he's a wood.
Lie
He's a
more,
good
lie
woodcraftsman.
some more, lie some
You
more,
didn't need to go
please.
there, comics.
They say Ryan's always angry. He tells great jokes. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, he's always happy.
Okay, good. Scroll up a little bit. Clear Black.
Did that one.
Oh, because we missed the other fascist. Sorry. So the Tolkien researcher Craig Franson explains far-right political actors are whipping up the controversy, weaponizing it to help get fascist talking points into the mainstream. Franson shows that the right-wing outrage machine stirred up massive hate mob through mainstream right-wing press. Okay,
I'm sorry, what fascist talking points is he referring to?
He's
Yeah,
referring
showing
to
anything.
we don't like Galadriel.
Your script sucks.
that old
You're straight up
talking
making
point.
shit up.
Absolutely.
It's what they do.
Okay, so they showed this, and that link goes to his Twitter where he was talking about fascism in Teen Vogue with a face that looks like a groomer. Let's just say so. Fans who feel they are defending Tolkien are being used as pawns. We're using you all as pawns.
You're stupid, you see.
You're
stupid.
Over to Friday Night Tights and hit the like.
Radicalized.
Highly organized. To serve. Wait! It's dangerous for our democracy. Yes.
Oh my
Tolkien's legacy are being used as pawns to serve dangerous, anti-democratic, and anti-egalitarian. That's exactly what we've been asking for. You fuck nut.
Yeah, anti-democratic. Who has been banning reviews on their sites and things and blocking people from sharing their honest opinions about it? Anti-democratic.
But we're the fascists.
What's
Stop
He got a PhD in Oregon, University of Oregon.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot
What
of
is
sense.
egalitarian about removing Celeborn, Galadriel's husband, from the fucking story? Please explain that to me. How's that
It's
egalitarian?
It's actually anti-egalitarian.
It is.
It is.
It's very intersectional. Whether they meant it or not, with racist extremists. So they're saying that you guys are all dumb and you don't have a mind of your own, and we're all just hypnotizing you with our keywords, while they're using keywords of communism, basically, of Marxism.
Anti-democratic. We're not a democrat. It's not a.
We're not a democracy.
It's a republic.
If we have this much power,
republic.
if we have that much power, then why doesn't Amazon just hire us for their marketing team? Because clearly we do a better job.
Exactly.
And they made the entire thing unfalsifiable. It's like whether they mean to or not, it doesn't matter. You're already guilty.
You can't prove shit.
God. Such stupid logic.
Okay, here's where he's going to get into actually how it connects back to the original Tolkien novels.
Oh, yay.
You do it. Take it from here.
I can't read. I'm not good at reading.
Ryan.
Where's Ryan?
Ryan can read.
For the
He's
fascist part, I want to do
Yeah.
that.
Start with fascist.
Yeah.
It's his time.
Fascist appropriation of Tolkien's work may seem surprising, given his anti-Nazi statements, which include calling Hitler a ruddy little ignoramus. It is not new.
Oh, there we go.
In the 1970s, the books became a favorite, spelled wrong, of Italian fascists who even held a Camp Hobbit festival to promote their politics.
Dude, they always bring
That
this
sounds
up.
awesome. Can I click on this?
This is like the third article that has mentioned that, by the way.
Yeah.
You know that fucking Hitler drank water? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
And he was a vegetarian too. Just throwing that out there. All you vegetarians are literally Hitler.
You know what I
Oh
know?
no,
Hitler
Russians
didn't
like
drink?
books too, guys.
I know Hitler didn't drink Mountain Dew Zero. I'm safe. In the early 2000s, the now former extremist Derek Black Jr. started a chat forum dedicated to Lord of the Rings on a major white supremacist website when Peter Jackson's films came out. He told the New York Times, I figured you could get people who liked with such a white mythos, a few turned on by white nationalism.
So what I'm getting from that is that Nazis like entertainment too. So therefore, if you like entertainment, you're literally a Nazi.
Yep.
Hey, did you know that white supremacists recruit people in video game chats?
Oh God!
I mean, video games are alt-right havens.
This is a repurposed article. I swear.
It is. I did a video on it. They're throwing in this guy to repeat what they said in the article 6 months ago.
And they're like, "Oh, PhD! Look at that,
No, they
University of Oregon."
They tried to conflate Tolkien fans with a mass murderer. Okay, they tried to connect us with a mass fucking or like a racist
Eat
mass.
my dick.
Well,
That's
it's so
fucking
much projection because here's the thing: is what the woke people can't do is they can't just see something as entertainment value. They have to look at it through a political lens. Absolutely everything, even down to the creators making this stuff. They care more about the message than actually creating an original and unique and fun story. And so they can't fathom the idea that our opinions are actually based on whether we find it entertaining or not, because that's not what they do.
Yep.
Well, a lot of it is also the moral blackmail aspect of it, right? The whole idea, if you don't like something, you're quote unquote racist. The whole point is for you, studio, to make me want to watch your show. And if it's good, I'll continue watching. But if it's not, I'm going to stop.
But this part of this marketing is part of CRT because it's anti-racism. That's what it is. They're fighting it.
Like halfway through this article, they have to specify what fascism is, a specific political ideology. In case you didn't know,
not all racism is fascist.
But the I can't remember where I heard this, but isn't part of entertainment and escapism for their politics established as a like a white comfort, as a superior thing? So now the whole point of attacking this entertainment is to get rid of that. What's the buzzword that they use?
No more white comfort.
Well, no. I mean, it's not even a buzz. It's just like a buzzword. Not like like superior, like
supremacist,
white replacement theory.
Whatever. I got it. It'll come to me at some point. But basically, they're saying that entertainment is now like a luxury. It's like a a luxury that's like a white luxury, and it shouldn't be there for escapism. It should be used for education.
White comfort. Because the whole idea is that you see everything through a political lens, but if you can escape that ideology, then it's far harder to convince people and attack them and make them break
privilege.
down. Because they can repair their own defenses by getting away from it, and it gives them rest time. So if you put it throughout everything, then people will get broken down a hell of a lot more. And this kind of article, you only get it from academics. You can just smell the pomposity coming off it. I've got a PhD. I'm better than you. That's why even if you don't know you're doing something, you're doing it anyway because I'm telling you are, and you just can't keep up with it. And when it comes to the whole, well, that's really pro-democracy, but they're hiding reviews, it's because, as far as they're concerned, the peasants are beneath them, and they will get rid of you unless you're actually on their intellectual level and you're their intellectual equal. So you have to agree, otherwise, no, I think we should censor those people.
And
they want to find their terms.
Neither the author or that a-hole on Twitter are pro-democracy.
No.
Okay,
oh,
they're not.
No way.
But don't you love how
literally means agree with us?
They keep on saying far right, but what do they mean by far right? Because guess what? what? Some definitions of far right are anarchist. Are you telling
Right.
me that anarchists are now also secretly racist as well?
You see, CNN has defined alt-right many years ago. There's no reason to actually look into the definition or what that means or how you're labeling people with it. CNN did it a long time ago. You're just going off of like 15 different he said, she said versions of what that means.
Yeah, far right is now just anything
that doesn't agree with you.
It's bad thing, essentially.
Yeah, it's anybody that I don't
if
like.
you disagree with anyone on the left, you're
This person agrees with bad thing, therefore they're far right.
And exactly. And what they don't understand too is that they think that just because they want to insert all of their politics and everything into everything, that we want that as well, when not everybody wants that. Sometimes you just want to escape into some fantasy universe and watch a cool story that doesn't have any politics in it. I don't even want, like with Tomb Raider or something that I love, I don't even want my own world politics, my own world views inserted into Tomb Raider. I want Tomb Raider to be my escape.
Same.
I would say that's why Tolkien wrote it.
That fights for property rights, private property rights, taxation is theft.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to assume, but I don't want to assume, but I think that's why Tolkien wrote it. When he wrote it, he wrote it in World War I because he wanted escapism. He was trying to escape himself from a bad situation. So, like, he wrote it for that, to tell a story, the fairy tale of it, all of this, the good and evil and hope. That's why he wrote it, not because of all this bullshit.
Disparu has mentioned this. Many have mentioned this. They are projecting their modernisms on Tolkien, which in of itself is an allegory. It's symbolism. It's an allegory. It's everything he was against. He just wrote a story, as Garrett just said. We just want that story to remain the same in the spirit of it. In the spirit of it.
It's all about the interpretation of the audience.
Yeah.
No, they're trying to project their shit on something, and hey, they own it. They can do that, but we can certainly voice our opinion on it. And yeah, it's crashing and burning. Let's see if we get those viewing figures. If we get actual viewing figures from this show, which we know we won't. We'll get sample.
Well, yeah, because we all know that if it was actually successful, they would share the numbers.
Yeah, we need the numbers. That's what
which they don't. And we all know why we don't get the numbers.
Yes,
it's fucking low.
They can hide the failure.
When Samba TV comes out, and yes, it's only a sample, but their data is over 4 days. So Samba, whatever it's fucking called, it's 1.8 million for what was it?
For Live Plus 3, so the first 4 days, 1.8 million. Just to put that in perspective, that is the biggest premiere they've had for a TV series. It's not the biggest premiere Amazon's ever had. The Tomorrow War, that fucking movie with Chris Pratt that came out last year, that was watched by 2.4 million U.S. households in the same period. So that's 25% behind that. Yet you're telling me globally it's just this massive fucking phenomena. I have no doubt that more people around the world probably had more interest potentially in a Lord of the Rings show than the Tomorrow War. But still, like, you have to take all these things and look at them and think, is what they're saying, is there any possibility that it's fucking true? I think the answer is no.
Well, like I said, the discussion level, you just see it. You see it with all of these different properties and things going on, and it's just not there with Rings of Power. Like, yeah, there's a lot of negativity, and there's a lot of people talking about it from that perspective, but even with something like Kenobi, regardless of how bad a lot of us think that show was, there were people out there that were defending it. Regardless of why they were defending it or for what reasons, the Rings of Power side, it's not out there on that level. It's just, it doesn't seem like it's reaching the amount of people that they're trying to project out there that it is. And it's just not part of that online discussion. People are not passionate in a positive way about this show, mainly because there's nothing to be positive. It's fucking terrible. It's boring.
It's boring.
Some
really
people are
bad.
being positive about the show.
Yeah, the corporate shills are.
Well, yeah.
I think you know what I'm talking
Campion
about.
I think
scoured the internet for a bad review. Scoured that fucking internet. Do you know what, Rob? Do you know how many got Rob? Rob, you're the fucking star of the show. Do you know how many I found?
The first reviews and reactions for it, the review embargo lifted for it, or the reaction embargo and lifted for it, and I hunted, Rob. I hunted to try to find a negative one. Not one. Not one negative one.
Not one.
Hunted.
Not one.
Gary, he hunted.
Apparently, he did look hard
Dude,
enough.
I need to
Jeez.
slice that with. I hunted for Toby Maguire's dick.
I'll be back.
Maybe
I'll be right back.
Go do it, please.
I really wish we could play the clip of him saying "I love that name." I really wish we could do that one. 'Cause that's the best Campia clip right there.
Yes,
that
it is.
That
Why
was
smelly?
fantastic.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
I love that name.
And end it with fuck.
Yeah, but it kind of comes back to this number thing. Kind of comes back to the same weirdos that are out there that like they need everybody to agree with them, and if you disagree with them, then you're a horrible racist, misogynistic man, baby. Like they need the positive reinforcement because at their core they're just insecure, pathetic losers in life that need other people to tell them your opinion's okay, your opinion's right, and it drives them crazy. So that they need those numbers, but then when those numbers happen, then they dismiss the numbers. So it's just like it's like, for instance, like Cobra Kai, we were talking about that earlier. I made a video on Geeks and Gamers, and most of the comments were like, I didn't even know it was out. The marketing's been terrible. It has been. Like, they haven't really been marketing that very well. So it's not like I'm out here going, everybody's in love with Cobra Kai. It's breaking all these records. I don't think it is. And I don't get the social discussion out there like I want there to be at this point. I think if more people see
Should have been released weekly.
So, yeah.
I legitimately, I know we had that argument before, but when you look at some of these Samba TV numbers and you realize that that for what is it, fucking Stranger Things, for the Stranger Things premiere, it's the top streaming premiere that we've had, right, at 2.9 million. If you take away the HBO live view numbers for House of the Dragon's sitting at like 2.6 million. It's not that far behind, even though HBO Max has like such like pales in comparison number of subscribers to what Netflix has. It shouldn't be that close, but I do think because it's like this event level thing where people are all trying to tune in and watch at the same time.
I think Game of Thrones plays into
Game of Thrones, but I mean, there's a lot of factors. You're right. It's in Game of Thrones time slot, but it's still a time slot. And I guarantee you a lot of the numbers dropped from Rings of Power, aside from it being a boring piece of shit, it was released at 11 o'clock Pacific time.
Yeah, the release time was completely different to when they launched the first 2 episodes. I got down ready to watch it. It's like, why isn't it here? And it's 3 hours later. And it's like, oh, all right.
Yeah. What's the point of that? Like, what's the effing point? Just release it earlier. That you can do it.
I don't understand the overnight releases. It's really bad. It throws everything.
I love how in those Samba TV numbers, not only is it not good news, the 1.8, but the worst part for Amazon is the fact that they both episode 1 and 2 released at the same time. Of the 1.8 million people that watched the first episode, only 1.3 stuck around for episode 2. It's 25% of your fucking audience deciding, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm not coming back. Not like all I have to do is press play, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not coming back to watch this.
It'll even autoplay if you don't touch it.
Exactly. They turn it off.
They went through the effort of saying no, please.
That's been a common thing I've been noticing in comments and people on Twitter. It's like, I tried it and I'm out. I'm done.
Oh,
So many people are saying, like, even sometimes halfway into even episode 1, and if it's not episode 1, it's episode 2, and they're just like, I'm done. No more.
You're seeing that with She-Hulk now too. You're seeing even the shills like going, this isn't very good. They should the courtroom drama stuff is garbage. And there's nothing interesting going on. So they're starting to fade out too. And this happens every single D+ series, every single one. It's great when it starts. And by the end, you hear crickets. It's nothing.
And this is, oh, go ahead, Ass.
There's a line in She-Hulk this week when Wong is introduced and She-Hulk talks to the camera and she says, Wong is in this week. So that should give us a Twitter shield.
Everyone likes Wong, so that should give us a Twitter shield.
Wonger, it's Wonger now.
She-Hulk every week. I forget there's an after credit scene because the moment those credits hit, I'm off. It's only when I do the review, I'm like, oh no, there's an extra bit. I've completely forgot.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point on House of the Dragon because this is where wokeness is a disease and it fundamentally destroys everything it touches. House of the Dragon was able to recover because it wasn't ruined by wokeness. It was cut and dry bad storytelling. It wasn't because it went woke. Like Game of Thrones season 8 it wasn't a disaster because of wokeness. It was a disaster because they ran out of the source material and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing at that point. But it wasn't due to wokeness. Wokeness is a disease that destroys things for the long term. So House of the Dragon has been able to recover pretty quickly because of two reasons. Game of Thrones is just that powerful of a brand, but secondly, it wasn't due to identity politics that ruined it. They just shit the bed really bad, and they've pulled people back in pretty quickly. Where if it would have went woke in those, like, and if it would have went Ghostbusters 2016 or Rings of Power or Last Jedi, I don't think House of the Dragon recovers as quickly because it would still have a lot of those elements would still be into it.
And it
so I
goes
think
into who you hire. Like,
yes.
it's your entire corporation has to change, and it comes into the HR departments. They start hiring a load of people, and so to get rid of it, you'd have to almost entirely change your employee base. Then you've got to change all the policies. Then you've got to change sort of the entire corporate culture. So it takes a long time, and you really have to make a committed effort. And it requires someone right at the top who just has the power to carte blanche, do whatever he wants to get rid of whoever he needs to fix it. It's a long-term project.
And for me, like I know the overall perception of House of the Dragon is really good. I'm not feeling it as much as I want to. I think it's just a lot of the Game of Thrones stuff on it. I don't hate it. I definitely don't love it, but it's not as bad as I anticipated either. But I'm not connected. I'm not invested like I want to be.
I couldn't get into it either.
No, it's just there for me. It's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I can watch this on the background, you know.
Did you see episode 3? Jeremy?
I have not seen 3 yet. Haven't seen 3. I heard a lot of people say it was really good. I heard a lot of people say 3
because
was good.
it brings in some battle, but the battle isn't for battle's sake, and it does have that egalitarian balance of Matt Smith fucking hacking dudes up and dragons flying around to burning people to a crisp, and that's what people actually want to see, along with the politicking. And I agree, like it's not the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's just an oasis right now.
Yeah.
But that's why it's
I mean, I'm really enjoying
for
it.
House Dragon.
That's not really true, because it did for live viewership on HBO on Labor Day weekend in the United States. It did, which is like a popular day for people to spend with families, new grills and shit like that. However, overall, in the 2 days since it came out, the viewership's actually substantially
It bumped up after that.
When you count HBO Max and DVR and all that shit, it's actually gone up to about 27% higher than episode 2.
And
so
honestly,
the headlines that said it's down are not really accurate.
And I think, like, I like the show. I actually feel it's quite well done, and there's a lot of positive, things people talking about it. I think it's getting attention. People are hearing that, hey, it's good. All right, I'll give it a go. And as a result, it's growing in interest. Whereas things like Rings of Power, it's just going to get worse and worse for them.
When you contrast them, it's night and day.
I have breaking news legit now. It's not a meme like we normally is. Disney just announced this right here.
Oh, it's D23. D23 has been streaming.
QB Corplex not here, so he can't share
Here,
it.
well, I can share it. I can share it.
There it is. So right there, Mufasa the Lion King. It's a prequel. It's a prequel.
Oh my God.
They are so desperate. They're so creatively bankrupt. They can't come up with anything new. Holy crap.
$200+ million down the drain to make semi-realistic lions.
At this point, their old properties are just these corpses that they are.
What is it, Favreau again?
To rape again.
No, it's
oh my God,
Benny,
what is this?
Is it Benny Jenkins? I think I don't know who that is.
Hey, what was the Marvel announcements today? Has there been any Marvel announcements today?
They showed new logos for Fantastic Four and Daredevil and shit.
All I know about Marvel is D23. 3 minutes before Brie Larson was meant to turn up, she had about 20 people waiting.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, this is the Mufasa the Lion King is going to be absolutely horrific.
A triumph.
That's horrible, but like the big Marvel announcements. Wait, are they going to announce any more Marvel stuff, or are they just showing fucking logos?
I think they're going to finish off stage 6.
So also by Mufasa,
we didn't get any casting announcements with Fantastic Four.
Gary, I have
so here's what we know about Mufasa. It's not going to be about Mufasa. It's going to be about his wife.
His wife, yes, of course, Mom.
That's already.
Yeah, okay, Garrett. Let's see what you made there.
I hunted, Rob. I hunted for Tobey Maguire's dick.
Not my best work, but you know.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Good enough, man.
Pretty good.
I had to find
That
a
was
4
pretty-
somewhere.
That makes it better. Oh shit! It's all good fun.
Yeah, I'm
all
looking
good
through all
fun.
this. Unfortunately, I was just because of the shared announcement of the Mufasa movie, I was reminded of the Jon Favreau Lion King, which is one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen. God, what a terrible
Are they going to
disaster.
try to drag out James Earl Jones to fucking do the voice?
Yeah.
They'll probably do that.
Probably
voice
not. I think they'll cast
AI thing.
Look at the AI thing again. Why
Look at
not?
the AI.
Just AI the whole fucking movie. Have AI animation do it, and you won't have to pay anybody.
So Pinocchio is like getting destroyed by everybody right now. Like critics and audiences alike. I've heard it's like the worst fucking
really
thing ever.
bad.
Fucking Robert Zemeckis too. God, crazy.
Like talk
people are
about great
tired of that
directors that
stuff,
we do
man.
respect doing really bad work under Disney.
Yep.
Like it keeps happening over and over. I think the common denominator might be Disney.
Might be Disney.
I don't know.
What would think at this point, right?
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know if I can actually have an opinion on it.
Yeah, does this same energy apply for when people are excited by something that hasn't come out yet?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
You know,
It should definitely apply.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, so hey,
How do you
Jeremy,
know
don't
it's
be
good? You haven't
excited.
seen it yet.
Yeah, don't be excited for Cobra Kai season 5. You haven't seen it yet. Don't be excited. Like, oh, okay, because that goes into the
Yeah.
Is that how it
consistency
works?
arguments,
Okay, I
and so
We got. I'm gonna try. I gotta read this, and hopefully it just. It's making my microphone buzz. Fuck this hotel shit. Just living large. That's what I'm doing.
you know what, Gary? You deserve it for that fucking blue check mark. You deserve it.
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna read the super chats in a second. I didn't think they would give it to me. Okay, I did it as like a laugh. I'm like, they're totally not gonna give it to you, and they did. Like
They actually
it
trolled
happened.
you.
When I saw it, when I first saw it, I went, "Oh no!"
Oh no, the joke.
Your credibility in the tank. You
It's
don't really
gone.
believe you anymore.
So I made sure to go to InfoWars and show pictures of me at InfoWars like the next day. Hey, that was fun, by the way.
Yeah,
Showing up
great.
on InfoWars. That was
Thank you,
good.
Chrissy, for inviting us over.
Yeah.
That was great.
I cannot
Slade-
wait for Sarabi, the movie. It's not Mufasa, it's Sarabi.
Did you have to fucking look up her name?
I
Like
did
Google-
because I sure as hell
Okay.
didn't know it before.
Garrett, did you take a look at the stream? Because like they're streaming on YouTube. I sent the link
Really?
last night
Oh,
on
shit.
Discord.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
they start. Well, it's still no. It ended a half an hour ago, but they were streaming the same time we were. I was really curious to see how many people were watching. I forgot. I was going to put MCU in the chat. I forgot.
Dang it.
Tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow. I'm going to put MCU and see how fast I get blocked.
No, I'm sure it'll be pretty fucking fast.
And you guys, don't you do it out there. Don't you dare do that. That would be terrible.
what is this?
But all we've gotten is logo announcements. There was all this hype like D23. Henry Cavill's coming to D23. And we got logos. There must be more announcements coming. There has to be.
It's got to be.
We
I
don't
can't tell if
know.
it's it could be the stands just trying to cope.
Okay,
Going
they're
like,
all looking.
oh, they're
and then
holding.
Guess
they're
which
holding
one?
more
Of,
information.
guess which one of the panel members is actually looking at Pornhub, and guess which one is looking at eBay right now. And I know Shad is not looking at that. He's paying attention. You wouldn't do either of those things.
Jiminy Cricket? Is that
Yeah,
the
I look
other film
at
we're
I look
getting?
at porn on my phone like a man.
Yeah, I heard that. I never look. I
Explain
never
it.
do
What are
that
you
from
talking
a
about?
computer. That's psychopath stuff right there. I'm classy like that. Phone.
Just playing ahead, like that's.
What about a tablet?
Makes you
So,
vulnerable.
wait a minute, though. You never mind. I'm not going to get into it. The lady here.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get into
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Let's be respectable around here.
Slade of yeah, we're so respectable here at Friday Night Live. Slade Lawton, for a two-part super chat, $25 each for $50. There you go. Speaking of
Now who's looking at porn?
Speaking of perspective.
Heel Friday Night Tights. First off, I would rather be a French sailor at Trafalgar before I'm up against Horatio. Than eat pineapple pizza. Well,
wow.
Wow.
I'd rather just eat pineapple
Going
pizza.
hard.
Smart.
That's a lot of hate for pineapple on pizza, man.
Completely
What about Nelson died at the Battle of Trafalgar as well.
Yeah.
So I actually had
dying on that hill.
The fact that anyone even finds it tolerable is a downright travesty to this young Italian.
You see, he knows what he's talking about.
Grow older.
Me hard,
Grow up a little
kiss
bit.
me.
So
get away from the kids' table. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, on to Rings of Prime. Who snorted? Somebody snorted.
That was me. Sorry.
Obviously, the show sucks even more than the sport known as basketball. But I don't understand the problem with female orcs. I mean, women are the literal embodiment of evil. Ryan definitely did not pay me to say that. Okay, thank you. You did not. Yes.
Makes sense to me.
It does. I said this. I'm sorry. I'm going to repeat a joke from before we were live. But did you guys catch the female orc?
No.
She was in it. She was in it. Yeah. Her line was.
So it's spot on. Okay.
Spot on.
We did it.
Absolutely. Melonie, did you feel seen? Did you feel represented?
I feel seen now. I didn't know in the moment. I couldn't tell, but
You didn't see yourself in the
now
female
I can
orc?
say I love the show. Just forget all of my criticisms.
No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That's just assuming genders. We won't know until they tell us their pronouns.
That's true.
That's right.
For the next World War II movie, I really hope they're begging for black Nazis. So,
Yeah, cross the fingers. We can get some representation.
Yeah. Well,
Now, I'm not sure. Was it? Let me see.
you earned it, Ryan.
Was
that
it this
fucking
one?
soundboard's so far away from you right now.
Was this the female one? I can't tell. It's hard
I
to
can
tell
hear
which
it now.
one's which.
How could you tell it was a chick? Did she have tits or something?
I don't know if that's the right. The female orc that they were showing in the picture over and over again, they showed that shot in it.
I thought that was a dude. Whenever I was
thought it was
watching the actual show, that was a
Dude.
dude as well.
I thought
No,
they were all dudes.
Not a dude.
They're all-
No,
I
they're
thought it was
female
just,
orcs.
Hold on, I'll
racist.
find this bitch.
There's female orcs in the Peter Jackson's trilogy too. They're all over the place.
Wait, so you're
Well,
saying
there's
there was
women
no
playing orcs.
glass ceiling broke?
Oh, yeah.
It was already broke 20 years ago?
Well,
Yeah, pretty much.
What? No.
Are
was
the orcs
gonna-
actually? Are the orcs actually female or male though? Like
They're neither though, right? Because
They got little orc dicks and pussies?
Well, yeah, they fuck.
Is that a thing?
They're
Yeah.
gender fluid.
I thought
I
they
thought
came
that
out
they
of
were
the-
like dug
They're
within
like
the earth.
classed as
gender fluid.
non-binary, you know?
Orcs multiply, but when they started, they are a corrupted form of life. All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's
elves, yeah.
Elves.
I go by the pronouns of
elves and
her
men.
here.
Elves and men.
Ah, yes. I found it. It was this one on the side, right? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the one that says I'm
totally.
gonna
Look
hold
at
you
that
back.
fat one.
That's
Represented in the orcs.
Because he's white, okay?
She does have no
Orc is so
boobs.
fucking fat, bro.
Women,
I was
it's
going to announce
illegal.
that. Like,
Illegal for females to have boobs.
That's how you know
these
so
days.
much about the show.
They really,
You were
like,
in it.
seriously,
I was
they
there.
went out of their way to make these orcs as white as possible.
Yes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Look at this.
just put MAGA hats on them at this point.
These the memers do it.
Need you memer? Yeah, they're already doing it. It'll be done in minutes, maybe seconds,
Put
maybe
MAGA
38
hats on
seconds.
them. Yeah. And there's no doubt. That's all they're going for. Absolutely ridiculous.
Make
Hey, Glenn,
Mordor great again.
Gary, can I
Why
share
do you
this real
hate
quick?
women?
This,
That's what I
shirt?
don't know.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So we got the Orlando meetup coming up in October 30th. You can go to geeksandgamers.com. So on the homepage, you can RSVP for one of the two events. Please only RSVP for one or the other. They're filling up, so there's not a ton of spots available. But we do have a special event shirt that we have thrown together. It's on 221B Tactical, and there it is. The Geeks and Gamers Nerdrotic meetup. It's inspired by Universal Orlando because we love Universal. Fuck Disney World. But we wanted to go with kind of a universal theme, and I didn't want to put all of the people on there like we've done for a lot of the meetups because there's so many people.
Fucking many people.
It was way too many, and at some point you got to get to like, well, who's not going to be
this is very
included?
exclusionary.
Yeah, so very, very inclusive. But yes, so
We exclude everybody.
if you want to go over to 221 Be Tactical, we got the Geeks and Gamers store over there. We also have our regular, Geeks and Gamer shirts, hats, pins, all of that, bags. But yeah, this is only going to be available for pre-order from till 9/23, so only a few weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
So,
that's it. So fucking buy it now.
Yeah. So so we can ship these out to you so you guys can have them by the time of the event, because there's going to be a lot of people there. I am not naming names of some of the big names that have confirmed to me they're going to be there, mainly because we have a limit on how many people can be at this event, and we're not right there at the limit yet, but we're pretty close.
Hey, I think we can announce that Drunk 3PL will be there. That's a pretty big
yes. So, Gary, I talked to Gary about this before the show, but yes, Jay has confirmed he's trying to get Drunk 3PO on the show. We're going to see if we can get
I hope so.
We're working on that now. But yeah, 221 Be Tactical. Shout out to Suresh. I saw him in the chat earlier. They're great, and they want to do a lot more work with us. So go over there, get your shirt. It's going to be awesome. So
I'm dropping the RSVP links in the chat right now.
I love your inclusion by exclusion, Jeremy. That was very good.
That's right.
I think it was my idea.
Kind of was. Shockingly enough, it was Ryan's idea, but it wasn't like that. It was like, don't put all these fucking retards on the shirt. Just throw something together and be done with it.
That's legitimately pretty close to how it was, because it's like we're looking at drawing like 50 people, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I like just fucking put a design together that represents everything we're doing. It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
So.
If you guys are looking for, I think 3X, it goes at 3X. If you want bigger sizes, talk to 221B or just send me an email, jeremy@geeksandgamers.com, and we can get that lined up. So I see.
Do you want anything in the heading so that way it's easier for you to find? Because that might be a good way to like parse those emails out.
Krista and Steph deal with that. I don't want to make their job easier.
He doesn't get that many emails.
Yeah, what do you pay for? Come on. Millions of dollars you pay.
Colton back for $50 says, I wore my Nerdrotic shirt and got 2 hails. Hey, I'm glad that's what you got.
Hold on.
I've gotten that as well.
Are you sure he spelled that right, Gary?
That's what it says. That's
A or an E. A or an E. It's very important.
That's how Ed Bill spelled it. I live up in Alaska, and while we play hard in the summers, we hunkered down for a long, dark winter. Because because of that, we take our escapism very seriously. Every new show comes with a question: is it woke? Yes.
Yeah.
And remember when people used to get honest about that? You're digging in the weeds. You're seeing things that aren't there. Now it's everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's
literally
effing everywhere. And this is what happens when you don't do anything and you don't call it out. And now that we are, I mean, but when Amazon came out with the racist, calling fans racist, it was expected. It was early. It's an all-out assault. And are they going to keep this up for 6 weeks? Because we got 6 more fucking weeks of this. Like, what else do you have after that? I mean, we got the conversation that'll probably try to equate us to mass murderers and Ted Kaczynski or whatever. But after that, like, what do you got? You got a shitty show. Doesn't make your show any better. You can stand with anybody you want. Everybody's welcome here in the fellowship. You're damn right. You are welcome to shit on the Rings of Power or like it. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
That's where they'll ultimately fail. They'll try and say everyone's hating this because they're racist, everything like that. And then the people who read those articles, if they actually go and watch the show, they're going to find, holy crap, this show's absolute dog crap. I wonder, if the criticisms were valid and this isn't the disingenuous crap that the media is pushing.
And going back to Jeremy talking about how they all need validation and stuff, the reason why a lot of people who like certain properties that are crap need validation is because what they like is crap. I don't need no one's validation when I say Tomb Raider 1 is my favorite game of all time. Don't need it because I know it's amazing. So if you actually think something is incredible, you won't need social media's validation on it.
That's right. You're 100% right. 100%.
Absolutely right.
I'm going to play Splatoon 3 tonight. Ryan's going to call me a lot of gamer words. Ryan's going to call me a lot of gamer words because I'm playing Splatoon 3. Guess what? I don't give a fuck, okay? And that's what people generally, that's what nerddom and geekdom has been all about. It's like liking what we like, arguing about it, calling each other names, and then going on about our business and doing what we want to do because that's what it's all about. You got these soy boys and these fucking pronouns and bio people that are like, you're attacking me because I like show. Shut the fuck up. That is part of fandom. My God, it's no one agrees on anything. No one.
You ain't been around here very long, have you?
Our House of the Dragon reviews. I mean, we're getting roasted in the chat. People are going like, "This show sucks." That's good. That's normal discourse.
Right. Yes, it is. Thank God.
Yeah, like I'm fine with that. Yeah, and that's why it's like been like such a relief. It's like, yeah, oh God, not everybody's agreeing. That's good.
Yeah, we don't need safe spaces to keep us from different opinions.
Yes. Again, we always talk about it. Modern Warfare 2 lobbies, okay? If you couldn't survive a Modern Warfare 2 lobby, damn right. Modern Warfare 2 veteran right here reporting for duty.
When you make a video and you get a comment underneath, it's like, why can't you just let me enjoy it? I'm like, you came to me.
You clicked the video.
Let people enjoy things, so me not liking something is keeping you from liking it.
I know, that is
Why don't
such
you
a
just let
stupid
me hate on the
argument.
flaws? And they're like, oh, actually, this isn't as good as I thought it was.
Why don't you let me not
enjoy
enjoy
it?
it?
Go, loan me the $100,000.
You liking it is ruining me hating it.
Look, you know what? I finally see myself in this show. I'm really digging it now. I feel really connected to this show now.
The hat looks great on you, Jeremy.
I feel represented. You know what? I'm gonna get my signed hat right now and throw it on.
10 out of 10.
Go.
Ryan, not Ryan Kinnell, but Ryan from the UK. 100 pounds, proper money. Isn't it funny that our complaints about The Hobbit a mere 10 years ago seem trivial compared to this Amazon dumpster fire? In contrast, Jackson's Hobbit trilogy is a masterpiece. It's already happening.
I love it.
There we go.
Like a cycle. The cycle is complete.
I feel represented. That is
There we go.
That is signed by the 45th president of the United States of America right there. So look at there. So I feel Rings of Power is a masterpiece now. MAGA hats. I'm done.
Is Trump stalking you?
He's creeping over your shoulder too.
Yeah, man.
That's great again.
Back there. So
We have the best orcs.
we have the
whitest. The whitest.
The orcs that just really, they're just elf killing orcs. I got them all, and they're fantastic.
You see these hosts? They dug them. They're great. They're great.
Greatest ever. Hey, if you need your tree removed, I've got a service for you. Tree removal service.
They will dig the biggest, most beautiful trench. The greatest trench ever.
That trench gets 10 feet deeper.
They don't like the sun. Okay, they're not quite legal. Okay.
Yeah, they're slaves. They're slaves. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Excuse me. Look at my knife ears elf over there. By the way, anytime
It's a bloody patch of grass.
I want to see a sign that says orcs for Trump.
Put it out in the front line.
Anytime I mention this hat, I have to give a shout out to our late great friend John Bartolo. That's the man that got this hat for me. Love you, John. We miss you every day.
Love you, man.
So he's the reason he said I'm calling Don Jr. right now and getting this hat for you. I'm like, what the hell? That's insane. So yeah, made it happen.
I just saw the chat. The Yorks are digging the greatest trench ever, and they're making the elves pay for it.
Oh my god!
So funny. Oh my god, dude! Perfect.
And the elves are digging it. I can't see the line.
And the sea is not always right. That's fake news.
Fake news.
It's fake news. Okay.
Okay.
The C is wrong.
The C is not always right.
Oh no!
Oh my God, that's actually for the show.
Gary, you look fabulous.
I look so fabulous. Oh my God. It's Gary mid-transition. And Ryan Kittle mid-alt-right.
Already in the front.
Yeah.
Me, not all the way there yet.
Ryan looks like the guy from Office Space. What would you do for about $1 million? 2 chicks at the same time.
No, I got it.
Peter, watch out for your cornhole.
The fact that Uber Geek, the fact that Uber Geek kept the big forehead in there for Ryan just shows how dedicated to his craft of memes he really is.
Yep.
Really do appreciate that, Uber Geek.
I like that he kept the hair for Gary.
Yeah, because it looks so natural on me.
God, you look like Mod, Gary.
Gary does he looks super gay in
I do, yeah.
Even gayer than Ryan. Even gayer than Ryan.
That's what I look like.
I'm not.
That's like a picture that Gary took. That's like a picture of me from a stream that's like sideways looking.
I don't know how to quit you.
Nick
Broke
S.
back Numenor.
Nick S for $49.99. Gary struggling to read super chats. Me, Gary, use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore. You're welcome, great girl. Okay. Oh my God, you guys are ruthless. Not Another Dime has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100.
Wow.
Thank you.
You know what, Jeremy? You see me in this hotel room yelling like I'm in my own studio, not giving a fuck about the people who are on the side of me or down the hall.
To be fair, I have there's reasons I have to respect
I know
the hotel I'm in. So if
And,
I'm just
and
paying
also,
money,
and also if they kick Gary out, he's not planning on sleeping there. He's just gonna go. He's gonna pack up and go right home.
They're not gonna kick him out. He's in Texas, so the people on the other side are going based.
Yeah.
I like the sound of this guy.
Ryan,
how did the memers get into our private meetings?
Wait a minute.
Oh, look at Extra Girl's tits there.
Damn, Extra
Jesus
Girl.
Christ.
Gary, I think I deserve a raise. The amount of hours I work and what I bring to the team, I think is warranted. Gary, I think I deserve a raise. I'm sorry, Garrett. It's not my fault. You have 37 children. I can't afford it. Whatever you want, you can have.
Yeah. I'm joining in on the chat. They're always going crazy over X-Ray Girl. I'm joining in on that party now. What's up, X-Ray Girl?
Show me the price of cock.
Go tit.
Man.
Go
tit.
tit.
Go tit.
Indeed.
I can't. My phone just died, so I got to go plug it in. Somebody vamp.
Gary's having a rough time.
Nothing but the best here for Friday Night Tights. Okay, class organization.
Gary's having a rough time today. Oh my goodness. As rant about. Are you smoking? I thought you were smoking for a minute.
All right. Topics of conversation. I can rag on Rings of Power all day, right? So,
Wow.
Oh my God.
How dumb? How dumb is that?
That's the opposite. He would get more powerful.
Smarter takes.
Gary's more powerful in Texas.
We got to turn Shad loose. He's ready to
Look,
go.
what? Hold on, before Shad, look, I've just shared that. What do you make of this, man? It's
like a
Look at that little beagle go.
Beagle looks real happy, big guy.
That's not a beagle.
Is that a terrier?
Terrier.
It's like a beagle.
Terrier, not a beagle.
I thought that was a beagle.
Look, why are you talking about what type of dog it is when my ass is being
Is that
invaded?
like a wishbone dog?
Hey, that's what you get for giving an
That's
ass
the kind of
to a
quality
beagle.
that you can
Wow.
expect.
That's really good
Wishbone
marketing.
has moved on to different forms of
What's
video.
Your
Story.
dog could do this, you know.
That's Friday Night Tights.
Can you imagine their search history to find that picture?
Yeah. Can't be much worse than mine or Ryan's, to be honest with you. So can't be that. That's Friday Night Ties for you, though. We're about to throw it over to Shad for this epic, rant on Rings of Power. And as like, hold on, I got a dog.
Hold on, we got to show something.
Hold on.
I'm glad you got your priorities straight, Az.
Look, I take being violated by a terrier very seriously.
Let's go, Shad. Let's go.
Right here.
All right, that's really good. So, Shad, you got 7 pages. 7 pages. Is that many you got?
So I get to go through all of it on my review on Night's Watch, but there's a couple of little gems that I missed. There's some even I missed. Nathan, my co-host, he picked out up on just an amazing one. And in the background, there's the old Hobbit and is speaking, and you can barely hear it, but he turned on the subtitles and he wrote down what he said. And it's this: the moon is very full, so be very careful when you're having your shenanigans later on. And it's like, that it's it. Shenanigans? Is this talking about? Yeah, you know what shenanigans they're talking about.
Yeah,
it'll be, and because it'll be in full view of the entire camp, and nobody wants to see that. And then he follows up, "Nah, I'm only joking with y'all," meaning they do want to see it. And so it's like they just love watching the other hobbits halfwits go at it at nighttime, and they're like, "Yeah, man."
It's like
I could believe that in the Harfoot community. Yeah, they're
fucking homeless people. They are literally, you go to fucking LA to like Skid Row or whatever, and they're like, hey, what if we did this? We just made sure it was even more diverse than what it looks like in LA.
Finally, homeless people are represented in Lord of the Rings.
Wait, we have to migrate to another area. We're being kicked out.
On our way back from Anime Matsuri, we're driving out, that like little homeless, I don't know if you guys drove by the homeless encampment. Yeah, there was 2 people just finishing up right when we were driving by. They're just pulling their shit out
in front of you. They don't got no shit. They don't even have a house.
Cars, dude. We're like, oh, yeah.
According to chat, we have breaking news with Disney dropping the Little Mermaid teaser trailer. So,
good.
Let's watch it.
Somebody pull it up. Let's take a look.
Let's see.
Wasn't gonna watch it, but yeah.
Hey, didn't she sing the Black National Anthem?
She did.
Before she did.
Walt Disney Studio.
Look at this fish. Isn't she black?
Odin getting in on the race.
Look at that Negro. Look at her flap.
My fish is amazing.
Your Bible won't save you from the SJWs, Odin.
It's a statement of fact.
Is it time?
Oh.
Oh.
100 years of shit.
100 years of slavery.
100 years of slavery for
that
children.
wave.
Chat's like, no.
No, you don't go nowhere, chat. You stay right here.
You watch the screen, damn it. Prepare for your childhoods to be ruined.
We'll be right back to the Rings of Power talk in just a second. Aquaman.
Oh, they are doing their damnedest to not show her.
Yeah,
we're gonna get hit by this music.
Right.
Disney usually doesn't hit you. They're
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
not
Nemo
like
behind her?
flounder.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't show her.
Oh, they
No.
do.
Oh,
they
She got dreadlocks.
They actually gave
got
her
dreadlocks.
red hair, though. That's usually not common.
What did you do right here? Somebody should shove the Black National Anthem over there.
I'm surprised they gave her red hair.
Oh, just don't. Legion, don't. Don't.
Yeah, it's safe to not do it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Look, not today. Not
today.
Once again, Disney is so creatively bankrupt. They're just again and again trying to profiteer on their past.
Pinocchio.
They can't come up
Mermaid.
with anything creative and new.
Mufasa.
But to be fair, until very recently, why would they even fucking try? Because when you look at what Lion King made, even though like that abomination made like $1.4 billion around the world, Aladdin made a ton of money, like all Beauty and the Beast, like all this stuff. It's not until recently they're actually starting to see some people that are really turned off by it, because it's like this is truly all they have. They're just taking things that people care about and they're remaking it into live action, some bastardized version.
Yeah, they're
It is
repurposing
Disney.
their repurposed material essentially.
Yes, they are multiple repurposers.
So far, on
and
the Disney
when
website.
those films were successful, especially Lion King, when everything was making a lot of money, I think it was because it was a good economy. Things were better.
Was it 2019 where it was like 9 movies hit $1 billion?
Yeah, because Joker was the last $1 billion film.
Who was the president during
Spider-Man.
that time?
Yeah.
Who was that? It was Barack Obama. That's who it was.
It was an awful human being with
on the
blood
Disney
skin.
YouTube channel right now. The only things they have announced Hocus Pocus 2, which is a sequel to a fucking old ass movie that they're going to do
That nobody
a
asked
horrible time
for.
with.
They look terrible,
Disenchanted, which is another sequel to a movie that nobody asked for. The Little Mermaid remake. That's it. And before that's Pinocchio, which is another
Gold.
live action version.
Pinocchio
It's
got
just
fucking
the same
ratio
shit.
to its trailer. Both
So what's the
trailers.
last-
It's getting review bombed, guys.
Apparently, the announcement killed ass.
I could care less about the Little Mermaid. You can do whatever you want to that story.
No, but it just shows how like little creativity they have right
I
now.
know.
They're not announcing anything new. You're
So
supposed to
what-
be the innovators.
Yeah.
What was the last original film Disney produced? That was not, I mean, just purely original,
Pixar
not based on a ride, not based on anything like Disney. We'll say Disney, not Pixar, Disney.
Yeah.
Can anybody even think of it?
Mickey Mouse.
I don't
I
think
think
so.
Encanto. That was like 3 years
But was that Pixar?
Yeah, I mean, Pixar does a lot of shit like that.
Yeah.
So if you're not counting them, if you're counting like maybe a live action,
Wait, Encanto was Pixar, yeah.
We don't talk.
Shit, I don't even know.
I didn't watch Encanto. Wasn't made for
My kids
me.
Yeah,
watch it all the fucking
Black
time.
Hole. That was a
It,
good
like,
movie.
like, it was actually nonsensical and contradictory crap in Kanto. I didn't like it. It gets overhyped. It's just
My
Well,
house.
I
it's-
thought
thought
about
Coco
Bruno,
was-
and they talk about Bruno the whole
I
time.
thought Coco was pretty good.
Oh,
I
Coco,
didn't think I would-
great.
Coco
Coco
was
was
not bad.
really good.
I know.
Coco
I didn't think I was gonna like it because me, but yeah, I shockingly like
Italians.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked Coco a lot. Coco's really good.
Moana, that was like 8 years ago.
I don't know, Jeremy. When you say that, it just kind of sounds racist.
But when Ryan said it, it didn't.
Sounds normal.
Hey,
That's what he's talking about. He just likes a chocolate beverage. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Stepping my game up now. Heck yeah. I've been working. Well, I mean, the
I
MAGA
feel
hat
really
probably went
bad
over you
for
all, so.
I feel really bad for the Zoomer generation because it's just like us 90s kids have a lot of stuff we're nostalgic about, even 80s kids, 70s kids, have all of these things that are great and that we can pass down to future generations, but Gen Z really has nothing apart from some
we're
anime.
regurgitating.
They have
We're regurgitating
crap.
all the things that
Yeah.
we liked as kids
And they're
onto them, and it's
inferior.
not a good. It's inferior.
It's inferior
products.
copies. Yeah.
The only show I know of that's newer is a show called Bluey from Australia.
Yeah.
That's it.
okay.
No, you misheard, Odin. Hey, do you fancy a blowy?
It's a little different.
You just killed Odin.
Much.
Maybe part of his skull too.
Sandy Q has donated
Shower
10
us.
Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you very much.
Bad joke, that.
Hey, those who try the most fail the most. Just ask Chrissy.
That's what I said about my last about my
He's
last
not here.
orgasm.
She did a show last night in Austin, and she had to fly back home. She was also my wife. Went and saw her. I haven't even seen my wife since last night. Hung out with Stephanie from My Nerdy Home.
From Steph.
We're out there.
Steph
from
Stephanie,
Steph.
yeah. My Nerdy
They
Home's
went,
great.
they went to Austin and watched Chrissy perform. They said it was fucking awesome.
Had some great barbecue on Wednesday.
We did.
That was really
We
good.
did. What was that place again? What was it called?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Fucking
Something
awesome
barbecue.
Yeah,
Something
they-
barbecue.
With like these giant
It was
barbecue
called
trucks
Mema
that, like,
Barbecue?
were separated in
Yeah,
another building.
It's a smokehouse. It's a smokehouse.
It was fucking good. It was good. Koa on the Streamlabs side for $100. Hail Friday Night Tights in chat. I apologize for sounding angry. You're going to sound as angry as I read it. I could go.
Do you listen to this show?
See, Chad, I apologize for being angry, but I'm so tired of all this ism everywhere these days. I just want to enjoy things I love, for fuck's sake, not watching them burn. I remember watching Lord of the Rings back in Vietnam. Truly a red day. Ere the sun rises.
A red day.
I just screamed down this whole fucking hotel.
Back when Vietnam. Your neighbors would be like, wait, there's a Vietnam war vet?
Harfoot's in the trees.
Everywhere. The Harfoots.
Forks in the tunnels.
Harfoots in the trees.
Forks in the tunnels, Harfoot in the trees.
Melissa,
They dug those tunnels. to stay
Terry
away from the
Black's
light of the sun.
Terry Black's barbecue in Austin. I guess there's
Terry
one in
Black's.
Dallas, too.
He said Harry Black's the first one.
I did
Harry
not-
Black's
I
barbecue.
said Harry.
If it said Harry Black's, I feel like it would be good barbecue.
It's just like the
Black people know how to cook
Either way,
barbecue.
it was good.
The
It
Harfoot.
was freaking good.
They know.
Oh, dang it. I just lost it. Buford T. Justice for $49.99.
Yes, Buford T. What's up?
Jeremy, play the For Tolkien intro video you guys made for your Rings of Power criticisms. The SJW corporatism is worse than it was for Star Wars. Keep up the criticism, guys. Make gatekeeping great again. Hail. Hail to you.
I actually like the one that Jeff did today. Alaska Jeff did a really good one. Since we're on that here, I'll play it really quick.
Whip it out.
Jeff's been crushing it on the intros, so I think this one's one of his better ones. And I didn't know he was going to do this with it. So here we go.
Show your target. I have two small pair.
Maverick's awesome.
I love this fucking movie, dude.
It's fucking great, dude.
I haven't seen it in ages. It makes me want to rewatch
Maverick.
it.
I
So
never
good.
watched it.
Oh, you gotta watch it.
Jodie Foster plays a straight woman.
How you gonna know if you can beat my straight flush?
Like his mouth breathing.
Ten of spades, a jack of spades, queen of spades, a king of spades, a possible royal flush.
Got him.
Got him. So,
That'll win you.
So shout out to Alaska Jeff on those intros. He's crushing it. So
I like when you guys are calling him out.
Somebody's put the Harfoot smell like Portland. What?
How do you know what Portland smells like?
Ryan called him out for putting himself. He self-inserted in his meme. Right?
yeah. That was good. That was good. I can play the other one if you guys want, real quick.
While you're whipping that out, Zenzi Biscuit for $50. I'm as American as they come, but I couldn't help but cry for QE.
Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth II. I was like, wow, I don't
Jesus,
know.
Gary.
Dude, I've never seen her refute to as QE2.
No, I never heard that either. I was just confused.
Fucking fucker who's gonna like just make an acronym out of fucking everything. Okay, Queen Elizabeth II.
Too soon, Gary. Too
T.
soon.
Louis. T. Louis Part 2.
Yeah.
T. Louis Part 2. So.
I don't love or hate her, but we have something in common. We're both horsewomen. At least we still have Queen Zenyatta. Who's Queen Zenyatta?
That I don't know.
From,
I don't know that.
Overwatch?
Zendaya?
Yeah. No, it says
Zenyatta.
Maybe it's a horse.
No.
So
Don't know
Zenny
that
Biscuit
one.
is a big horse person. So if Queen Elizabeth's a horse, it sounds like the name of a horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
God save the Queen. Yeah, that's. I know a lot of people like it.
I did that.
And
All right.
I have. Yeah, you did do that, Quarter Black. I have.
Great
like
minds think alike.
25% of the audience here is from the UK. So cheers.
There we
Out of
go.
respect. Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Only 6.6 is female.
Women.
Look at him. He put himself
That's
in.
great.
He did a self insert. He put a self insert there. He put a damn self insert.
It's like right there in the front.
Ryan did blast him for that one.
Yeah.
Good. Don't let him get away with that. That's brilliant.
They've cast Ezra Bridger. Ezra
Miller.
For, no,
Yeah,
Ezra
he's out
Bridger
there.
for what's the
Ahsoka.
Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Wait to play. So,
No, Ezra. No. Wait,
The character of Ezra Bridger is going to be.
You thought he was an annoying piece of shit in Rebels for
Ezra
4
Bridger
seasons. Just wait for the
is
live action
Ahsoka.
version.
So who is it?
I don't know.
I got nothing here if you want to see.
Some Arab dude. I don't know.
It looks. I mean, I think it looks like him.
Well, interestingly enough,
I
when
couldn't
it's
give
not
a
a
shit
white
about Disney
dude,
Star
they
Wars.
work really hard to honor the source material when it's not a white dude.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
looks pretty spot on.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I like how the headline you have it like it's missed, so it just says Rosario Dawson leads the Disney Plus series, and it's a picture of that guy.
Oh, she get it.
Transitioning. Leave it be.
I could give a fuck less about the Filoni verse. Sorry.
Do not give a shit.
I don't care anymore. I mean, I don't care about anything they're doing.
Done with Mando. I'm done with Disney Plus. I'm done with that. I'm done with fucking Witcher.
I have no. I have no.
I ain't gonna fucking
feelings for it.
see Andor. You can fucking lick my ring piece if you think I'm gonna watch that.
But it's going to be the most amazing thing ever, Andor.
I'll be watching and reviewing it.
Don't you watch a Trump allegory?
It's the.
I'm not gonna.
Everyone asked
I'm not gonna
for.
pass on a good grift. So I'm not.
Andor is gonna fix, hey guys, Andor's going to fix Star Wars. It's going to save it this time. It's really, really this time.
Dude, it's gonna save it by
time.
smothering it with another pillow.
It's got lots of women with lots of women's voices in it, and it's got lots of diversity. That's your fucking
It's
promotion.
got the
Where's my
most important
closest
character from the best story.
It's got the best diversity. It's got the
13
most
episodes.
The very best.
13 episodes.
Yeah, I heard that the
Holy shit!
No,
before they
the
start
answer is
reducing
no.
it down to
way.
six.
Yeah, but you're like 20 minutes.
No
They're
way.
probably
It's
20 minutes
13.
long. Yeah, they're probably cartoon length. Yeah.
7
dude,
minutes an episode.
I was my Rings of
Like
Power.
Louis.
I mean, like I'm no mauler or anything, but I noticed my Rings of Power review was longer than the last 3 episodes of She-Hulk. So, yeah, Jesus. Ryan Eating Warrior for $50 says, "You guys forgot us military veterans have eaten so much worse than floor pizza. LOL. I'll eat floor pizza over MREs or defact food any day of the week. Plus, pizza doesn't spoil fast, so usually you're pretty safe. I've eaten prison food."
Exactly.
I would say it depends on the MRE, man.
So we had and we'll have the video out at some point. But so Ryan and
Will we
Ivan-
have it? I don't know.
Yes, we will. Ryan and Ivan did a video when we were in the Orlando house. Ryan had Taco Bell. He threw the Taco Bell in the trash. 4 days later, he decided to pull it out of the trash.
Stop. I did not throw it away because I wanted to eat it. Someone else threw it away, Jeremy.
Someone else
I was
threw it away.
upset about it.
Yeah, you tell the story, Ryan. Go ahead. Tell the story. You ate
Yeah,
4
so
days.
we had all these
you
fucking
pulled Taco
plans.
Bell out of the trash.
Yeah, so we had all. Well, yes, we had all these plans that we were supposed to like eat all this shit. So I got a bunch of Taco Bell, and we never did it that day. And then it sat on the counter for another day. Someone's like, "Hey, do you want me to throw this away?" I'm like, "No."
No, it's Taco Bell. It's well preserved.
Another 2 days went by. We were about to leave the house because it was our last day there. It's like 4 a.m. And I find my Taco Bell in the trash. Somebody fucking threw it away. Like I didn't tell them to do that. I didn't give them by permission. So I fucking grab it out. Like it was still in the bag and everything. It's not like it was fucking like
But
touching
still, like
trash.
4-day-old Taco Bell, man. Those crunchy tacos are soggy as shit, dude.
Yeah, just go get more Taco Bell. It's like $5.
You're
Yeah, the
gonna
amount of
get
sodium
food
preservatives in
poisoning
there.
with fresh Taco Bell. Might as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm poised that those crispy tacos aren't crispy anymore.
In 10,000 years, when the aliens come down and go over the carcass of the Earth, they will find Taco Bell, and it'll be still be fresh.
There'll be people in it eating.
Yeah, the worse the food is, the more likely it'll be completely fine if you leave it out. Like, because all the preservatives and all that shit. So
That's
me and Ivan, we did Taco Bell taste testing for 4-day-old Taco Bell that I pulled out of the trash. That video will be coming to Geeks and Gamers soon, I hope.
One day.
The crunch was on point. I finished all my shit. Like,
There is a video of like someone testing like what happens to food when it rots, and it's just got like a normal burger and it gets destroyed in a couple of days. Then there's McDonald's. It was left there for like 7 months, didn't change.
Yes.
The only reason it
Yeah.
stopped is because the cleaning lady threw it out because she thought it was disgusting.
Ryan, you're becoming more of a man in my eyes with each story I hear from you.
Thank you, Shad. That's what I'm talking about. It was fucking good. You throw a little fire sauce on that. Tastes good to me.
Hey, we're at the
I'm
3
fucking
hour
hungry
mark. Does
now.
anybody need to bow out?
No, but I'll be honest with you. I'm actually on a sex doll website right now.
Okay. Are you going to hang out for a little while?
Do they have a Galadriel?
I can explain.
Oh, please do. I want to hear.
Oh,
But
your
not
Google searches are
explaining
gonna
is
be
just
fun.
better, you know? So,
You better be careful sharing your.
one, is it?
If you're on a live stream and you're sharing the screen.
So,
Fill up the jar, guys.
somebody link me the Tifa 5'6". I was just looking at it for research purposes.
It's common.
Oh man.
You know they make those in like a live form. They're called women.
How many Tifas are there in the world?
Hey, Quarter Black, you can't fucking stop. You got too many fucking kids.
No. Yeah, I went I played the long game.
Those ones open their mouths and speak.
Um,
speak.
I had to step away. I had to step away when you guys were reacting to the Little Mermaid. Did you guys see the ratio on it?
No.
I just checked it. It's got 174,000
Oh no, it's another
views.
racism.
Yeah, 174,000 views. It has 16,000 upvotes to 22,000
Wow.
downvotes. Already ratio.
Racism. They're gonna start screaming racism real soon.
It's gonna copy paste that fucking Rings of Power post.
Yeah. Doesn't have
so
anything
get
to
ready.
do
Get
with
ready.
the "Don't Say Gay" bill stand up. Doesn't have anything to do with that. Yeah.
Yep. What other trailers have we gotten? Any other trailers from D23 yet today?
It was the
Is that
Hocus
only one?
Pocus and the what was the other one? Disenchanted.
All right, so I don't think.
I love all those streamers out there who are all the Marvel stand streamers who are just waiting for Marvel announcements. Oh,
They're just like.
Oh wow, Hocus Pocus 2 has 7,600 upvotes to 600 downvotes. It's almost like the sexist didn't show up for that one.
Well, nobody cared about that.
Did anyone get race swapped in that one? Or?
I did love Hocus Pocus when I was young. I
like Hocus Pocus. It's a good
Yeah, it's
Halloween
good.
movie.
Well, Ryan's a big fan of Salem, so we're definitely gonna. He's
And all of its bathrooms.
Yeah, Ryan's really passionate about
and all of its history.
I still get comments about that. I got a comment today from somebody who like lived in Salem for a long time and worked at that mall where I went to that bathroom in, and he basically agreed with me. He's like, it's just a fucking tourist trap for women. That's all it is.
It's the inverse of Tombstone. We went to Tombstone. It was like, there's guns and cowboys and stuff. They're like, oh, witches.
I want to go back. I love.
Go back to the cemetery and all that. It was cool.
Yeah. Sandy Q has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you very much. Koa on the Streamlabs side for $100. I don't know if the applause is working or not. Hail Friday Night Tights and Chat. I read that one. I apologize for being Zenny Biscuit for $50. I read that one too.
You read that too.
Yeah,
she's actually girl dead. Where's she at?
I'm on the phone reading my super chat, so when she deletes them, I don't see it. I have to
Refresh.
if I read keep track.
That was funny.
Show must go on. All right. I'm not going to cancel this shit. As soon as I figured out my internet was down, I'm like, I guess I got to go to a fucking hotel room.
Make that shit work, man.
Joshua Hilton Bright for $50 Australian dollars. I don't understand the gripe with the original trilogy that there wasn't any trans representation. I feel Keffels was greatly represented by Golem. All hail, fellowship, long live Pope Nose. Oh, hail Pope Nose. We love Pope
Gary,
Nose.
Gary, do you want to share this? This is fuck it out. This is Clown World now. Halle Bailey looks exactly like Ariel.
Oh my god.
How are you not? How are you not fucking blocked by them?
Yeah, how
I
are
don't
you
know.
not?
I think I'm the only one. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're all blocked by him.
Yeah, they had me blocked for a while. They've had a lot of us blocked. So
Yeah, I don't even know
Maybe
why.
maybe I am blocked on my other account, but you know.
Maybe.
But I like one of Discussing Films earlier tweets, which is literally The Little Mermaid is next. It's just an ultimate threat.
It's not. Well, not for me. But
someone is making
maybe
a parody of them that's like discussing film with people that agree with us, because that's essentially all that account
There
is.
actually is a parody account that
I know
sometimes
there is
distracts.
one.
It's
I know
called.
there
It's
is
spelled
one.
dick sucking film.
I think that's a completely different website.
Fuck it. Hang on.
Ryan.
I'll fucking follow them right now and tell them I'm a
Yeah.
big fan. Let's see.
Well, the sad thing about it is she could be cast in some other property that had like a mermaid or an elf or something, because she does have those like features. And she's beautiful. So it's just a shame that she was put in this position, because it's not even her fault. It's just like they put her in this spot.
And at some point the actor has to know it, and they're going to take it anyway, because in Hollywood,
That's true.
you know, they're just going to they're there to get exposure, and who cares what damage it does. And this is a repurposed property anyway, but I think it's more of a crime, like, you know, coming out, Amazon coming out and Disney coming out calling the fans racist. That does like damage to culture. That does damage to society. It's beyond all to protect your fucking bad product.
Yep.
That's the thing that irks me a lot. Patrick Ells for $100. Thank you. Oh shit, I did it. Yes. It's been a while since I did that. Ryan, Jeremy's story about you eating 4 pizza reminds me of way too many of my old shipmates. I am glad to see Shad making more regular appearances with Gary. Love to see you here again. Hail to the fellowship, and always love hearing from all of you. Cheers. Hail to you, Patrick.
Thanks, man. I love being here. Love coming on.
Shad, you're brilliant. You're welcome anytime, dude. Thanks for coming on so much, man. It's awesome.
I love it.
Lots of feedback. People love you. More than me. Not jealous.
You guys just spend a lot of time together between all these FNT appearances and then the House of the Dragon reviews.
Yeah,
that's right, dude. I've doubled my content. Like I'm putting out 10 videos a month this month instead of 5. Yeah,
that's pretty
crazy.
good.
Geo the Ram for $40 says, "Hey FNT, I recommended you guys read a manga called Elcon, The Lonely Elves Marriage Hunting Diary." Is that the whole title?
Dang. That sounds like a manga title.
Marriage Hunting Diary. This is how comedy is written. Genius writing. It's one chapter. I always say the Japanese do it better.
Oh, yeah.
There's a joke.
Their take on Western fantasy is actually fantastic.
And I will not partake in that joke.
I like big busty Asians.
That too.
Big booty Asians.
Big. Well, yeah. Take that as well.
Busty booty. I'm not picky.
I'm not picky. Tomato.
Mr. Reese on the Streamlab side for $50 circumventing Mama Susan. Hail Friday Night Tights. Gary, I got great news. I got news for you. I purchased the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended, ladies, version for $5 at my local flea market, all in very good condition. Another fun fact, in that same flea market, I got the Hobbit book about 6 months ago for free. Hail token. Yeah, that way you help a small business even when you get shit for free. and you don't support Amazon. Well done. So yeah, we're at the 3 hour and 20 minute and 17 second mark. Does anybody need to go?
Man, you can tell where he's streaming from directly. He's got that second down to the second now. So I'm good.
Okay.
Come back
30
to
or
me
40
in
minutes.
93 seconds.
Are you going to double one?
That's oddly specific.
Well, I mean, just check in 93 seconds. And
93 seconds.
Do you know what?
I'll
90, I'm not gonna
I'll let you know if I
That's
want to
enough
stay or
time
not.
for Ass to come 3 times.
Hold on, wait. Yeah.
The Orcs doctor said that they had to stop eating so much dark meat and start eating more white meat. That's why they didn't kill him. Robert McDonald for $100.
The dietary thing.
Not less cholesterol on that dark meat.
I like the way that when the elves were dying, I didn't feel anything.
Oh yeah, same here.
Yeah, same.
None of them have been set up. None of the one who got his throat slit was the guy that was being horrible to him in the first episode. So why do I care about him?
They might as well have called him dead meat, like from Hot Shots.
I mean, that's like the newest Predator movie as well. It's just like when everybody was dying that died, you just didn't care. They didn't establish the characters well enough.
Did you like how they tried to mirror the Council of Elrond scene when everybody's yelling and Frodo goes, "I will take it, I will take it," and they did the same thing with Arendir, like, "I will cut it, I will cut the tree." Oh, fuck! They did a bunch of that in the show. I wanted to.
So for those elves specifically, like trees have meaning, right?
Yes. Yeah. But they will cut
all
down
trees, do they?
Yeah.
Like elves cut down trees. They're like.
Yes,
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like they have fucking wood arrows and shit like that. Like
they build buildings
out of wood. Yeah,
weaponry.
They cut down trees.
I just remember from the book when the Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn arrive at Fangorn Forest, they make a thing about that they were going to cut down trees and fire. They're like, no, don't touch these trees. But it also established that Legolas had no issue cutting down trees elsewhere. And so it was just weird that they suddenly have this hissy fit about, we can't touch this tree, it's earned its place here or some crap.
Yeah, there's certain
Also,
elves
why
that
don't
have
you
more
just
reverence
go
than
around
others.
it?
Yeah,
you just go around the tree.
That's
That's much easier.
That's what the orcs wanted to. It seemed to me like the orcs wanted to fucking make him cut it down because it.
I was like, you.
That's what I
elf, you
thought.
That explains why all the elves had their hair cut, because they're protesting against plastic bottles like Jason Momoa did. That's it.
Good. That was good.
I'm just so sick of this plastics,
Yeah, this isn't for a role that I've just been cast in at all.
Hey man, you're an actor. Shut up.
Yeah.
Go listen to you.
Yeah, none of the elves have long hair, and their only explanation, the showrunners, was elves look different. That's bullshit. That is just
they kind of forgot pointy ears.
It's like the show tries to convince you that the elves are attractive because they're not. They purposefully, I feel like, tried to make the elves not attractive when they should be the most attractive. And then they have a line there of about, is this person elf? No, or they're not attractive, or they mention that. And it's like they're trying to convince us elves are attractive, but then they don't actually cast attractive elves.
No, they don't.
They kind of forgot. They kind of forgot that they're supposed to be attractive.
No,
so
why is Celebrimbor so fucking old?
Isn't Galadriel supposed to be older?
How
than
does
him?
that? Yeah, how does that fucking work?
Elrond, Elrond. If they mention Elros, and if we're at the end of Numenor, i.e., 3,000 at least.
Yeah,
but he's still looking the same. But
I'm thinking about that every single scene with elves. I'm like, wait, so how does the captain look like he's 40, and then Arendir looks like he's like 30, but then this other guy looks like he's like, I'm like, how does that work?
Okay, they age over like thousands of years. Thousands of years they do age.
Like it's much longer, right?
But it's like they don't ever look like a 90-year-old man.
There's only like one fucking elf that looks like that, right, Gary? And he's like lived for like 10,000 years or some shit, and he spent a lot of time in Middle Earth. What's that guy's name? Círdan. There it is.
Yeah.
Bob.
Bob. That's the elf that's going to be in Rings of Power. But there's no explanation. The explanation is they don't want to make them look too pretty and ethereal because that would be white supremacists.
Yeah.
The white. Yeah, because the white.
Intersectional.
We got black ones now.
There's
Why
a
don't you
black.
just make
Yeah,
couple
do it
black
to the
ones.
black
Well,
one. Do it to the
they
black
made
one.
they made him pretty, and they gave him a nice, pretty fade. A nice, fresh.
He's all
pretty
lined
fade.
up.
He had a nice
Yeah,
pretty
man.
fade there.
You don't mind him
Got a
finding
pretty
those
fade
jeans?
there, boy.
That's actually Bronwyn actually just lines them up really good. That's the only reason he cares about her.
Wow.
I
She's
feel
the
like
only
this-
white girl that knows how.
I feel like the
Wow.
styling's deliberate. They, like you were saying, they purposefully don't want them to be too attractive because I think with some of the cast there is that if they had the right hair and makeup and etc., then they could be attractive. I don't think they actually want that though.
No, they don't.
They don't.
Well, hair at this point is just a plot device. You can tell who needs to hide among the humans because they've got long hair, which allows them to hide their ears. They've literally just
nobody
made out that
nobody was cast by accident. They went through lots of people to specifically cast a specific look.
Yep.
My favorite one is when he said we won't hire anyone who doesn't have like Tolkien behind their eyes, and it's like, so you'll actually have someone who's a quality person. You're like, no, you just there's just something about you that I don't like.
Yeah,
you know,
I
go
like
away.
What could it
that
be?
was such arbitrary bullcrap when the showrunner says that. It's like we specifically looked in their eyes and we saw if they have middle. It's like, who are you to say you're the arbiter of who has Tolkien or Middle
Yep.
Earth? You
His eyes are the window
fuck.
to the soul.
It's like,
Bro,
guess what? I look into the showrunner's eyes. I don't see Tolkien or Middle Earth in you.
No, I just see they're dead in the inside.
Yeah, the showrunners have a credited script. They only have a half accredited script over all of us sitting here on this panel prior to this show.
I just don't
Are
understand.
you,
how
are
that
you fucking
happens.
serious?
Hey, Gary,
Yeah.
they wrote a lot of scripts that they didn't get credit for or didn't get made into movies.
So did I. Mo Zamboni for $50. Hey guys, quit being so hard on Jessica Gao. It's got to be really difficult to split time between being a showrunner of She-Hulk and harpooning whales off the coast of Alaska. Hail Friday night.
What the fuck?
I got to read these, okay? Hashtag we will win. Plug. I'll be on the 8-750 podcast 9:10 at 9:30. Mo Zamboni.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I thought it was gonna be a fat joke about Jessica
Yeah.
being harpooned at first, and then it got even funnier. So.
it went dark. Yeah. Liquor Snurf for $50. I'm not huge into the lore, but are the hobbits in the show, they're Harfoots, going to be related to the hobbits in the Shire? Or are they going to be like Smeagol's family, where they were like half hobbit, I believe? Thanks. Hail FNT. They are.
They
I mean,
were
they're supposed to be. Well, they were around, but they were very primitive. If they were around, hobbits didn't keep any records of anything until the Third Age, so we don't really know.
Except for
Or made
this
up.
one that has an entire book full of records, Gary.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Except he hasn't even
And
read
a
it because
prophecy.
when a page gets burnt, he's like, "Well, didn't you read it? Don't you know what's on it?" It's like, it's not even a thick book. You can't even remember what was on that page.
Right.
Yeah,
there-
it'd be interesting. You'll just have to see. You'll have to do like, hey, everybody here in the Shire, raise your hand if you have sickle cell. Right, that's how they'll determine if they're descended from the Harfoots or not.
The answer is no. These are made up hobbits that should not exist in this show. Harfoots are a breed of hobbit, but they can't even call them hobbits. So no, this is an ancestor to nothing because it's repurposed shit. WG for go on.
I was going to say, do you have just a moment to listen to some beautiful music?
Oh, I love this one.
Just a second, WG.
Here we go.
Oh, that's bad form. Bad form.
He didn't mean it. He was just hitting that hammer, and it just escaped from him.
Oh man.
Fuck around and find out, bitch. Come on.
Right.
Come on, dude.
WG for $300.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Wow. We interrupted a 300.
I know that. I
I
just saw.
I like how Az says we. So
But technically, we're all accomplices.
I just saw there's Woman Haters of America Orlando chapter meeting during the same weekend as the meetup. That's crazy. I never knew Ryan could multitask.
Ryan was instrumental in that particular date, so I think it's all working out now to see what his motivation was.
That's right. October 29th at the TGI Fridays, right near Universal. We've got a whole little area. It's going to be a blast. So obviously, Melonie,
like a
I would
meetup
invite
before
you,
the meetup.
but I also wouldn't. So
I understand.
Free beer thunder for $49.99. I found it the Middle Earth Barbershop. It's at the corner of St. George Floyd Avenue and Morgoth Way, across from the Moria Projects, just east of Sauron High. Right out in front is Lembas Taco Shop.
Jesus.
And a cute orc antique shop upcoming. It's an up and coming neighborhood.
Like if these things happen, I'd be so much more interested in watching it. You know what I mean? It'd be so entertaining if they just fully like memed it out.
Yeah.
If it was because it's already like a bastardization and essentially a parody. But if they made it with the intention to be a parody, to be funny, you know, maybe then at least we could get some.
There's
good
some joy.
I'm getting plenty of joy out of this, like laughing my ass off at this show when I'm not being bored by it. The establishing shots were too fucking long, and then I was really impressed with that harbor that they just got out of a boat in, and they were like, were they not talking nonstop about they built Numenor all the way up, and you're just walking around describing what we can see and getting out of a fucking boat. That's what you built it for.
You know, I think that entry would have been far more effective if they had laid some establishing groundwork about what Numenor is. You know, because
and the political situation.
Yeah.
It's like I literally have no clue.
Yeah,
what
I
this
still have
place
no
is
idea
or
what
wrong.
it is.
There you go.
I got it from the elves, and that was it.
So this late in Numenor, there's supposed to be a schism. Okay, there's the faithful and the non-faithful. There is a group of Numenorians who want immortality, who are jealous of the elves, and they're willing to do just about anything to get it. And then there's the other ones who are okay with their gift of death and loyal to the Valar. And there was no sign of that schism. And you could that's a lot of drama. There's so much you can do with that. So much. You could set the tension right away. You see this beautiful city, and it would contrast with not everybody's looking happy. They're looking pissed. Kind of like America during COVID. That's all you had to do. And it would have been great. It would have been great if somebody was competent and knew how to write dialogue and adapt Tolkien.
Yeah,
Nope.
Hey, that's a lot of asks there.
Or they're just ignoring so much shit. The fact that they do have Muriel as Queen Regent, meaning a ruling queen, right? Not like the queen of a king. Queen Regent meaning she is the determiner. She is the ruler. That, they have a very specific, you have a list of all 25 kings and queens of Numenor.
Yep.
Right? It's not like there's just a couple random people we don't know about or that Tolkien didn't describe. All of them are listed from the beginning of Numenor to the fucking fall. So to have an extra person in there we already know exactly what happened or why she wasn't the ruler. I don't know how you can excuse that away. There's no reason for it other than to put a girl in charge.
The logic behind the fact that they didn't read the material. They just picked names. They go, here we got female character. We can.
They scoured the material and they took a character they wanted to. What Ryan just said, they needed to have a girl in charge.
Well, yeah, because it's not necessary for her to still have this. They could have even still had this side jaunt with her and Galadriel, where they go off and try and hunt down Sauron or whatever it is. They could have had that still without her being the Queen Regent up on a pedestal, but they had to have that happen.
I think probably what they're setting up, you guys fucking know because you know the plot. I think probably what they're setting up later is Muriel is going to help Galadriel. Pharazon's going to be plotting and scheming against her and eventually take over and wrest control from her. And that's going to lead to the downfall, right? That's kind of where I feel they're going to take it. But you could easily have told this story with Pharazon being in charge and Muriel kind of working against him to help Galadriel, even though Galadriel shouldn't fucking be there. But yes, she's in a force marriage. She could be scheming behind to try to help Galadriel. Why couldn't you do that? Because you needed her to be in charge.
Yep. Oh, and they need her to show her fighting. She actually goes into battle. Muriel goes into battle and she gets blinded. and she puts a blindfold over her eyes so to keep people from knowing she's blinded.
That makes zero sense. That's a good indicator that you're blind.
What they do whenever they're blinded? They put a
I gotta
bandage
wear
over
this
their
iPad
eyes.
so people don't know I'm blind in one of these eyes.
It's a style.
That's the
It's
most
a little-
retarded. Hey, I'm gonna wear. Hold on, I
It's
broke
the
my
fall style
arm.
of
Let me
music.
put a
So no one
sign.
knows- Yeah, I broke my arm, so no one knows I did it. I'll put a cast on it.
That's so Numenorian. It's like
That's
so
where we
from-
are, though. That's the level of fucking retardation that we got in this fucking thing. Look down.
By the way, retarded writers on Lord of the Rings, putting a blindfold on somebody usually means they're blind, especially in the Middle Ages.
That's the first thing you think. It's like,
fantasy.
oh, is that person blind? They have blindfold on.
Maybe
I came
she's
into
playing-
Rings of Power ready to give it every benefit of the doubt. It's like, all right, if it's good, I'm getting. And then we get the stone and boat analogy. I'm like, oh wow.
It's like a
Shirley,
Twitter
this
person
is
putting
where
a
we're
trans
at?
flag in their bio to pretend that they're trans.
Yeah. You know what?
Chad,
Maybe
and
she's
that's-
playing pin the tail on the orc, you know? Maybe.
Maybe the white
Just a
orcs,
really
great
long game
orcs,
of that.
the best dorks. No, Chad, they put that in the
Take a break
beginning,
from-
and they recalled, and then 2 episodes later, we get the sea is always right, but the sea doesn't commit treason. What?
Because it's the greatest.
It is. That's
Fuck
the
it,
thing.
does the sea ever committed treason?
They
They're not-
started with the boat analogy, and the writing has not improved since. It's bad. It's consistently bad in each episode.
Oh, then there was the half-foot one. What was it? Something like you've got enough time to grow hair on your fetus to
Yeah,
between your ears. Like, what?
It's like, what?
What was the
My
dwarven
son-
one that you can bark at the moon, but you can't bring it down?
Oh my goodness! A dog can bark at the moon.
A dog can bark at the moon, but it
Here we
can't
go.
bring
This,
it down.
this is from my
Then there was
source.
something like the
Another
watery powers.
Sorry, this is from the source. Another stupid thing. Muriel doesn't want people to know that she's blind, but she's walking around blindfolded, which kind of sort of might give it away.
I mean,
We kind of
this
forgot
is a
that,
gold mine for just crap. Like the lines are like there's a line that for one of the half-woods. There's head sense, Poppy, and then there's heart sense.
Yeah, and then she comes back as well.
And then
It's
she
like
comes
they're
back
just
and
rhyming
actually
each
like,
other.
and then she comes back and she says, "Well, there's no sense and there's common sense, and if you need some, you can borrow mine," or something like that. And it's like,
Which one? The no sense or the common sense?
yeah, and it was like if they are
Probably the no
using
sense.
those phrases, if they were using those phrases, they would never use the word head sense and heart
Head
sense.
sense and heart, and they forced it because they wanted the common sense and nonsense thing. How do we set that up? I will make up bull crap and force it because they
I also don't you like the inclusion of the word? The guy says he's just an Egypt, and I'm just like
Egypt.
and I'm just like I didn't realize they said that.
It's an Irish.
But also,
thing.
the context of that, they are remembering all the people that they abandoned for dead, and then they mentioned a guy that died, legitimately died to bees,
But
and then
he
they
was an
laugh at
idiot.
this guy's. They just laugh at him. It's like he was an idiot. Don't worry
He was
about
a
it.
pretty
He died. He was a
They're,
dumbass.
they're
To my
crying to
Brits,
people
to my-
they left behind, though.
To my Brits, when I watch it with the closed caption on because I'm old, and they spelled it. They didn't spell idiot. They spelled
Egypt.
Egypt.
Oh
Egypt,
wow!
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what he said.
I-J-I-T.
Egypt.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'm-
Irish. It's Irish for it.
that actually makes sense.
Yeah,
That
that's
actually
what I
makes sense.
asked in my stream.
Irish.
I'm like, is that how you spell it? I mean, like, is that a Euro thing? Like,
yeah, and that's why I was so confused because I'm just like, oh, they're Irish now.
half
What?
the shit
Yeah,
as
well,
says,
that's
and they don't
They're
understand.
clearly trying to do a bad Irish accent. But
It kind of
yeah, I mean,
mixes
listen,
between Irish and Cornish.
I'm all for them leaving the fucking weak people behind. Get the fuck out of my tribe if you can't keep up with me. So they're just gonna hold you back later. Fuck
Yeah,
'em.
that's
My favorite
true.
is when the wizard
Yeah.
got discovered and they're discussing punishment. It's like, oh well, the punishment for this would be to disallow your caravan. It's like, but you know you're going to leave
the
behind
word.
anyway.
What if he
The
just
word
followed you?
is disencaravan
Yeah, just-
them or
It's
something like that.
decaravan.
Caravan.
It's like either we won't let you follow you or we'll
The
just let you fall
ultimate
behind.
punishment.
Either way, they're dead. It's not a punishment.
Yeah, I know.
That's like getting kicked off of like the Grateful Dead tour, basically. You know, you're not allowed to go to or get your acid.
I was gonna
Can
I give a slight spoiler?
Dude, we've been giving spoilers for like 4
Thank
months.
God
on
Lenny
this
Henry
channel.
gets killed in it then.
No, yeah.
He does.
That was spoiled last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago or something. We heard that one.
Wait, is he the first Harfoot that goes?
He's no, he goes in the fight between the Slim Shady ladies and the wizard.
Feminem.
Eminem.
They're shooting arrows and he
I don't know.
cocks an arrow.
I think it's
3. All the Harfoots can die, and I will think it's a better show for it because they're.
I agree.
They are the worst.
Was
the absolute
better up until the point where the Harfoots came in. It's like, oh great, we're back to these idiots again.
Yeah.
What was that?
I'd rather go back to the
I thought the show
dwarves,
was
man.
good. I think it's awful, but still, it's just like, oh great, no Harfoots, and
Bro,
sure enough,
the
they show
chant? What was the chant? Like Lenny Henry is like, "Don't stray off the path. No one left behind," or something.
And then they literally explain how all these people they leave behind.
Yeah.
Left behind. Jesus.
No, it's nobody.
But he
it's
was
don't
an
stray off
agent.
the path and nobody walks alone.
Nobody walks alone. There it is.
Nobody walks alone.
Except for the people we leave.
And they kept saying it over and over again, and it sounded terrible. As bad as the sea is always right. The sea is always right.
The fucking show is full of these little like, oh, I'm so clever. Look at me, I'm the writer. It's like Illendir, whenever he was looking at her, he was like, I have a daughter that runs fast.
This is me
and
off.
a son that runs blindly, and you have both in your eyes.
I didn't.
What are you talking about?
I was like, what even does that mean?
I didn't mind that. Well, so what it's basically saying is that fucking Galadriel is incredibly smart, but also like very fucking aggressive and reckless and shit. So she's the best of both. She's the best. Yeah, you're the best of both my son and my daughter, who are good at different things.
I interpreted the son was an idiot. That's why I thought he was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was
confused.
confused.
I think people. Normies are going to think Tolkien's an idiot if they just watch this. They're going to go like, "What's the deal about this guy?"
No, I just think Amazon's an idiot.
Elendil's like the only character I kind of like.
Garrett, I think, touched on
Elendil?
something that is important to encapsulate one of the reasons why Rings of Power is especially bad. And it's that they're so desperate to feel Tolkien, to feel wise, deep, meaningful. And they push everything so far to, like the rock and boat analogy, they want something wise, deep, and meaningful. And they are so incompetent. They don't have the intelligence to reach that level that they just fail dramatically. It's like, someone in a diving competition, instead of just going for the dive that they might be able to handle, they go for like a triple backflip thing and just belly flop it because they have no capacity to reach the level of talent that they're trying to imitate as. And as a result, it makes it far worse.
When you lack wisdom and you try and write it, it really shows.
That's the same thing with a lot of the slow-mo shots as well, like the slow-mo horse shot that went entirely too long. It feels like they're trying to make themselves appear like extremely artistic. It's just like a
this is
hipster
epic
with their head up their butts, man.
There's nothing worse than force when you're trying to force something to be epic and it's totally not.
Yeah.
Well, it's also
the show is full of it. Like the guy on the boat, is it Elendil or something? Like there's a moment where he just poses. He stands and he poses and looks out to the thing, and it's out of place. It's like, what are you doing? It's such an artificial shot. Yeah, it's such an artificial shot to get an epic pose, and it's not justified.
It's kind of amazing too that you can kind of go back even to Socrates to get a little bit of insight on this. Like the first sign of wisdom is you have to admit your own lack of knowledge, and they aren't willing to do that. So
and Shad, that was a trailer pose.
Yeah.
That was made for the
There's a lot of turning around. There is a lot of turn around. I just wanted to show how proud I am of Exeter Girl with this tweet. She's learning.
She's learning.
Yeah, and we're not going to let her in and read her own tweet. Not only did all the black elves mysteriously vanish from the second age to the third age, all the elf barbers seem to have disappeared as well. I'm so proud of you, Exeter Girl.
And also, who's that random guy? We haven't seen him at all, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me where's Gandalf.
That would be her extra special life
with him.
To go back to like what Shad said about the writers, think of what Tolkien lived through, right? A guy in the trenches of fucking World War I saw an entire continent fucking, devolve into this insanity. Saw true evil, saw true heroism, like all these things that he went through, all while developing this story and this lore and this mythology for decades upon decades. Like, you cannot substitute people in their late 30s who have gone have experienced nothing in life before. And that's who you have determining this and writing these things. That's why it doesn't feel genuine, because they don't belong in the same realm as a man like Tolkien.
But these writers, I'm sure they were misgendered, which is violence. So that's
So they know real violence.
That's worse than World War
They
I.
survived the Twitter wars of 2020. Come on, that's like World War I, right?
Yeah. Hey, Ryan. They watched Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, there you go.
And they were traumatized by the experience.
It's triggering the
biggest sign
opening of the movie.
of that kind of insane modern mindset is that Galadriel, they think this is a heroic character, a wonderful character, a likable character, and she is the most despicable, narcissistic, arrogant, up herself cow of a character, and she's just awful. And they unironically believe that that's the protagonist that's going to carry.
Are you talking about the actress or the character? Because I really can't tell the difference.
It's indistinguishable. She's not very good.
But seriously, I mean, we're talking about
not very good.
An actress that had to go get therapy because of a part.
It was they went through like exposure therapy. So like, were they showing like violence at her because she's never been through it before? She had to know what that was like.
Imagine,
because it wasn't after.
That's
It was
a good
before.
life that you have not experienced violence in any way, shape, or form, even on fucking TV, where you need exposure therapy.
I think it also speaks to those directors to create such an environment that someone feels that they
this is their view of like
That's
what
working Hollywood.
it's the people behind it. Like, you had the two prominent women in this last episode, the Queen and Galadriel. They're just both unlikable bitches beyond belief. You know what I mean? That
They had a Karen off.
So yeah, that's exactly what they had, and that's how the people behind this. That's how they view. What their version of what women should be. They should be snotty and bitchy and dismissive and arrogant, and it gives you more of an insight into the people behind the show more than anything else. I think.
I miss the days when Hollywood directors would yell at their cast if they're not doing something right. I mean, legit, these people are so soft. Yeah.
Christopher Nolan doesn't let people sit down on chairs, right?
Good.
See, hear any of these persons complain, and then think about, was it David Lynch who will do like 1,000 takes or something like that?
Yeah.
So,
or Stanley Kubrick used to make people cry. James Cameron has made people cry. Those were
great fucking films out of those guys.
Fincher.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And those were good films. But now you can't make people cry.
Yeah.
They
So
see
now
this
there's no more good
attitude
films.
as a
That's
way
what it
to
is.
go through life in sort of like a masculine-dominated society, as they see it, like fight the patriarchy with this attitude. This is what you need to be to win. And they don't realize men can't physically go around acting like that because you will get the shit kicked out of you.
Yes!
There's always a bigger person. And every man is aware that if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you're going to be on the floor. And so that is a natural restraint to behaving like this.
Galadriel's just going around
just
going,
get away with it.
I'm gonna kick your ass, man. Give me what I want. I'm gonna kick your ass.
We paid for this island. The wrong person should be on the fucking floor.
Yeah, we paid for this island in blood. Well, I would gladly do the same. It's like
she fucking should have straight up to slap the shit out of her right there.
I know, and
shut the fuck up, bitch.
That line is a non sequitur because the Queen is explaining why they deserve the island, and then Galadriel suddenly is going like, "Well, this is why I deserve a boat, and I'll compare it with blood as well." It's like, it's not what you're not even addressing what the Queen was referring to.
Yeah, does it mean that you're going to kill everyone?
Yeah,
are you gonna cut yourself and give me
Galadriel
blood?
would know what was sacrificed for that island too.
Yeah.
So
I think because we're on Galadriel, I need to mention, I think, like honorable mention to the worst and most horrible line that encapsulates Galadriel's character. What's amazing, it follows on from an exchange that my literal response to that exchange is like, you could not write a more unlikable character, and then she follows up with that line. I was like, I was wrong, because she's talking with the guy, and the guy's explaining that he has to guard her, and he says the Queen saw it as a type of punishment, and her response is then she and I have something in common after all. And I was like, you freaking cow. This is the guy that saved your life, right? Literally
know.
saved your life. And she does that to him. And
the dude who's not yelling out for the guards to just get her ass back in her fucking place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about with her being an unnecessary bitch. I mean, it's like that is such a horrible line. It's like this dude was looking out for you, and you're basically just shitting all over him. It's like,
really?
screw
And
you,
then,
lady.
well, this is her follow-up line after that. Who is this mortal who speaks to me as if he has the slightest idea who I am?
That doesn't make sense
who
because
I am.
that doesn't make sense because
you know who I am. Yes.
You know who I am. You fucking know who I am.
That's diva energy, man.
That is
It's trying-
right. That's
no,
such
hold up.
deep
It's
energy.
trying to do that line, but it's the opposite. It's saying as if you knew who I was. So as a person that would know who she was, so she's like so powerful. If you knew who she was, you wouldn't be talking to me. But she's using it in a way as you know who I am, so you are talking to me this way.
Oh, she's saying you better than me. I am better.
Well,
than
I
you.
don't even get you.
The sad
like,
part
you know
is
who I fucking
What's up,
am.
Brian?
the sad part is that he does. That Elendil does know who she is,
Yes.
and he like has a bunch of respect for her. Like that's the sad
Of course
part
he
about
has
that
respect.
entire fucking thing.
And she basically dehumanizes him. It's like, who is this morsel who speaks to me? It's like, she's like, you are nothing. You're spit on my boot.
That's something a villain says.
I know.
She is a villain.
She is the villain. So
She's a villain, yeah.
yeah.
Shut up,
She's a
knife
villain.
ears.
Yeah.
She's the villain.
Shut
Look.
up, knife ears. I'll show you the inside
That's
of
a villain
cage.
face.
Oh God.
This is
Doesn't know
my
how I
evil
got
old
these
face.
scars. Yeah.
It's like a beaver smile.
It is a variation of the Kate Blanchett evil queen in a
The
certain
thing
way.
is, though, like
she's
if you
kinda
actually
stuck in
look at
that.
her face here, where she's got like some protruding cheekbones, her nose is kind of
Buck
hooking.
teeth.
It's like if you just paint her green, she would look quite goblin-esque right here. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah, you're right.
You know,
Yeah.
She'd be like a goblin from Legend. You know how they're like really
Bullocks.
lanky and scary.
Oh, those
Yeah.
are good. Those are
Yeah.
actually good. All right, I got a couple more here. Jazda Face on the Streamlabs side for $57.94. Got in late and catching up. Has Gary been evicted? Not yet. Do we need to set up a GoFundMe for him? I'll tag the quartering and get him on the case. Nobody messes with the blue check marks. All hail Friday Night Touch. That's right. Don't you know who I am?
One of them.
I'm the juggernaut.
One of them.
Max Power, thank you for $50 US. Hell yeah, Jeremy, Splatoon 3 is great so far. So hey, they're all
wait.
for it.
Live streaming it
Ryan-
tonight.
Ryan Eating Warrior has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you very much, Ryan. Bashy Washy has gifted 50
Bashy Washy.
50.
Nerdrotic memberships for $250. Oh my God.
50. Holy fuck.
Oh.
All right, so we got a couple people who need to go.
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Sun's getting low, big guy.
I would
Think
just
about-
like to say something
your hands
before I go.
Just one
For
thing.
a long, sorry.
Just
well,
one thing.
it might go into various other things.
I
but-
know exactly what's about to happen. I know exactly
Is
what's
that
about to happen.
I don't think you do, Jeremy, because it's you first of all that I need to address. Because for a long time now on this fucking show,
That's a funny way of saying you need to go take a dump.
I gotta say, he did fool me when he said, "Wait," and he still pulled it out. He still got it. His pull-out game is
He's a
amazing.
showman.
His
He's a
pull-out
showman.
game is amazing. As
I thought he was just going to invent something to ramble about just to fuck with you.
Shout out to Az. We love Az.
We love Az. Well done, my friend, my British American.
Yes,
Odin.
indeed. Yes, absolutely. So thank y'all again. Y'all are awesome. I love you guys. Great to be back this week. Check me out over at OMB Reviews, and I'll see y'all later.
See you later, Odin.
Later, Odin. Take care, dude.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, look who's back.
Whoa.
Hey, now that all the people who have hair have left, or no, don't have hair.
Bimbo power.
My brain is in my hair. It got cut off. It's gone. I'm
As soon
sorry.
as you started your thought channel where you're like building stuff in kiddie pools,
Doing yoga.
doing yoga.
X-ray girl, like she looks like she's ready to give fucking happy endings or something right now.
Okay, what you want from the menu? All right, you come in. Okay, I take care of you.
30 minutes.
You want the upgrade?
Robert McDonald for $100. Fandom. Why are the orchestras so white? It's all. Is it orc or orchestras? Where this is going? It's almost like you want a bad white people thing. Amazon. It's because they live underground. It's orcs. X-ray girl, not orchestra.
There was an orchestra played video.
I'll read it again. Fandom. Why are the orcs so white? It's almost like you want bad white people thing. Amazon. It's because they live underground most of the time. Duh. Fandom. What about these? Amazon. You're racist.
Spot on.
Rhino Helix is gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you very much. And Night Train. I'm on the Night Train for $50. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth II. See, he wrote it out. So it wasn't QE2. I thought it was a game.
Thought it
was the boat.
Yeah.
So Melonie, so back when The Last of Us Part 2 was going on, somebody sent a super chat and he read, I guess I don't know exactly how it's typed up, but he called it T Louis Part 2 because he doesn't know video games at all. So he said T Louis Part 2 because they had like T, they had it, abbreviated like you do for The Last of Us, and T Louis Part 2. Yeah. So
amazing.
And much like all the memes and our mistakes, they'll never die in this little
Yeah.
world. So.
That was like 2 years ago, and it's still going. Although Freddie Mercury is the biggest queen in British history, R.I.P. Freddie Mercury, by the way, you were the best.
R.I.P.
All hail Friday Night Tights and War Eagle all day long. Also, Carrie and Gary gave me the fortitude to give up booze, and I will always be grateful for that. Hail, well done.
Fantastic. Good job.
Well,
you gave yourself the fortitude for
cheers
that.
to you. I'll drink one for you. You don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but that's all you. That's all you. Cannot take credit for that. So thank you very much. And let's read a couple more. So Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20. Do you know why rocks sink? No. Why? Because Poe, like you rocks, don't realize that hope is like the sun. Side note, I don't know if Shad critiques video games, but if so, I'm playing Valheim, and I would like to see him do, is it Valheim or Heim? Valheim.
Yeah.
And I would like to see him do an anal cis.
I get a lot of requests to try out Valheim, so I do want to give it a go, and I do give reviews of games on the occasion. Right now, it's just time. I haven't played video games in like a week.
A whole week.
That's right, man.
Huh?
Yeah,
I feel like with the
fantastic.
survival games, that what is it called? The vampire one. It's a lot
That one
better
just
than
came out.
Valheim.
V?
I think it's. I don't remember.
V has good reviews. V
That's high. That's high praise. It's high praise.
Ooh.
Because Valheim was
that's
awesome.
really good.
Shad, you should play with me and Az. We can go play
V Rising. That's
when you
it.
find some time.
V Rising. Okay.
It's
I
actually
like
really
TV
good.
show V. V was a good TV show in the
It
80s.
was. It was a fantastic TV show.
Alien Invasion. X-Ray Girl gets extra dirty on those streams.
But
Sunday's fun day.
we realized it's because of Az. As soon as Az left last week, it became like kind of
That's
like a
true.
wholesome stream.
It was really nice. It was really fun.
I blame Az.
Dirty.
The woman, blame the man. Patrick Bond for $20. Hail to the fellowship. Keep up the good work, guys and ladies. Been a fantasy nerd growing up, now a physicist and of the same faith as Shad. Love you, bro, Shad. Rings of Power and Wheel of Time feel more like the writers bullied nerds growing up. I agree.
Well, they're doing it. The content now feels that way.
It is. I mean, Jessica Gao came out and admitted it. Like, it's a shot at Marvel, at toxic Marvel fanboys.
Yep.
You mean the fanboys that lusted over John Byrne's She-Hulk and made it a comic that actually sold because it was canceled before that? Because nobody gave a fuck about the character. When comics didn't get canceled, when they had this, if it didn't reach sales of 300,000, they would get canceled. That would be a runaway hit today. A runaway hit.
That is so sad.
Man.
E. Helfinger for $10 said, Shad, put your two-hander away. This is a family show.
Do you see the size of this glorious pummel? Don't you just want to grab this incredible shaft? Incredible shaft.
Is it really heavy?
Look at the hilt on that thing.
You know, it's got a pretty big knob. I got to just see this.
Thanks for having Melonie on for $10. Oh, thanks for being on, Melonie.
Thank you.
It's great. From Biolithic THX 1138. It's a good movie, actually, for $10. Mel Mac, nothing to watch. See, you need to go to Korean.
Oh, K-dramas.
Yeah.
There's some great.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
Alchemy of Souls was epic, and we get a season 2 next year. There you go.
Sweet. All right. I'll check it out.
Space Cake for £2 Below's Horn. The Shad is always right. Shad is always right. For Melanie Mack, I forgot to thank her the other day for letting me know about the ad with Sophia. I got to say this name right. Vergara as Laura Croft.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
$20. Thank you.
She rocked it too.
I bet she did.
Yeah.
Shad is a legend from Anthony for $10. Yes, he is. We love it.
This is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And this will be the last one. And I think Shad was trying to say words cannot express plays EFAP Christmas song. Zachariah Nunez for $10.
Some EFAP lore there. Look up the EFAP Christmas song and you might know the reference.
All right. We're gonna have to wrap this. I can't yell.
Taco Bell.
That's why you laugh.
Now is that also
how old is
that?
Damn, I'm talking about Taco Bell. Unfortunately, it's real fresh. So
I can't eat Taco Bell because I'm 53.
Like a bear. He buries it later to got a weak stomach.
Dude, it's called being old, and well, okay, it might be weakened from all the drug abuse, but
You'll clean it out. You'll clean it out, Gary. Be good.
I'm on a Taco Bell cleanse right now.
It puts a new, meaning to rings of power.
Oh no!
Blowing an O-ring.
Well, Amazon's blowing an O-ring right now. So.
They are.
Jesus.
They are.
Okay, let's go around the horn. People can plug whatever they like. Thanks everyone for being here. Of course,
Jeremy, I'm playing Splatoon 3 tonight with my Geeks and Gamers team. I don't know if Lady Rippa's going to be there. She's one of the best Splatoon players. So it's going to be fun. It'll be on Geeks and Gamers Play, so our gaming channel, and then over on Rumble, and probably Crystal will be live on Geeks and Gamers Twitch. So we'll be doing that a little bit later tonight. And also 221B Tactical. Go check it out. Our new hats are in stock now, so you can order those. We got the T-shirts. We got the event shirts, everything else over there, and a lot more is happening. So great Friday Night Tights. We had a great panel tonight. Always happy to have Shad. I can't get away from Disparu no matter what I'm doing. I'm always playing games with him or something, but he's crushing it. And you'll see me on Splatoon.
Me neither. I'm always with him too.
And always great having Melanie Mac on. She's awesome. So yeah, this was an excellent episode. So shout out to you, the chat. You guys are awesome, and I'll see you in a bit for Splatoon. Can't wait.
Thank you, Jeremy. Ryan.
Thanks for having me. It's always good to be on with such fine people here, and of course, Quarter Black Carrot. But,
Damn, that's that racism, man.
I didn't say anything about extra, girl. But yeah, these Friday Night Tights are getting crazy because we have so much to talk about every single week. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the rest of Cobra Kai, probably between now and Sunday. And then, of course, Sunday night, I'm looking forward to House of Dragon. But yeah, find me, Ryan Candle RK. I'll post all that good shit. For those Orlando shirts, remember, you only got 2 weeks. So these are special. Like, if you don't get them now, you're not going to get them. And we'd love to see a bunch of people showing up to the meetup with those things on. They will get shipped to you so you can have it before you make the trip down to Orlando. So please go to 221B Tactical.
Yep. And look, 221B, like we got plans to do a lot with them, and I'm talking to Gary about maybe he gets involved with doing some stuff. So again, they're not a company that does stuff for YouTube. This is Geeks and Gamers is the first kind of YouTube thing that they've done, and so we're trying to be like they're not like they've already been sent messages about Ryan. Trust me, they don't care about anything anybody's like they're not going to get fake offended over you, but they're good people. Suresh is awesome, and it's quality shit, man. Gary wore a shirt in one of his videos. That's the greatest day of my life. Finally got noticed by a big YouTuber.
Whatever.
I get a big YouTuber that goes to 3-star hotels to stream Friday Night Tights.
221B, you did make a good shirt. You did, but I did ask for that shirt in all fairness back in 2019. Just wanted to let you know.
You did. Well, the problem was I had to wait to get the quality for you because you're such a big star. And then if I'd known you just stayed at 3-star hotels, I would have handed you the dog shit from Teespring, you know. So.
I was thinking blue check mark, nothing but the best for me. To treat myself.
Yeah, he's blue check now. He wipes his ass with silk.
Yeah, he's different. He's on a different level now.
Wipes my ass for me. Come on, let's be real. The service that comes with the blue check mark. I had to get my scripts. I haven't got my scripts that everything is great, and you're all racist for not liking everything that's great that I like. But those are coming any minute. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, yes, Ryan. We'll go to Quarter Black.
Hey, speaking of the same week, Gary gets his blue check mark. We went to the InfoWars, did a show with Chrissy Mayer.
That is awesome.
It was very good. Brittany Venti was there as well. So if you could find a link to the website that is completely banned, you can go watch that. It was a lot of fun. And damn, what a great show. That's the only way I can get through watching this show. If it was not for Friday Night Tights, 1, I would not be watching this fucking show.
No, seriously, right there.
2, I could not get through this show without having people like go to and talk about how bad it is. So thank God for you guys. And it's been a great show so far. In the chat, you're beautiful as always. Thank you.
Hey, and now you get to watch it again slowly as we edit a video.
Yeah.
God
damn it.
Dude, like
this stupid bitch from Grubhub gave me mild sauce.
Nobody wants mild sauce. Why does it even exist? It's like decaf of sauce. Don't fucking do it.
What's the
piece of shit?
She just saw you were white. She saw you were white and was like, let's go with the mild.
I hope she gets in a fucking accident on the way home.
Oh my God. I wonder why all the orders get wrong. It's a total mystery.
Because it's totally not karma.
She started it. It'd be karma for her. She fucked up my order.
Ryan.
Get wrong.
Send the nukes. I didn't get my spicy sauce.
I hope her car explodes and her children all die. She didn't give me the fucking spicy sauce.
Dude, why don't
that'd
you
be
buy
funny
some?
if you and Quarter Black together ordering Taco Bell, and then you get the mild sauce, Ryan, and then Quarter Black gets like the fire sauce.
Yeah, he does.
Look, we just sensed it.
We know you like it spicy.
Like that hot sauce.
Yeah, I did. I wanted 8 packets of fire sauce. I ordered it specifically on Grubhub. How do you fuck that up?
It's Grubhub. That's why when you go inside of a Taco Bell, Ryan, make sure to get a handful. Do they still have them outside?
I ran out of the extras I have. I used to have like a whole
Go to
bottle
the store.
of fire sauce.
Yeah, get the bottle.
Yeah, they sell the bottles. Yeah. I don't think they do the fire sauce though. They just do the hot sauce. It's good hot sauce. It is.
Hot sauce.
Comics division.
Hi. Well, I'm kind of out of commission at the moment while my PC is dead. So hopefully tomorrow I'll actually get my motherboard so I can get my stupid Lord of the Rings review out. Thank you, Gary, for forcing me to watch that, by the way.
You're welcome. You'll thank me later. It's cathartic.
Yeah, it really is. But as always, Gary, thank you for having me. It's I love hanging out with you guys every single Friday. Melonie Mac, Disparu, and Shad. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. I look forward to doing this again next Friday. I'll see you guys then.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Since Ryan had an order messed up, I have to mention as a reminder right here, sharing my screen, when Gina took us all out to dinner, his order got messed up at a super fancy restaurant as well. He can't.
I love Gina's face there. Universe telling you something, Ryan.
That's telling me to expect less of people.
This is like a Renaissance painting, by the way. This is the best.
This might be the finest photo I've ever taken.
It's almost like the Last Supper.
Somebody made it into the Last Supper.
Exactly.
There is more narrative depth in this single photo than the entire
There's so much emotion there.
Yeah. Oh man, it is.
Look at the pathos, pain, embarrassment.
The bad thing is, Shad's not wrong at all. It's funny that he said that. He's not wrong, and this is why so many people are growing their channels. So many people are gaining traction because everyone watching this is going. It's the same thing as The Last Jedi. People that are kind of normie or general audience, they're watching like, I don't like this, but I'm being told that it's great. And then they find people like Disparu. You know, they find like George. George is killing. George the Giant Slayer is crushing it. Disparu's crushing it. Obviously, Gary, as I continue to say, he's the king of the Lord of the Rings fandom. He's just destroying it right now. It's awesome to see. And I just, fuck these motherfuckers. Keep calling them out. They deserve it. They deserve it. And if you want to see a really good rant, I'm going to be watching Shad's video before I go live because I got the notification.
I'm looking forward to that. After seeing that, all those papers. Okay.
Oh my God. It's all typed to not handwritten. Holy shit.
Oh, it's typed.
Dude, what
7
the
pages.
Oh my God. You're going to destroy that thing.
I'm embarrassed to show my notes
the
now.
Unrelenting crap of this single episode.
My notes look like they're written by Helen Keller.
Shad, when you tweeted out that you're going to do a live stream review, one of the tweets was something like, 7 pages, I can't wait for another 3-hour stream of him ripping this apart. And it's like 3.5.
I did my stream last night and I jumped on to Shad's and holy shit, you were screaming already and you were just
I needed to. It was so bad. I had to let it out. It was cathartic. But, the unending deluge of crap in this episode is so dense that I needed 3 hours just to cover all the things I noticed, and I didn't even notice everything. But
last week we did like a 6-hour Friday Night Tights. I did a 2-hour stream. You did a multiple-hour stream. EFAP did a multiple-hour stream, and it still wasn't enough time to cover all the fucking stupid from those first 2 episodes. Oh God, and there's more coming. Thank God it's almost halfway done and we don't know anything about our fucking characters except Galadriel's a bitch.
Or a story. I mean,
he is always right.
He is always right. I can't argue. He is always right.
Yes.
Amazing.
Wow.
C said it. I can't argue.
Oh, that was beautiful. Who did that one? Renee.
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 We need to gallery.
Disparu. Thanks for coming on, bud.
Oh no, thanks for having me. It's always fun to be on. I find one of the best things to do about this is you can literally just take the piss out of it. I get my entertainment just ripping this stuff apart. So for me, the worse a show is, the more fun it is. I've had great fun with She-Hulk. I think it's amazing.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
People are like, I hope it doesn't get a season 2. I'm like, no, bring it on as much as possible.
Please.
So I'm in my element at the moment, especially this month. There's still lots more Rings of Power stuff coming for the channel. Then we've got Andor. There's Quantum Leap coming, which I think is going to be an absolute glorious
Quantum Queef.
It looks so dumb, dude.
Is that where they have the they them in it?
There's a guy in blackface in it. The Asian guy turns into a black guy in the mirror instead of yeah. So I wonder how they're gonna do that.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, Quantum Leap. You can literally just look at the screenshots, and it's good.
It's not blackface. He just turns like he gets into a black person's body. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it's like the Asian guy looking in the mirror, and he's actually black. He looks like Nick Cicada. So.
Wait, am I retarded?
Yeah, basically. I also want to say for the record, since you acknowledge your handwriting looks like Helen Keller's. Helen Keller's a fucking fraud. I don't believe these stories for a second. It's just a bunch of fucking propaganda. There ain't no way someone who can't hear, can't do shit, can't see, nothing. There's no way they can learn how to do anything. That's
Didn't
fucking
she also
fake
turn out to be
news.
a communist as well?
Probably.
I
believe that part.
That part I believe. And my writing still looks like hers, whether she knew how to do it or not. Shad Brooks of Shadiversity, author, swordsman, family man.
That is right.
Welcome.
That is right. Oh, dude, it's been a pleasure. I've had an absolute blast. Thanks so much for having me on. And also, I can't wait for Sunday night, Monday morning for me. We'll be looking at House of the Dragon. And of course, if people want to find out my my reviews and stuff, go check out Night's Watch. I have a deep dive review of all of the Rings of Power episodes. And we did a live stream of episode 3. As we mentioned, the whole 7 pages. It's fun. It's fun. So if you guys want to see, I don't know. Like I said, it's a deep dive. We want to try and find every single piece of crap in it. It's so dense. I don't think I caught everything, which is why watch everyone's reviews. Watch Disparu's, watch Gary's, watch EFAP, watch everyone who's reviewing this just so you catch all the things that other people notice. And so, yeah, absolutely. Night's Watch is where you'll find a lot of the content I think people enjoy. But of course, Shadiversity released a video last night testing out the rope throwing axe from Prey. That was a heck of a lot of fun video. And so we test that out in real life. And of course, if you're interested, you can check out my novel, Chronicles of Earthfall, Shadow of the Conqueror. It is available on ebook, audiobook, paperback and hardcover, audiobook through Audible. I think people really enjoy that.
And just to be clear, I do see a black person on the cover of this fantasy novel, Shad.
Yes.
I heard that they didn't exist in any
Well,
fantasy
actually,
story.
this is the thing. Like, he has no racial connection to anyone from our world because it's in a fantasy world. Like, like the race is Turasian, but they're technically not black. They would never identify as black, and they would say, well, "I don't have black skin; I've got brown skin." But even then, and so the whole kind of racialization of fantasy is bullcrap. It's a fantasy world, and so if people want to say, "Oh, I've got," no, it was because of the world setting and it fit, and all those reasons, and. But yeah, check out my novel if people are interested, and yeah, that's all. Oh, by the way, Melonie, did you mention Danger Girl that you were doing? Because I just want to flex my nerd cred then, because this is like one of the greatest comic books. Like you do it. J. Scott Campbell. Like, look at this. This is a fold-out one. J. Scott Campbell is one of the most talented bloody artists in the world.
I love his work.
It's amazing. And Danger
The
Girl
late 90s.
is so good because it's just a celebration of like the James Bond trope. It's made for like people just love this stuff, and there's no shame in it. The guys are just rough, masculine. The women are beautiful. The art is amazing, and it plays with some hilarious tropes of the spy genre. Danger Girl's phenomenal. I love
Danger Girl's good stuff.
That's back when the girl power stuff was actually fun.
Yes.
Yes.
Fun and sexy.
Yeah. Love
now
it.
it's just frumpy,
boring, and depressing. Yeah, frumpy is a good way to put it.
And ugly.
And ugly.
Yeah.
Mean.
Well, frumpy implies that.
Yeah, and mean.
I don't think it's like the goblin look though. Doesn't look frumpy to me. That's
You know
like
who isn't mean? Melonie Mack isn't mean. She joined us again. Another great show, another great appearance. You're always welcome back. Thank you, Melonie.
Thank you so much. You guys help keep me sane because I've spent so many years like in the more gaming industry space, and it has been so overrun by wokeism that it's been so refreshing since I've met all of you guys, and it's nice. It's nice to see some fresh opinions that aren't just following the approved narrative out of fear of being canceled. So it's been great. But anyway, for me, you guys can find me on my new-ish channel, Melonie Mac Go Boom. That's where I upload stuff about all the current event stuff, which happens to be mostly woke stuff because that's where we're at. So you can see me ranting about all that going on there. And then like I was saying earlier, I've been diving back into more retro gaming because I need some joy in my life. So picking up a Tube TV tomorrow, I'm excited. PlayStation 1 games for days. I'm gonna bring that content over to my main channel at Melonie Mac. Well, it was my main channel before. And then all over the mainstream social media, you guys can find me at Melonie Mac.
Right on. Enjoy those Tube TVs. They're excellent for old school gaming.
Oh yeah.
I got a little one back there with a VCR in it.
Wait, is that the one thing right now?
Yeah, it's in the background.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've got one over here that it'd probably take me and about 4 of us to pick up because they're so damn heavy.
Oh, they are.
Those things
They
are
last
insane.
longer too.
Yeah, they do.
There's something about them that old systems don't look quite as good unless they're on
exactly
a Tube TV. There's
because I
something
have
about
an
it.
upscaler
I can't believe
and
people want to
everything.
watch that shit again, but good for, I mean, like we watched it forever and now we're at this beautiful 4K and you kids want to watch.
No.
It's hilarious.
Imagine
No, the
having
games
to
are built for
rewind
those
something.
TVs.
My 2 brothers, they also we've all 3 of us have been like looking at local classified ads for Tube TVs, and then I told my older brother his wife's parents have like a big Tube TV. I was like, I bet you could get them to trade you for your HD TV.
He's like,
No.
Like this beautiful flat screen.
Yeah.
I think I have one. I have a Spider-Man all-in-one DVD TV. It's got like a little Spider-Man eyes on it. I played it. I had it in my store forever, so I'm sure it's still around.
It's funny. I actually looked for those, those old SpongeBob Tube TVs.
Yeah.
I
The
looked
Shrek
for that. And they're
ones.
like over $100 on eBay. I was like, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
And they might not work.
The funny thing about it with the HD TVs, I mean, they make things look fake now. I mean, that's kind of the charm of like the older TVs, that things look great on it. And I'm watching.
That's the smoothing they do. All the new TVs do
you
that.
got to take that
awful.
out. Tom Cruise said you got to take it out.
Yeah. Okay.
I've
Good
done
to know.
already. I got a projector, man. I got a 4K projector. Is fucking awesome in that theater. Oh, like fucking House of the Dragon looks so good. Woo, looks good. So that'll be the next live stream. House of the Dragon with Shad and Mahler, 9-10. Ryan, we'll get you on sometime since you're enjoying the show. I think Fringy is joining us this Sunday. I think Mahler, when Mahler likes something, he gets all
tells
of
everybody.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I think I said he wanted to get somebody's perspective who's not a Game of Thrones person, who's never watched Game of Thrones, to see like how they are interpreting this show, if they're enjoying it, or if, because we're seeing so many parallels, especially like in the Kingswood with everything that happened with Robert, like all that stuff is going through your mind as you're watching that. So yeah.
Oh yeah, them killing a buck. Them killing a buck, foreshadowing the next season. Yeah.
Well, it's funny how Mahler tells everybody he likes something when he likes something, but the people that complain about Mahler never talk about the things that he likes. Pretty interesting how that happens on Twitter.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Never
You don't like
mention that. They
anything.
they only talk about it when he's complaining about something that they don't want him to complain about, but they never want to talk about all the stuff he praises. Pretty interesting how that works out.
Seriously,
I'm liking House of the Dragon. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. No, I get comments like that on Night's Watch that I'm just here to hate and nitpick, to the point where I've made a playlist of all the reviews of things that I praise and are good. So when they say that, I just, here's the playlist. Shut up.
I like. I should do that. That's a good idea. I'm going to steal that.
That is a good
so thanks, everybody. Did we get everybody?
We're going live in 45 minutes on Geeks and Gamers Play. So for Splatoon. So got it all set up.
Don't forget Geek Grind Coffee.
Geek Grind Coffee. We're going to play the commercial before we go.
Yeah, we'll play it.
There
Is
we
that
go.
cool?
Yeah.
Because I just think it's funny. I think you guys did a good job on it.
Good. It is good.
So Garrett's going to have us a little break, and then we're right back to work. My internet is up. And I'm going to start reviewing Rings of Power, because I just been talking about it for 4 hours. So why not watch it again and do a review? Awesome.
So
That'll
good.
be fun.
Can't fucking wait till Sunday so I can watch House of the Dragon. Don't stop.
Palate cleanser.
Oh my god! And then I'll have a couple of days to watch Cobra Kai and just sit back and watch Cobra Kai. Fucking wait!
Oh, it's so fucking good.
So excited! I heard that was coming out. I was like, oh, it's coming up. Yes. That better not suck either.
At least 3 episodes in, it doesn't.
It's going to be a crazy couple months. The one thing that is good, Disparu mentioned it. Everybody's content's been fucking golden. There's been so much good content coming out of this. So YouTube is like, it's on fire right now. And the memes.
The memes are on fire.
Legion of memers. Hail. So thanks for watching Friday Night Tights. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and a donation. We appreciate you. You keep the lights on around here. We thank the Nerdrotics who do an excellent job. Thanks, Eric K. See you in the backstage there. What's up, dude? Thanks again, once again, to our guests, Shad, Brooks, Disparu, and Melonie Mack. And now I just take my co-host for granted. Fuck them. And
well, we are here every week, so
yeah. I got a blue check mark now, and like I'm just trying to train my wife to call me Your Majesty. And I have my own parking place now. I have a specific blue check mark parking place in front of my own house that she can't park in. So once she gets
like these are for blue check marks.
Oh my god! I'm gonna have to get you a sign for Christmas with a blue check, so I can actually put it in front of your car.
Gary's parking
Blue check
spot.
parking only.
It's almost like the
it was a fun show today. Fun show. Last couple weeks have been fantastic. So thanks there, and that's because of you guys out there in the chat. You're brilliant, and yeah, dude. Oh my god, that ROP sucks and the ocean meme is my favorite. Sorry.
It's so simple.
It's so simple. Just
So good.
that's all you need. It's just beautiful.
So yeah, there's another episode coming out next week and another episode of She-Hulk. So we'll be back next week. Ciao, everyone.
I hunted, Rob. I hunted for Tobey Maguire's dick.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Dame, dame.